Hey guys, hope you're all doing well. We're here. I wanted to jump on and just chat some astrology. It's been a while and I've really been wanting to talk more about astrology. Usually we talk on members, but it's been really crazy busy and I'm still catching up with a bunch of readings. So we'll hopefully jump back into that here maybe tomorrow. But in the meantime, I wanted to talk on the general public channel about this because we are moving through a lot of upgrades. Let's clear the energy out. So we actually were on not too long ago. We were talking a bit about astrology. We didn't really get into it. We actually segued into like a serious channeling. It was very interesting. Spirit was just unleashing the deets. And so it was like a channeled like impromptu message. But anyways, talking astrology right now. And obviously I'm channeling here as well. We're looking at a period. I was getting this visual of there's a lot that's coming up right now that is really very awkward. Okay, and this is, I feel, sort of like a test. I see like things kind of splashing up in the air from the water. This is what I'm hearing. And this is what I'm seeing. And I feel that there are sides to these stories that some people will be more comfortable with addressing and some people will be less comfortable with addressing. This is history. We're obviously still with Mercury retrograde. We have Venus still in post-shadow retrograde. This is going to be something of a question of a convergence point. This is how I'm hearing it. How things will finally come together and be called out is going to be how comfortable people are with addressing the past. I'm hearing it as well in this way. So it can obviously be talking about years ago, but also recently. Hey, Visions 222. Let's go. It says, hey, intense energy, breathing through it. Yeah, it's a time. It's definitely a time. There's a vibe here, definitely, that we're working with. With the sun in Aquarius, we're about to move into Pisces season. I'm just going to echo what we mentioned a few nights ago. If you're a Pisces or you have a lot of Pisces in your chart, there's like, this is just the last splash of bullshit. Love and light, but I'm going to say it like that, okay? And if you're a Pisces, you've been doing a lot of clearing here. And you're doing a lot of clearing. You've been doing clearing after clearing after clearing. It's almost feeling like you're just wringing this towel out. And Spirit is saying keep up with your grounding techniques. Keep up with your ethics. I'm hearing that as well. Your spiritual, energies here are getting really strong. Pisces is what I'm hearing, wherever you have Pisces in your birth chart, okay? But those of you who have stelliums, this is the last stretch. Those of you who you're about to just kind of just burst into the stratosphere. You're going to be in a totally different world, okay? And the things that you were dealing with in the past, it's just not going to be really where it's at anymore. And that's going to be a very sobering reality for people who especially were taking advantage of you. Right. Now, things are coming out, but just wait it out. Let us pass through this last cycle and purge. With the sun in Aquarius, we're still dealing with, okay, a lot of shadow work, but it's not really us. I feel like now it's more like the inverted space of that consciousness, where it's like now we're all kind of like looking at the decisions we've made in the past few years. It's more like you could be also picking up on the vibes of others, what they're going through, their karmic storylines. Let's clear it. You just want to make sure you're not absorbing any of that, okay? Keep focusing, clearing and grounding your aura. You're in the light. You're grounded. You are moving on your path, but people around you are facing their karma. And so heed your intuition. Always keep working with your higher self as well in that space. People are going to have reactions. They're going to be very reactive around this time. I'm seeing that as well. People are going to be very adamant in their ways, believing that they know what is right, know what is true, and they're going to want to really preach that mantra, okay? That's something I'm hearing. Don't get wrapped up in that, really, especially if you are, this is a very specific message, it seems, for a few specifically astrological placements. If you are a sun in Pisces, moon in Pisces, okay, even Venus, even stellium in the 12th, don't get caught up in the shenanigans, okay? You are who you are, I'm hearing that as well, and this is gonna hold for anywhere that you have Pisces in your birth chart, wherever Pisces cusping in your birth chart. You know your story because you don't know it, and that's the point. That's your beauty, okay? That's your magic, right? Right now, people will be very haughty. They will be very haughty, okay, with the very strong Cap energies and the Aquarius energies, and you know, it's like, so great. Let them be on their path. Let them be on their way. Let them think that they are right and they know what they're talking about. When the Pisces season comes, people will be looking at you on stage, and it's going to be a totally different vantage point. So right now, don't lock yourself into any contracts, is what I'm hearing as well. Let's clear it. Okay, don't feel like you're pressured to like make any decisions, okay? If you're making any really important contracts here, solidified out, I would definitely wait until after March 6th, when we have Venus clearing for post-shadow retrograde in Capricorn. That's when I would maybe start considering, you know, getting back into a more even social space. Right now, people are just, there's a lot of rebounding energy. Personally, I would not be meeting new people. This is like, no. A lot of reactive energies, people not liking the decisions they made, feeling like people are like leaving them out in the cold, and then boom, how can I pick up that karma in another, you know, storyline? I don't think you want to be, okay, talking to them at that point in time. It's not a good vibe for starting new things. It's just what I'm hearing. It's just not. So I don't know, maybe who is thinking of, it's just not. It's just not, like, yeah. And I think the better side of the so-called fence to stand on is understanding who you are and like being in your space and being in your vibe, and like if somebody does meet you there, great. Like otherwise it's like, and honestly I feel like Pisces are just losing they're just losing interest in all of the bullshit. And that's really the part of it. It's the losing the interest in the bullshit. Where we used to be magnetized to and fascinated by and interested, you know, wow, no more of that. And we're going to be really understanding more like what our values are, what we're truly impassioned by, like what we really vibe with, like what we actually resonate with, like, come on. Okay? Yeah. It's like, I think once we head into Pisces season officially, like light workers will be looking back on this karmic ass wheel. Okay, and just like, really, like, did we really entertain that bullshit? Love and light. But I mean, it's necessary, right? But a lot of these contracts will be dropped. So right now, though, it's like, I'm just telling you, if an ex is coming back, I'll tell you right now, there's something going on in another dimension. It's not like they're totally single and free. This is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm getting. I personally, you know, and people are going to be very desperate. I get a desperation, like I need to have this or that. It's like, you need to do your shit. Don't come running after me. And these are people maybe who in the past, like, how do they go from being totally like not interested to like all of a sudden like hanging on your every word? Really? Yeah, that sounds a little bit too good to be true. No, all of the little sharks, okay, especially people who you met during a cycle of Venus in retro or even Mercury in retro, you're gonna just see it. This is what I'm hearing. And for a lot of people, I feel like there are people coming up that want to tug on your energy field because they've been locked out of another conversation. So this is a major warning. I don't know what's what. Like, if you have someone come in, wow, he's like back and he's like being all nice. It's like, there's a fucking reason for that. And I don't really think, it's not you. I think that the real resolutions, the real point, especially with soulmates, are going to come after Venus clears out. So that's, I don't know what. Maybe someone's coming in like, I want to like say sorry and like be like, it's like, if you saw the rest of their life outside of the conversation they're having with you in that moment in time, you'd have a very different vibe about what's going on. Now, this is going to get blown out of the water. I think, again, we're not going to be interested in the bullshit, and that's the big part of it. Because when we're empathic and we're trying to understand, especially from a Pisces standpoint, we're like, well, let me see what this person maybe is going through. There's that stimulation. I think once we have this Pisces, especially stellium that we step into with the sun and the two rulers of Pisces and Pisces, we're going to get to the point where we say, is it really of assistance to the broader collective to engage in the space? And there's going to be this question of, I'm really getting myself involved in something here, and I recognize that that is going to be taking time out of my life with myself. Okay, and so it's a much bigger question of whether or not I'd like to be involved. So we're having these like bigger, more mature so-called conversations, but energetically, spiritually. It's like, I'm not just gonna get involved with anybody. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, honestly, I'm so fucking turned off by bullshit that just like is bullshit. In other words, like, if something seems like bullshit, there's no poetry sitting around that storyline. Like, I'm not gonna, yeah. So this is, and I'm a Pisces sun sign, let's clear it. And I'm just feeling the shift. It's like honestly, I feel like Pisces is turning into like a fire sign energy. Same with Cancer. Yeah. Like, it's like a silliness. Such a silliness. And honestly, like, even with companies, you know, like, it's actually very silly. Like, okay, they don't seem like they're understanding, like, at all, like, where I'm coming from. Like, just step back. Just, yeah. Just people will be more receptive in a much more real way when Venus clears. And we're just going to have way more to work with. Like, way more to look at. The facts, the information. We're going to see it through Aquarius season, right? Aquarius rules facts and knowledge. But we're going to see it from the vantage point of Pisces, which is like, okay, you know, what's the... So, yeah, exactly. Oops. Wait, how did we unhide? So, let's clear the energy. Let's backtrack around. Yeah. So the parasitic frequencies, right? Like 1, Ram, XX, Infinite, 3, Space. This trolley energy... These trolley, he has nowhere, they have nowhere to go. So they're here in the chat of alchemy and you, right? Love and light. This is the example. This person or this entity, they have just, they've surrendered their mission to be in the dark, but of assistance to light, because light bearers can transmute your darkness, and that is where we are empowered. So yeah, this is not a bad thing. Thank you for sacrificing yourself to this space. But of all places, yeah, let's clear the love and light and fuck off. Of all places, they come to the Alchemy and You chat. And so what does that tell you? They have nowhere to go. If they had so much going on in their life, where would they be? Okay. Right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, just don't bring in any, okay, Pringle Chip ex-boyfriend of yours who wants attention now. Okay? Suddenly. Okay? Desperate for your love. Rose in hand. Rose in mouth. It's like, oh God. Please. Yeah. So, they don't want you to know that, which is why the trolls are coming in, and they're trying to distract from the message. And this is very interesting. So whenever the trolls actually do come in, that's how you know this is a really important message. Because they are triggered. Otherwise, why aren't you on your own channel, hun bun? Wait, no, I want to know, Pringle Chip boy. Why are you at my door now? Yeah, no, I want to know. Oh, you're going to try to put on me. Say that I'm the one who's not doing my growth. Not able to, appreciate, right? You, suddenly realizing that we're meant to be. No, this is fake. Okay, yeah, I'm hearing it like this. Let's clear it. No. And if it seems too good to be true during a retrograde, it is. This is also a really, really, yeah. During a retrograde, if someone's coming back and their behavior is all of a sudden like wet and wild for you, it's no. It's a no. Yeah, it's a no. Pringle, I swear. No, I'm seeing these frequencies. It's like I'm seeing someone who just like wants to be like a Casanova, but like in 34 minutes. It's like, boy, like it was 30 minutes ago you were like practically like hexing me on the other side of the of the Akashic record hall. I don't know what the hell. Let's clear that. Like, I see you, and that's a silly part. It's like they think you don't see them. They think you don't actually that you're not aware of, and that's the power of what will come when we step into Pisces, because that's going to be the roar of. That's going to be the roar of, right? The empowered frequency space of knowing and just knowing, not having to know, but embodying. Yes. So the people who have a lot of shadow frequency related to the elements, specifically Aquarius, will be blown out of the water, and they will be eliminated, unfortunately, love and light. They will be. Those frequencies are going to have to just they're not going to have a place to go anymore. The shadow is going to be just like a Pac-Man, like, how do we say, they'll go back, up to this troll, right? It's like, literally just like that. Like, I have nowhere to go. Like, my girlfriend just dumped me. Like, I don't know what to do. She's not taking my bullshit anymore. It's like, yeah. And they're running into the Alchemy U chat. They're knocking at your door. Okay. They need some toilet paper. Let's clear it. They're out of luck. And so it's gonna get totally, like, I see it, like, zapped, okay, come Pisces season. But this is, the frequencies related to the shadow of Aquarius. If you're in this chat, you're most likely not holding the dark shadow space. Okay. This is not like, oh my god, am I, like, in the shadow? No. If you're even following the readings and you're on Alchemy and You and you're watching these videos and you're a high vibing, soul tribing individual, that message is not for you. That's more like the people who have been trying to do you wrong and do you dirty by taking advantage of the archetype of Aquarius in shadow, which is science that's used for ill. Okay? Facts and knowledge that are asserted that are not in the broader spectrum of balance with the other elements of water, earth, and fire. Okay? Yeah, people and businesses and organizations that have been trying to control people with, okay, information and science that is going to be ultimately disempowering you on a soul deep level, that's what's coming down. Okay, that's what's coming down. And this is related to also your relationships, though, because, you know, the content that people consume, right, they're kind of like, they're messengers for that energy, that signature. So take it as you will, okay? Yeah, just be grateful for whatever falls out of your life here in the next 2 months. Whatever you're starting to just not have a taste for anymore, you're just turned off by, I'm just not into you anymore, I'm sorry, like, you're just turning me off with that really weird sideways, like, you know, I'm hearing bullheaded mentality you have as well whenever it comes to whatever it is that anybody is being overtly, like, stubborn with, okay, and not being considerate with you, you know, in the space of that. Just, like, observe it and, like, just let it go. Just, yeah, just let it flow. And it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard with a Pisces stellium coming up. Because when Pisces is really not into it, they're just going to absolutely they're going to let it just do what it needs to do, just like its own element, right? Water, flow. And that's the hard part, because then people really, they realize what they lost with the Pisces. So if you, let's say, I'm going to say it like this, if you have a midheaven in Pisces, okay, and you have a lot, even let's say you have Venus in Pisces conjunct your midheaven in Pisces, you got a hell of a lot of Pisces, okay? It might be that in your career, people took advantage of you, okay? They thought you'd always be there for them, even if you had Pisces on the 6th house, okay? People, possibly, they were like, wow, okay, oh my god, like, Pisces is fucking amazing. What an amazing, like, inspiration, even, okay? Like, someone is just, like, there for me, and, like, wow, okay? And then here comes the time when you say, well, honey, like, I don't feel that this is reciprocated for me anymore. Okay, so, whatever it is for you, and then, yeah, when you step away, they will surely feel it. Yes, and this is where it gets dramatic, and I don't know, I've never dated a Pisces, I'm not familiar, but, like, I can imagine that when a Pisces is just not into it, it is very hard to understand why it is that maybe they lost interest, because I don't think Pisces are really in that space of wanting to, like, explain what they're going through when they are no longer interested. It's like, I'm just no longer interested, bro. I'm just gonna, like, you know, slippery slide my fishy way away. You know, I'm just gonna just swim away now. There's no explanation, there's no backup, there's no claiming and no facts. I mean, maybe that is also the challenging part of Pisces. Okay, and feel free to cross-check in the chat, you know, if you're a Pisces. But I think Pisces, like, they just as quickly as they fall in love and they don't have reason for doing so, it's like you ask them, why do you love me? It's like, well, I just feel it in my heart space, right? They're gonna also fall out of love, like, when they just don't feel it. So this can be in matters of career, and this could be of you. Maybe you're, like, shocking yourself, like, wow, okay? Like, I thought I was truly in love with that thing, or that person, or that place, that mantra, and it's like a no anymore. Yeah, it's a no anymore. Anymore. Yeah, it's not, I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be this moment. It's, like, gonna get really awkward for people who took advantage of wherever you have Pisces in your chart. It's just gonna be straight up, like, it's gonna be like, what? Like, maybe even you got people banking on the fact that maybe this is part of the soul contract, I don't know. Like, you maybe double agenting it, okay? And it's like, you may not even be aware, like, how far, yeah. But if it's shady, just know, it's like Spirit's pulling you out of that situation, and you're probably going to start progressively feeling like it's a no for you. Let's clear it. And this could be something you were obsessed with at a certain point in time. Yeah, so people I feel are going to be triggered by that, okay? I'm getting this message ahead, like, but this is coming. People are going to be triggered by the fact that they're going to be like, how did Pisces just totally let go of the ball like that? How in the world? How did Pisces, like, what? Yeah. No, but I mean, let it happen. I'm hearing that. Let it happen. Let it come through. Let it roll, okay? Spirit, I see spirit pulling you out like protected Teletubbies. Like, I see it so clearly. It's time to pull them out of the little fairy tale novel that they're telling with this person. It's like, it's weird a little bit. Like, I see like children sleeping and like the parents like have to wake them up and like take them out of the room. Like, I don't know what this is alluding to. Like, but it's like for their own good. It's like, we gotta leave, you know, kind of vibe. I don't know what this, but it's like you're kind of like, but your parents are taking care of you. Like, this is the vibe. Like, your parents, your spirit parents, your spirit guides, they're taking you out of, yeah, situations that don't serve you. And I don't think it's like gonna be you really realizing the karma. That's part of it, because gosh, you know, Pisces, you're so empathic that if you knew what this was doing to other people, like, you may be like, oh my god, you know, but spirit doesn't want you holding any kind of trauma in this space. It's not for you. It's not for you. This is for you to resurrect, okay? And people will have their experiences. So, yeah, I mean, when you just stop giving me a fuck, like, that's just that. And that's what it has to be. And spirit is saying, be brave with that, okay? And not knowing how they respond or react. I don't know for everybody what that might mean. Maybe it's that you're even thinking of just no longer responding to someone. Okay, you're just thinking, I just need to cut the cord, and that's that. I need to just clear the energy and just cut it, like, just cut it and not look back on that. And spirit is saying, if that's what you really feel, do it. Go ahead with that, because you have to be honest with yourself. And I think that regardless, like, I'm getting, we're not going to be intellectualizing the decisions we make in the coming months at all anymore. It's, yeah, the in and the out, going back and forth, negotiating how we feel. But I think it was partly because we were somehow like mystified. Okay, yeah. So the mystified energies are what are clearing out. Now let's get in the chat. Where is everyone's Pisces? Yeah, Kelly. Kelly says the show's over. Damn straight. It's like, I feel like you're taking your tokens away and you're saying, hey, I'm gonna like invest one day in what I really want with these tokens. Like, I'm putting way too much time and energy in this. You're wasting my goddamn time. I'm hearing that. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Kimberly says, he thought I would always be here, ... Not feeling it. My frequency is higher now. Exactly. Yes. Sometimes Pisces will like shock themselves though. Like, I personally have had this experience. Like, when I am done, I am so done. Like, sometimes I like wish I wasn't so done when I was like so done, but then I feel like, no, I'm done, and I really have to just be done. This is me personally. But I also have a Venus in Aries. But I know this is a Pisces thing. Because Pisces they just, no. They cannot fake it, bro. I mean, they can, but they can't. Like, it's, how do we say, you know, they're dreamy. When the dreaminess wears off and they really see it, then they don't want it anymore. They don't want to be a part of it anymore. Yeah, and then at that point, okay, no, it's the vibration. Because if it's so clear and it's so obvious and then they're still there, then it's like, no. It sounds a bit abstract, but I'm seeing it so clearly. Let's go in this way. Yeah, it's just like, it's like cheap. It's cheap. The illusion wore off, right, Kelly? Yeah. I'm hearing we are going to be our own hero. Let's clear it. We're gonna be our own hero. Yeah, there's nothing really left in the storyline. And that's partly because if we really think about the archetype of Pisces, it's the 12th house. We've reached the end of the end of the road. We went through the whole zodiac. We saw it all. We waited the whole show. We lived it through. Okay. And yeah, that's right, Kenyetta. Like, it's not attractive anymore. It's not like I'm ripping myself away from Romeo. Ah! No. That is, like, not the vibe anymore. Maybe it was, like, a year ago. Maybe it was like, whoa, what's going on? I'm so, like, at the mercy of this fucking experience. No. This illusion, let's clear it. This tug of war, this karma. You're not here for karma. You're here to transcend your beauty and your gifts and your talents. And, you know, we're in that space of saying, I want to feel better and I want to feel good and I want to be happy and I deserve to feel those things rather than, okay, yeah, rather than be thrown around like a rag doll, okay? And it's just so very silly. So, interesting. I wonder. I'm very curious because I'm feeling these energies coming through. I know that the season is going to be crazy for Pisces, but I am still curious because I feel like Spirit has some messages with this. I'm also hearing Cancer. I think the water signs, specifically Pisces and Cancer, yeah, there's going to be like a blast off energy. What? Kenyetta? Like, honestly, I mean, you may have people looking at you, though, like, and they just get ready. They, oh, wow, look at Pisces, like, so snap, like, doesn't give a hot damn about bullshit anymore? Yeah, what's wrong with that? All right, hold on a second. Are you expecting Pisces to still give into that storyline, that narrative? All right. Just get ready for a little bit of that, of course. But I think it's just so far and beyond. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I see even like it's maybe indirect, but it's still, this came through as a warning in Pisces reading for February, and also I think it was Sagittarius and Cancer. Let's clear it. Cancer has had major growth spurts here spiritually, as I've been picking up on it in the readings, but there's been equally as much like kind of like a warning of keep your boundaries, okay, really strong, and remember the things that help you feel grounded. Know what's worth it and not what's not worth it. You know, sometimes when we feel very, well, let's clear it. No, yeah, just keep focused. And don't let anybody make you feel like where you've reached in your life is not fair to them. Let's clear the energy. Everybody is responsible for their life and their decisions. Okay? There's no feeling guilty. Okay? We really need to clear that. There's no guilt to be had at all for being a light worker, for being empowered, for being spiritual, for being brave. Okay? Yeah. So everybody has an option. Everybody has a moment of decision making as well. So someone else who's not making a certain decision because they're not strong enough to make a decision between, well, I want to please so-and-so, and then I want to please my family, and then I want to play, and then they end up not happy because they're not being themselves. Don't let these people come through and then somehow try and cast a weird glow around your aura, okay, of self-empowerment, vibration, okay, that is so strong. Okay, so this is something that is going to come up, I feel, but it's not, but just, for some of you, I think it's more a matter of completely cutting out, like, people altogether who just don't have anything good to say. Like, you know, Thumper in the Disney movie? Like, if you don't have anything good to say, you just don't get to say anything at all, like, to them. If they're always, like, saying something negative, just, like, they're always giving this weird vibe to the connection, just don't even say anything at all to them. Just stop interacting with them altogether. This is what I'm hearing. Like, I think it's going to go cold ass turkey. So this is maybe a warning to the people that you're dealing with. I feel like as a premonition, I feel Pisces are going to just cut it out completely. And wherever they were kind of just sort of like involved, even if they weren't really getting a fair end of the stick, you know? Let's go. Let's go. Wow. Yeah. It's like a taste, you know? There are moments where you're just like, wow, like this is so yummy. And then there are moments where you're like, oh, no. I gotta go and like wash my mouth out actually. But I feel like it's partly the ascension, and yeah, like we're waking up, and sometimes it's like, whoa, oh my god. I've been dealing with this like delusional, like, I don't know, dude who thinks he's like macho and like emotionless, like, I think people will return. When they will return and when they will really be feeling it, it's not during this Aquarius season. It's going to be during Pisces season. That's when they're going to... But is it too late then? You know? I mean, by then, it's like you're in your feels. You're in your story. Like, what do you want now? You know? Like, where were you when I needed you, like, the fucking most? Where were you back then? Yeah, let's talk real talk, like, about the real situations, the real circumstances that really fucking matter. Were you really there for me? No, I don't think you were. You're trying to be here for me now because you're scared that you're losing me. Don't be scared, boy. It's actually happening. Love and light. Okay. God damn. We have to say it, though. We really have to say it just very clearly, and it is what it is. Like, some people have to cry for themselves, Argentina, and to realize, okay, and really go through the pain and really go through the hurt and feel the hurt of, she's not answering my messages anymore. She's not acting like she was with me before. You know, they have to go through that. And you have to remember that that's for the better of them as well. But I really do feel that it will be in Pisces season. Let's backtrack around. It will be in Pisces season where people really feel it. But then, you know, sometimes, again, at that point, you probably moved on. Hence the fact that they're really seeing it, because you cut the cord, you cleared it, you moved on. You made those decisions in your life, right? That were truly empowering you. So they felt that shift. You moved the energy. So the more that we're like still, yeah, let's go. That's awesome, guys. Yeah, it's like a clear cut, clear break. That's that. Interesting, Kelly. What do you think that is? Because is there a past life energy with that? Kelly says, once in a lifetime, had it right in his hands, and he threw it away. People will be very triggered. They're gonna like be watching you moving on in your life, not needing them, not being, yeah, because they got used to it. Okay? It's like, nom. I'm fucking feasting on her ego. And like how she's like, how do we say, like, people who know that you're not, that you're addicted to them even, or that you are, oh gosh, like addicted to their attention in a really unhealthy way. Let's clear the energy and ground, love and light. You know? Oh, I can't help it, Austin. This is my spirit guides that hold the reign over my Pluto on my rising. Every so often. We have to just get on here and just zap. But yeah, like, hungry hippos. Oh, let's clear it in the third eye. You guys, and you're going to be excelling. Wherever you have Pisces, that's where your gifts are going to just be like, you now clear the karma, a ton of karma at that. You cleared so much here, Pisces. I'm talking to the Pisces part of everyone's chart. That with the sun now, coupled with the two rulers in your sign, like, you're going to be stepping into major gifts and talents of yours. Yes, if you got a Pisces midhaven, you may really hit the spotlight for some of you in a big way. When it comes to your gifts and your talents, there could, yeah, but people are going to be looking at that. Some people are not going to be feeling so hot. Yeah. Some people will not be feeling so hot with that. So just be aware, hold, you know, yeah, and just keep on your way. Like, you know, it's like maybe you're just even like already doing that. You're like, I don't need to report to, you know, humorous Hubert about what I'm doing with my life. Like, he doesn't even understand. He doesn't really, yeah. Let's clear it. Be wise with who you let into your story. I hear it like that as well. Let's clear it. Now, but for some of you, I think that you're just not entertaining even the kind of cut we're talking about is not just like, oh, like, I'm formally, like, not relating to you anymore. No, it's, like, in the little ways. Like, and that's where we're talking about the full break. Many of you are saying in the chat that you've cleared cords, you're blocking, you're no longer talking. And it's something like that, right? Of saying, you know, well, no, I don't think I want to work on this project anymore. Okay. It's, well, okay, well, maybe we'll hang out. No, I don't think we should hang out anymore. You know, it's like that kind of, like, like, levels of clearing. And so, but I wanted to say this, yeah. So I think that a lot of this, though, when we do step into the Pisces season, people will be running back. And this is going to be when it's a zombie, like, apocalyptic, okay, return of, like, all of these creatures of the fucking Nile, love and lamb. That's how I'm hearing it. People who, yes, creatures of the Nile, who feel like, wait, why isn't she, like, still interested in my tokens? Like, my fucking tokens, aren't they worth anything to her anymore? No, they're not. She's, like, not on the string anymore, bro. And you're not, yeah, moving it along like that. So, let's clear it. I see, like, alligator jaws, like, clanking. I don't know. That's just some silliness, okay? I see someone who's triangulating someone with their friends. Oh my god, is that going to be over? I don't know. That's a very particular message for somebody here. See ya, Austin. That's going to be over. Okay. Yeah. They were giving you little treatment here, little treatment there, putting some oil in the back over here, putting some oil in the back over there. It's like strange. What the fuck is that? Treating everyone different, triangulating them. I'm seeing somebody with someone's sister. We need to end that. This is gonna, yeah, that's gonna come to an end. I don't know. This is someone very particular. Yeah. Alligator jaws. Audrey says, we're getting away from the alligators. Call me, beat me, if you want to reach me. So, yeah. No. Like, let's clear it. Like, someone was doing something weird, even, like, on Astral. Like, I mean, whatever it is, if you're consciously, like, treating people differently and trying to put vibes between people to make shit weird, like, that more or less is, yeah, I mean, that's a manipulative energy. And, yeah, so that's gonna end. That's a contract, that's gonna end. And you're not putting fire between people who love one another. That's gonna end. People who were doing that bullshit, okay? Love and light, or whatever, that karmic energy. They're gonna be completely embarrassed, okay? And they're gonna realize, in a very karmic way, a very ironic way, that it had no place in the present day and age, okay? Yes, at all. On Earth, as we are ascending, it's like, oh shit, I got very, like, Triton War on her. I don't know what the heck. But yeah, I see, like, this embarrassing energy for a lot of people. So, it is what it is. It's okay. Maybe, you know, for everybody, it's like, wow, I really took that very seriously back there. I thought he was, like, the hottest man on Earth. Like, nah, he was just, like, you know, Homer back in the day, like, in, like, AD, BC, whatever. Doesn't have to rule my present day. He's not my flying angel soaring in to save me from my own demise. What? Like, you don't need anybody, and that, I think, is the most important thing. So, grounding that savior complex that at times can come through in the frequency of Pisces, where it's like, well, I need someone, I need them to save me, blah blah. No. That is going to get really cleared out. Yeah, and anybody who has a lot of Pisces knows that can be very intense. Right. Sort of channeling at times of the energy of Pisces where you feel like it's like romantic to feel like, you know, that, what did they call it? It's a martyr syndrome? How do we say? Let's clear the energy. Where, like, it's like, oh, it's so, like, even dramatic and, like, depressing and, like, we need each other. I think that's the end of that has come, is really, really, and now it's about being empowered with the divine feminine energies, okay? Not like, oh, wow, he's so masculine and, like, he's gonna, like, save me from, and it could be however gender, but the sense of like someone overtaking you, someone taking you over, like that romantic energy is, yeah, is no longer. So that's what I'm seeing, but you always take it as you will. Oh, yeah, Pisces and Venus and Pisces. No, yeah, I see it as zombies. I just see it like, you know? But then there's also that flip, right? Where it's like, oh, now you're very desperate for my love and my attention. And I realize that it's right after I pulled my energy back where I was given way too much. And that tells me that you are actually codependent on me. Well, fuck. Goodbye. It sounds harsh, but these are the energies rolling in. Get used to it. Pisces no longer going to be, okay, this little meek, okay, gerbil energy. Okay, anyone thinking Pisces is a gerbil they could take advantage of, okay? No. Pisces is going to be telling the 1 month from the next. I'm hearing it like that. So take it as you will. I mean, maybe it's that the Pisces energy in your birth chart is going to be spearheading the rest of the year. That's really interesting. But yeah, guys, I mean, it's just, it gets obvious, you know? When people come back, right? The context, right? Like, wow, I was really giving way too much of myself in a way that was so inappropriate, and you were going along with that. We were going along with that. You were letting me give you all this attention and just dote on you endlessly, which is completely unrealistic if I want to be an empowered individual in my life, right? And now it's like that I'm pulling that space back into my own. Now you're very interested in me. So I think like gradually, as we empower the self, as we move further into our story, we're gonna realize slowly but surely not just what we're not interested in, but like the dynamic that was at play as well, where you thought maybe you were very codependent or needy of someone or something, where in such a way that truly wasn't empowering you. Okay, you're gonna realize the truth of the situation, be it someone who was actually very desperate for your love and your attention. The irony, and that's when they flip and they just reveal it. Don't leave me, like I fucking need you, like I'm in love with you, Pisces. It's like too late. Yeah, no, because why? Because we're ascending. It's not about time and it's not about space. It's because we were ascending and we don't have time to be in the codependent situation that clearly we were in. If you're coming back just now at this point, okay, now that I'm letting go of codependent frequencies, well, yeah. So we need time. We need time. I don't know what this is about for everybody, but I'm getting this message. Maybe like, honestly, like, then finally like something you thought you wanted will come along. And it's like, at that point, you're going to be really not interested. That's clear. Maybe you're going to say, I need time. Like, I don't want to be involved anymore for now. Let's clear the engineering round. Let's backtrack, clear around. So yeah. But you know, like Kelly, like it's so necessary. I feel like so much of this is so like meaningful, you know? Like so meaningful because as a collective, like I feel there's this massive shift happening to the energy of the divine feminine. Like we've been through honestly fucking hell ancestrally. Okay. There's been this like wave, okay, that we're now finally seeing. We're saying we're gonna ride it. We're defeating those lower vibrational frequencies of, well, no, I really want that, but I'm not. Like, let's clear it. That whole like I need their approval as well to do so and so. I don't know. I want to make him happy, so I can't live my life as an empowered feminine, you know, person. I don't know. Again, we're not talking gender, but as a divine feminine energy, okay, and propensity, like as a person who's all their own, like the silent thought where it's like, oh, but I really love him. Like, why is that at all a conversation in what you're doing for yourself? that feels good for you, right? So I think those energies, like, it was so important to get to the point where it's like, I mean, even subliminally, and this is a Pisces thing, where you're like really like, wow, but we're merged, and like I want to do like, and it can be very like looking on that is very hard to watch because you're basically seeing someone who's like not, they're almost possessed. That's the shadow of Pisces. So it's like all of that energy, like we had to move through that, even subconsciously not realizing that you're sacrificing your personal truth for like making somebody else happy. Like, ew, love and light, I'm sorry. Like, let's think about why it is that it would even be like attractive for somebody to know that they're disempowering you in what is truly your happiness, right? Like, let's say that you're dating somebody and you're telling, it's like they know that you really want to do X, but then it's like you're telling them, well, I want to make you happy, so I want to do Y. It's like, and they know that you don't really really want that. Like, so you see what I'm saying? I feel like we've been moving through this space in the subconscious, and let's clear, we don't even realize that there's so many pattern energies like that, right? It's like we don't really question it. It's like we just kind of want to please them and just make them happy and like blah blahs. And it can honestly be even you with a collective group of people, you and like honestly like a community, you with your career, you with an industry, and then you realize you just snap suddenly. You're like, I don't have to please anybody. Right? Like, I am my own hero. I'm hearing that again. I am here for myself, and I have to make sure that I am happy in my life as well. So it's like, yeah, that's really, really important. And it was important that we went through this whole storyline, okay, as tragic and in cumbersome that it has been, okay, to experience not, at times maybe validating our own sense of self, which is really sad but necessary, I guess, to go through. And we had to get to the point where we maybe even glorified people like that who allowed us to be in that story. Right? Like, oh my god. It's going to get to the point where you say, you let me like feel this way? Oh, I'm done. You are not my type, bro. Yeah, it's something like that. Let's clear the energy. So this is going to be the moment where I think we also look back and we say, I'm grateful, right? Like, it wouldn't have been right if I just like didn't understand why this wasn't empowering or why this wasn't my story. Sometimes it's like we think, well, John is just like acting strange or not giving me attention. It's like, well, actually maybe this is the story that I need to invert in, and really really see it like as a pattern, because if we don't, okay, and that's where sometimes we remain in karmic situations where it's like, well, I know I'm not happy here, but why do I still feel I need to be in the storyline? This is part of, I feel, what the karma is turning to. This is part of this storyline. Let's clear it in the sacral chakra. Like, we needed to get to this point where we really felt like something was confusing and off, and then we're gonna snap, and we're gonna make the decision to just be completely fully empowered and not look back. And then we're gonna have that lesson, and it's important. So, yeah, I mean, I can say as a Pisces, like, I've been in situations and relationships where personally, like, I like to understand what's going on in the connection, even if, I feel like something is off with someone, love and light, but Pisces will usually be drawn to people who so-called, they need some sort of assistance in some way. It is true. Okay, but personally, like, yeah, I mean, has that always served me? No, but personally, recently especially, okay, it's been like more like, I wonder like why this is happening. And I think that's important to listen to that as well. So if you've been in a situation where like, well, yeah, the relationships where you were wanting to learn the lesson and not just leave the situation, that will be happening. You will be learning the so-called lesson. It's okay. In a good way. So I don't think that Pisces will feel like disempowered come their season. They will have gone through maybe the ringer as they feel it, but they will have so much wisdom that is held on a collective scale. So know that your experiences are really meaningful in terms of the wisdom that you take from them, that is then to be brought into a space of collective empowerment and also ascension. Yeah. Right, Patty. The energy is crazy out there right now. Oh my gosh. Patty says, wow, Kimberly. Yeah, that's beautiful. Says, I chose to learn this way and I'm grateful. Right. Sometimes it's like, I know this is going to be like a painful experience, but you know, we tell ourselves like, but this is something I want to learn from, or I want to experience. Let's clear it. Like, this is going to be something, I have something that I learned from this. And having challenging experiences is not a weakness, right? So personally, that's my philosophy. Like, I don't like to run away from situations or people where, yeah, that are so-called not the end goal. It's not always about being like, oh, I'm too good for this. It's like, sometimes there are situations where we are humbling ourselves in terms of what we're learning from that storyline. So I don't think you should feel bad if you had an experience where you were disempowered for a period of time. But, you know, but you always take it as you will. Now, I wanted to come back up here. What did Patty say about family and friends? I think, oh, yes. Patty says, does anyone feel like they've outgrown family and friends? Yeah, definitely. Like, it's becoming all very, like, kind of interesting, like, and hazy, but, like, clear in the sense of, it doesn't really matter, like, who people are anymore. It sounds bad, but it's about the energy. And at the end of the day, I feel like if people are not going to be empowering to themselves, it's like, it would not be fair for you to still stand in that space and acknowledge them, okay, and say like, yeah, this is fine, like, keep holding the delusion, okay, that this is not real. I'm hearing also what we have here. I don't know what that's alluding to. That, okay, like, maybe you actually stopped talking to someone entirely because they were even, like, acting one way, but you knew that they felt another way. I don't know what that means for everybody, but it's, yeah, it's kind of like, when you know someone's not being honest with themselves, myself personally, I'm just not drawn to the energy. I'm not drawn to the energy anymore of people not being honest with themselves. It's like almost like a bad smell in the room. I just can't do it. Love and light. And people can talk their way through that, like, but we're like friends or like family. It's like, it becomes like this outdated caricature kind of vibe. Like, how do I say it? It's like, it's called like hazy. I don't know. How do I describe it? Like, it's not realistic anymore. Like, it doesn't energize you. And personally, like, I'm past the guilt stage. I'm not going to feel bad for that. It doesn't matter who and what and where and why. You know? The way we help others is to really be firm in holding the iconization of true love and self-love at that. You know? It's about you being really brave and saying, I'm gonna, like, walk away now because I feel like you're not being honest with yourself. And it's because I'm not drawn to that frequency. And maybe they're gonna try and say you're wrong, or they're gonna try and judge you. And this is something earlier we were talking about. They're gonna maybe even say, wow, you've changed so much, look at you, blah, blah. It's like, why aren't you changing? You should also be changing. We should both be evolving. We should both be stepping into that space where we are confident with saying, this is who I am, right? So, you know, not like, wow, why are you no longer the same as what you've been for years? It's like, why are you not empowering me to question who I am and, like, consistently change and transform? This is the real issue. Yeah, just sitting there gossiping, let's clear it. No. So I think, like, that is going to be something that progressively we deal with, but we're going to have to just be very firm in saying, well, I hold that space still. And it should empower you that I'm being real with myself. And yeah, so, but some people will react at first and they're going to want to pull you back into the old ways and the old vibes because they're still holding that nostalgia for themselves. It's like, no, bro, like, you're going to be the only one standing here. So yeah, you better get a move on sooner than later. So sometimes it's like you have to be that, like, mean, so-called mean parent. Oh, you're being so mean. You're not doing the things you used to do. You're not giving it to the, you know, all of that. Yeah. And honestly, like, light workers, I think oftentimes are really inspired to, like, take space. They're oftentimes really, like, pushed even by their guides, like, to take, and this is a general video, okay, you should talk to your personal practitioner, everything like that. But light workers usually are, like, yeah, they're pushed out of, like, the historical energies, okay, like, anything that's like overly nostalgic or related to family lines, whatever, they're really usually pushing the space of needing to be very much self-reliant and like unique and like in their own space, because that's where they really are able to develop, unless you are honestly like born in a family where you're all like on the same wavelength. I think this will be more in the coming years on Earth, but right now I think that's probably pretty rare, unless you literally are living like what feels to be like a starseed family. So I think a lot of people, if you do associate as a starseed, you feel guided to spend time alone, if anything. That's integral for your spiritual development, because you don't think like, you know, as people do in patternized ways. Hey, Moonchild. Thank you so much for your support. You say, I want to become a member. Okay. Yeah. So, okay, there's a link. There's a link. I'll put it in the bio description box. You should also see a join button, and you can choose monthly, weekly, 48 hours, depending on what you're looking for. Thank you so much for your support, Moonchild. Aw. I want to say this, Kenyetta. Yeah, so here's the thing. They think that they want you to remain stagnant. It's their own blockages. And sometimes it's very hard because it's very convincing and they can make you feel guilty, like, oh, you're just changing. Oh, you're too good for us now. Bro, like, you're too good for all this karmic bullshit. You need to ascend. It's time to get a move on that. You know, it's like they're going to take it personally that you are transforming. Yeah. So, but then the shift happens when you're like, okay, I'm going to be mean. Let me just be mean. I'll be the mean one. Okay. Yeah. Listen, I've been in the space of letting people think I'm weird. You can think I'm whatever you want to think, but it comes down to energy. And if you're not in the vibrational state that's going to be empowering for myself and others as well, and for yourself ultimately, then I'm not going to like support that. I'm going to boycott it. Love and light, I'm going to boycott it. For me, it's gotten to the point where I really have had to take distance in time and like not interact. Yeah. Unless it's I'll feel it out when the vibration is appropriate to interact and when it's very karmic. And it's just, yeah, so you're not crazy for feeling like you don't want to interact with people who you've known. It's normal because there's a lot of energy that's transforming there. And as a light worker, you are a transmuter, and you don't always have to be in contact to be a transmuter. The issue is that people are so human sometimes that they need to talk to you, and they need to feel that you guys are physically there, and they need to feel that you guys are always together. It's like all of that is what needs to be purged. And I think people get very clingy with light workers where they need the attention and all of this. It's like, no, it's like if a light worker, you're going to feel it out. If you're drawn to it, you're going to show up. You know? So I think that light workers have been isolated during this time. We're doing major purging. We're going to do the major clearing, the bulk of the clearing, during Aquarius season. And then, once we clear that out, I feel Pisces season, people are going to be reconnecting with soul tribes. This is going to be when we have to do the clearing first. And I think the heaviest of that will be in Aquarius season. Like, I see these energies of really strong soulmate connections. Like, it's really interesting. Like, I see, like, things blooming here. There's something that will, you know, come back to life almost, like, but in Pisces season, I'm hearing that. which is interesting because it is spring. But yeah. But yeah. So, yeah, clingy, right, Francesca? Yeah, Paige. Paige says, and people feed off of the energy of the light. Exactly. Hence, like, why it's, like, ironic. Like, it's actually their entity attachments and their entity frequencies. Well, their blockages and their, yeah. It's like, how do we say? Let's go. Like, they want to, it's like they need fuel. And if you're ascending, they don't have fuel. So, in a way, it's like they're going to kind of oppose that. But also, you know, people just don't like change. They don't, it's like, I don't like, you know, the fact that, what's going on tonight? Oh my gosh. It's like they don't like the fact that, you know, people are changing. It makes them question where they're at. But the question is, why are you dependent on where somebody else is at? Right? Like, why? And usually, I don't really think light workers tend to compare themselves, like, strictly to other people. I think, if anything, they're really turned off by that. Like, they don't like the structured sort of lifestyles, you know? Where it's like, okay, they did this, so I need to do this. We did that, so it's like, it's more of a turn off. It's like, no, I want to do my own thing, right? So, yeah. Let's clear it. And we can say it with compassion, you know? That's the whole point. It's like, bro, I'll ascend. If you can ascend too, I'll meet you there. Awesome. Like, we'll be on the same wave. We'll ride it out. But, like, I'm not looking back. Right? Yeah, I just deactivated my social media. I just don't need that. I don't need that. Like, why do we need people, like, looking at our photos and, like, focusing on us on, like, virtual world? It's like, what's this for? You know? Like, even, I mean, especially, like, if it's just, like, random content, you know? Why? Why do I need, like, a ghost, like, of myself on a social platform? You know? It's just, yeah. For now, I just felt guided to pull my socials off, so let's clear the energy. But yeah. But yeah, don't get, like, sad if people, I mean, I don't know what people will be going through, but maybe some people will actually, like, freaking, like, almost, like, threaten you, like, oh, you're not gonna do this anymore, okay, like, I'm not interested in you anymore. It's like, we gotta really just not listen to that, you know? Because in their heart, they do want you to ascend, right? Yeah, that's why we're here as a collective. That's why we're here as a collective. We're here to ascend. So, yeah. In their heart space, they know that you're here for good, even if they do act like, you know, they're loathing you or something. I mean, they could be so-called jealous, but that's just them not able to work with the energy to manifest. They're lagging behind, you know? Let's clear it. So, but you guys are running the same race. It's like, but not against each other, and that's the part. Interesting, Andre. Yeah. I haven't left the house for like 3 weeks. Andre. I just opened right up to you. I just, like, confessed that right there. Andre's, like, thinking, you know, you know, guys just, like, basically, like, maybe go out every other day these days, you know. Fuck no, I haven't been out for 3 weeks. So, but yeah, like, it was very crazy because I was going out a lot. Not like, I'm not talking like going out like, party! Okay, I don't, I'm not like a partier type. But I was going out a lot. Like, it was almost like a few times a day. Like, I was riding my bike, I was like going on walks. And then it got like very, very karmic. Woo. Excuse me. All the energies got really dense. It started to feel very like muggy on astral, and I was feeling guided to just like lay low, and then I had my activations and I've been staying in a bit. So now I'm just waiting for these transits. So yeah, how about you guys? Where do you live, Andre? If you feel comfortable sharing in the chat. But yeah, you know, and Thunderstorm says, I can't do anything social either without a Corona pass. Like, this is meant to be. This is my philosophy. Okay. Personally, the last time I was in a social setting, I wanted to get the fuck out of there. And this was before they had all these little restrictions and red tape. Okay? Yeah. I'm not saying, like, don't be conscientious and don't wear your mask. I'm talking about, like, people making decisions for you when it comes to you know what, and trying to control you and how you live your life when it comes to your body. And it's like, do we even know what is? You know, it's too many factors that are, like, sketchy. Like, the fact that we have a pharmaceutical company who is designing this thing, and how fast, and do we know anything about, really? Let's clear the energy. I don't know. People have their philosophy about that, but the point is that that's exactly what it is. Everyone has their philosophy. So why are we being forced to do something? I don't think that we should be in gyms and going to, like, concerts, but people are desperate to be so-called social again, so this is their decision. Let's clear it. I've gotten to the point, personally, it's like, well, you do what you want to do. If you want to do that, then go do that. Personally, I don't want to be, you know, clammed up next to people who are desperate to be social and have to go get vaccinated in order to do so. I'm really sorry, but that's my personal opinion, love and light, but this is my philosophy. I know that people are in different situations, and I mean, it is what it is. You do what you need to do, you do what you can do, I guess, as well. But I am kind of at the point where I'm saying I don't have really, I don't have interest in that. I don't, like, personally, I used to go to the gym all the time, and this is pre-corona, like, it was already getting creepy. Like, and we've talked about this in prior lives, like, it got fucking, like, gross, like, energetically. The energy in the gym was really, like, gross. I started to, like, honestly have to leave, like, within 30 minutes of being there, and I had to reiki myself down because there was so many, like, weird frequencies, like, people, like, attaching onto your aura, like, ugh, my god. And in the gym, we talked about this, like, it's kind of like a bar. I mean, your chakras are open, you know, you're all, like, I mean, this is it's almost practically like having sex. And imagine, like, you know, literally, like, you're touching equipment with your hands, your chakras, you're basically absorbing all those energies. So, like, everything else aside, you know, it's like, I'm not dying to go back and be in that situation. Let's clear it. Oh my god. So, same with restaurants. And this is, I'm telling you, like, I started avoiding restaurants and cafes and coffee shops because people were getting creepy. Do you guys have the same issues? People were getting creepy. Like, I was encountering reptilian ass people in restaurants and cafes. Like, they start getting clingy on you. I don't know how to describe this. So now I'm just, like, private. I'm just like, I'm not really going out. Okay? Yeah. So, like, I can't even feel comfortable. Like, you know, they're like serving your food and like putting weird vibes. I don't know. It's just, I'm good. I'm good, bro. But this changes. Sometimes it's like that, you know, sometimes it's not really. So recently I'm just in this vibe, and it's not just that, it's also like the fact of the mentality itself. Like the fact that people are willing to, like, we talked about this, like companies, businesses who were not giving a hot damn about the fact that everything was going on, and they were like not even like caring if you wore your mask or not. They took those requirements away, and then now they require a vaccination. Seriously, you do not really care. You're not doing that. You're doing that just for the business sake. So I personally don't feel comfortable in a place like that. I don't want to be supporting a place that is just about money. Not really actually caring about people's health. If you actually cared, then you would tell people differently, and a long time ago. Let's clear it. But this is, my personal opinion, my vibe. And even like the people who support that and like are like, yeah, it's like it's a little badge of like, God, like authenticity at a certain point of what? Like people get like, now they're getting all weird about that. I don't want to be around people like that. So I'm cool. I'm good. I'm saying, hey, you know what? It's good. Let it go. Okay? The only thing is they just better not be requiring that for travel. That's another level. So, yeah. Let's clear it. It's like, then what? Are you going to start like having like vaccination rules on the sidewalk? Like you can't walk down this street. It's only vaccine. This is crazy. They better not put these restrictions on freaking travel. Let's clear it. That's the point. Let's clear it down the back. I don't think they would do that. That is crazy. But like honestly, this is whatever is meant to be. Like I think now, like at a certain point, I was like, what? And then I got this vibe from like, I felt spirit was kind of like, just let it happen. Just let it all happen. All right. Like let people think they're very fucking smart. Like they don't know what they're doing. Like, let's just think about the fact, you guys, that if we're just looking at it from the outside in, they, like, let everyone take their masks off, like, it was a month ago. And then they will go from that to, like, oh, shit, suddenly everybody's getting extremely sick. Fuck. To, like, no, we all need fucking vaccinations. It's like, you can't even come in unless you're vaccinated. It's like, and it doesn't matter if you're wearing a double mask. It's like, by the way, even if you are vaccinated, you can still spread that. Please. It just gets to a point, But anyways, it is all whatever is meant to be. And these are activations. And so, but I think the dogma side of it is obviously unattractive, and it's not a good look for, yeah, humanity right now. But I think that's part of like understanding also like where people are at. Like I've seen people's true ass colors through this whole pandemic. Yeah, because it comes down to compassion. So I'll give you an example. Right as the pandemic was just starting to creep up, okay? Yeah, like, let's clear the energy. You were seeing how people were acting and reacting. And when it first started cropping up, okay, like, I remember, like, talking to people like, hey, like, maybe we shouldn't, like, be going to a restaurant. Maybe you don't know what's, like, is it spreading? Like, we don't know. And it's like, they would be like, and it's like, they don't really care, right? Like, if you really cared, you would have stopped right then, and you would have thought in a compassionate manner about the situation. People showed their true ass colors. Fuck this, like, I'm vaccinated, so I care bullshit. It's like, what do you feel guilty for? That you have to use a vaccination to feel better? You know what I'm saying? Let's clear it. No, you should have done it right from the get-go. Like, and so I'm telling you, like, it gets political. Then it's like, oh, CNN says that, like, blah blahs. It's like, no, it's about the basic compassion, like, from the very get-go. And let's take it even further. We're not even talking about corona. We're talking in general. If you have a cold, okay? Yeah. Are you a compassionate person? It's not really about corona. It's about compassion. Some people, they have a cold, they don't care. They're gonna cough around, they're gonna cough on people, they're gonna go, to school, to work, they're just gonna cough all over everyone. They don't care, truly, like, so let's clear it, love and light, but, like, I've seen people who flipped, okay? They were like, oh, it's fine, we don't have to, like, be careful, and then now they're all like, oh, you have to be vaccinated, or like you're looked down upon as like someone who doesn't care for society. Please, no, you showed your true colors and you're proving that you're just honestly a reproduction of the mindset of something that's reputed as facts on a TV station. Okay, so honestly, it's like it's gotten clear. It's like I don't really want to be friends with people who are also just going to be blindly following, okay, like the news as well. And I'm sorry, but like people are stupid. Love and light. It's like, how do you not think about this stuff? I feel like it's getting offensive, but like I don't know what to say anymore. Like, think about, like, okay, Japan, like in Asia, this is preventative. They wear masks. Like, when I was in Japan for, like, 3 months, I was like, wow, everyone is wearing a mask. Because they don't want to get people sick. Oh my god. No, but, like, we have to call it out. I feel Spirit's trying to, like, call some shit out here. Yeah. But, like, honestly, still, like, Spirit is like, listen, like, it's okay. Don't, like, get upset about, I think personally, I was getting some downloads about this, like, a few weeks back, and I was seeing that it's, like, the issue is when you let your guard down, and you think something is gonna save you, and, like, you think, I think it's gonna make it worse. Yeah. The fact of all of these things, and then it's like, it's a disaster. It's like, then your immunity wears off, and then technical immunity, okay, which is like, I think it's like, it's fake. I don't know how to describe this, but I'm also talking energetics. So it's gonna wear off, and then it's like, imagine, like, you don't know, I don't know. Yeah. By the way, when I was having my activations, guys, it's all energy. Well, this is a general video. You should talk to your doctor, personal practitioner. But check out Rife frequencies. This was something that helped me so much with my symptoms, my so-called symptoms, when I was having activations. That was some powerful shit, and that tells you a lot of this is energy. So yeah, Kelly, it's like, buy 3 shots and you're like turned into a GMO fruit. The fuck? You're 2 shots away from literally like, a walking like GMO like onion. Love and light. This is a video for entertainment purposes only. Okay, you gotta always make your decisions. You should always make your decisions. Okay, let's clear the energy and ground. I do believe that people are making their decisions based on their soul contract, so we cannot get upset with people, right? But I don't know. Let's clear it. Yeah, this is controversial. Like, I'm just seeing, like, fruit with, like, legs. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Like, oh, my God. Like, what is it? There's that show, what is that show where they're like, they have human lips, but they have like fruit body? What's that show? Oh my god. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The Annoying Orange. Oh my god, Marcella's on it. Hey, Marcella. Like, I'm kind of seeing that. Love and Light. Oh god. But yeah, I feel like we talked about this. Yeah. Who was it? Someone just asked, how do you explain people dying? People are getting shuttled off. And it does come down to the heart chakra. If your heart chakra is open and you are flowing and you are living from the source, then you don't have really anything to be concerned about. This is a general video. You should always talk to your personal practitioner. And this is a video for entertainment purposes only. We have to say this. But what? Like, have you noticed also, like, something, it's like weird. It's like there's this, it's like a weird energy. How do I describe? Like, I almost feel like it can't interact with, like people are not really real anymore. I don't know how to describe this. Oh, by the way, let's clear the energy. Okay. I have a story, guys. Right, BD. Veggie Tales. Veggie Tales. Oh my god. So yeah, like, I went to the Apple store. I finally got my screen fixed, guys. Can you believe it? Those of you who were in the live Astro chat, like, a little while back, let's clear it. You guys remember the wizard on my screen? So it got really weird because I was asleep for like 3 days and then I woke up and I was like, I gotta go to the Apple store. It was like the first thing. Like, it's the first thing that I thought of. Yeah, BD. Like, I feel like there's this weird energy around people. I don't know how to describe. And maybe that's why, like, kind of like what you're saying. It's like, yeah, we're protected from interacting with certain frequencies right now because, anyways. So, yeah, then I go to get my phone fixed. And, like, it was the weirdest thing. Like, you know, sometimes you're like, okay, I think I just need to go at this time and that, blah, blah, blah. And maybe you avoided this thing for, like, years or days or whatever. Okay? However it is relative to you, like hours. And then there's that moment where you say, this is when I need to do this. Oh my gosh. It was so fucking karmic. So I show up and my phone has been broken since how many months ago? Like 6 months ago? No, not that long. It was when Uranus went something retro. Anyways, it was in the summertime. And I sit down at the little booth. And first of all, like, I felt this, the person who was helping me out, he had this, like, it was a, you know when you feel there's a presence in the room? There's, like, some kind of presence. Like, it felt very weird, like, very weird and karmic. Let's clear it and ground. Like, the guy helping me with my phone, like, he had this weird hypnotized look in his eye. It was really strange. I don't know how to describe. Anyways, he was, like, asking me all these questions. Like, they don't normally, like, at the Apple store, they don't normally talk to you about, like, your life, right? But he was, like, asking all these weird questions. And, like, so I'm like, oh, he's like, what do you do for a living? And he's like, how did you, anyways, I was saying, oh, I'm a YouTuber, I do astrology. Then it's like, I look to the side of me and I see this person. I don't know how to describe this because I don't know how many of you know the story. Well, you know who I was talking about. Okay, these creepy stalkers from the cafe. How many of you guys remember? This girl is sitting right next to me and she's like also fixing her phone. And like because I was telling him I'm doing astrology, she's like overhearing me. Oh my god, guys, it was too weird. It was too weird. It was like Twilight Zone. Anyways. Oh my god, no. Like, he had this, like, weird, hazy look in his eye. I was like, what is going on? No, but it felt like a walk-in energy from, like, spirit. And it was taking forever. I was like, what's going on? And then me and her were just sitting there. And I was like, oh my god, is that her? Of all people, places, it's like, let's clear it. And then I'm, like, clearing my screen with the wizard on it. You guys remember that? Jimmy P says Apple Store stranger than the DMV nowadays. I'm telling you. No, there is a weird energy in there. Like, they're kind of like, they got this vulture-like energy. I don't know. Love and life, you work at the Apple Store. Actually, I met someone there who he was passing by and he was like, wait, are you Alchemy and You? And I was like, what? I think he said something like this. He said either like, do you have a YouTube channel? Like, and I had to think for a second. Yeah. Oh, do you do like astrology? Yeah. Oh yeah. And he's like, I watch you. I was like, wow. And then he's a Pisces. And so I was like, how do you do this? Like, he works at the Apple Store. Like, imagine. He was like, yeah, I have my downtime. I gotta break it up. Let's clear it. Shout out if you're watching. I don't know if he's watching. Pisces. He said Pisces sun, I think Pisces moon. Anyways. But yeah, I was like, damn. You're so, like, you got so much water. How are you, like, you know? Let's clear it. Francesca. So here's the strange ass thing. This girl, okay, she worked at the cafe. You guys remember the Russian hacker dude at the cafe where I saw that other guy? And yeah, something is weird. I am telling. It's like it was as if it's all fucking like aligned and some weird shit. And you remember this is the same person. This is the person who I met and the storm took place right as I was leaving the other coffee shop, and I was like, yeah, this is some kind of weird karmic entanglement vibe. Let's clear it. It's like not, yeah, we just have to clear it. Yeah, you remember Francesca. Oh, interesting. Apple's a snake in the Garden of Eden. Wow. Yeah, like I'm at that point where I can't even, I'm not feeling comfortable. And now it's like anywhere I am, I don't feel comfortable. Like even at this, I had to leave that cafe and start frequenting another space, and now I'm feeling like clingy energies there on Astral too. So it's getting down to the wire, guys. I feel like I'm gonna be moving pretty soon. Yeah, it's weird. Like of all times, bro, you're right there. Like, let's clear it. So yeah, guys. But like I didn't feel comfortable with this guy. He was trying to like you know when someone's trying to force eye contact with you, it's like I did not want to interact. It didn't feel comfortable. And no. And even this was before I took note of her, but I felt this weird alignment. I don't know. Let's clear the energy. Anyways, we're protected. But it was important because it kind of became also like obvious, like, okay. Yeah. Reminds me of the Gemini reading with the wizard getting exposed. So yeah. I think he was getting scared though, cause like he was asking me these questions, and I was like, and then I went completely like, let's talk atoms, bro, on him, and then he went dazed, and I noticed that when I was talking to him about something, okay, then he got weird. He is like not a real person even. That's clear. I don't know what, you guys. It's a reptilian, yeah. It was very, very strange, that vibration. And they had my phone back there for like freaking like almost an hour. I was like standing there for like ever. Like, what are you doing? Like hacking my phone back there, taking my pictures? Let's clear it. Shh. Yeah, who is this? Bernadette. Oh my god, I think I did see your comment. That's so funny. You guys. Bernadette's talking about the last live with the duvet. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Francesca. Like, he was asking me, he tried to be super, it was a manipulative energy, like he wanted to draw me in, and I was like not given energy. Yeah, you know when you feel guided to just like close in? Yeah, I was just closing my energy field off. And he was like asking me questions. I was just acting very like closed in, very closed off. And it was very awkward, but I'm like, this guy's a fucking reptilian. I'm not interacting. And he was like trying to make eye contact, super like, it was strange. And then when I am saying something, okay, then I'm like, yeah, well, you know, the universe is all energy, and we're talking about this. Then he turns his head and he's not even looking. He's a fucking reptilian. Yeah, we called your ass out, love and light. I don't know what you were doing on my phone back there, but it is all good. Let's clear it. What a creep. Bro. No. He was reptilian, yeah. Yeah. No. Let's clear it. Something was off. Yeah. But the weirdness was that that girl was sitting right there, and she is connected to that other guy. No, this is not New York. Like, he had my phone. I mean, he took my phone, and but like, I asked him, I was like, who worked on my phone back there? What's their name? Let's clear it. So, we got him on record, but it is whatever it is. Like, I swear that's what he was thinking, Gabriel. That was exactly and I'm like, ew. I feel bad for anyone who this guy is, like, trying to dupe. Because, like, it was so obvious. It was a narcissistic energy, but it was, like, a reptilian frequency. You know, they describe it as like a cotton head, where like you can't really see the person. That's what it was like. And I could tell because it was like anytime I was engaging, there was this daisy energy. It was very strange. So, oh god, let's backtrack, clearing ground. Oh god. So, yeah. I got a Reiki my phone, right? I got a Reiki. But, you know, the good thing was that the minute I saw the alignment of energy right there, I turned and I turned the energy off, and I didn't engage it because that girl was sitting next to me, and I can tell, like, she picked up on my energy. It was a moment where I was like, okay, she can even hear me. And I realized that he was getting me to talk about astrology, and she knows that I do astrology. So then it was a weird, you know, that moment when, like, something is just strange, like, it's like, okay, now we're, like, obviously, like, we're aware of each other kind of vibe. But I didn't let the energy in. And that was partly my test, I think. Because No, and because I saw it so clearly. It's the third person who wants the attention, and he's trying to get us to, yeah, let's clear it. No, we see you, wizard. We see you, wizard ass, love and light. Ew. But honestly, yeah, I mean, I was even, because this is the person who I told you guys about the story, where I keep bumping into people who he supposedly knows so well. It's like, come on, we see you. Oh my goodness. Step to the side. Like, I don't know if she's hired or whatever, but like, this is too weird. I think it's on an energy plane. I think it's on an energy plane. Let's clear it. And yeah, if that guy is listening, he needs to know he's got a reptilian frequency. And he needs to clear that up, but whatever. He's reptilian, love and light. Through and through. Let's clear the energy. Yeah. Ooh, Surfer Girl Maui. Surfing Maui Girl. Is that right? We were talking about this in a last Astro Live. Because I was asking people, what does it mean when you don't want to make eye contact with somebody? And the wizardy third person who's trying to get me to bump into people who he knows, I did not want to make eye contact with him. It was really uncomfortable eye contact. And this person, same thing. It was like I did not want to look in this person's eyes. And he was trying to get us to have eye contact. Same thing with the last person. So it's like weird. It's like strange, but it makes sense. Yeah. So, ew, that's what it was like. Oh my god. Surfing Maui Girl. That was what it was like. And I immediately like picked up, I was like, oh, he's really trying to suck me in. Goodbye. I like turned my whole body. Put up a whole grid. And I put my back to the girl too. Like, I see what's going on here. Yeah. Ugh. Total turn off. And the way I knew that also is because then I started blasting my light. Okay? And then he turned and he became totally cowardice. It was really clear. The dynamic was very clear. It's like, yeah, you better put your little tail in between your two little legs, little reptilian. Yeah. Fuck yeah. You step back, bro. You just step back. Oh my god. It was a moment. And the fact that happened at the same time, that was important for me. Yeah, let's clear it. But anyways. Like, he went into daze. It's like as if they took his batteries out or something. Right when I start talking about light and frequency, bitch, love and light. No, I see your truth. Yeah, it's like he went out of service. It was weird. How do you go from like having like your eyeballs hawking to someone's forehead to like, it's weird. Jesus. Let's clear it down the left side of the line. I saw him get strange like when I was blasting my light. Yeah. I see you. You're done, bro. But it's not just, it's the band of frequencies, because that, again, it's the alignment. That girl being there at the same time and that wizard on my phone. Right. And he was like trying to like delay the process. Like, I've never encountered someone who was like trying to like, they don't delay at Apple. And he was like pretending not to know like how to fix the phone. It's like, bro, can you like, yeah, hurry up. It's clear. Wait, Andrea, what? Yeah, weird. But yeah, like I gave them my phone and I was waiting and it was taking forever. I was started to think like, what are they doing to my phone back there? So Let's clear. Let's clear it. They had to replace the screen. Let's clear the energy. Yeah, I wonder. So that Apple store, yeah, I wonder. I should look at the location. There's something going on at that Apple store in terms of the grid, because something is always weird. You guys remember the story? Like every time I would approach, then my phone started working, and then it would stop when I left the Apple store. Like I would make the appointment to fix the phone, and then it would suddenly work. It wasn't working for days, and then it starts working the minute I approach the Apple store. It's very weird. This is in DC. So, but you know, this energy happened like in the beginning when I first moved to DC. The energy was really, really weird. Like I remember some streets I couldn't even walk down. Like it was so, I suddenly felt like I was frozen. Yes, absolutely protected. We are protected. Light workers, we are all protected. We are all protected. This is yeah, and it was the moment where I just closed my energy field off, and that because otherwise it would have been another cycle, and because this third person is trying to get the energy going again, but through other people. So it took a while to realize, you know, it's like, oh yeah, they're not directly coming at you, but they're coming at you indirectly through other people. So, but yeah, I couldn't walk down certain. It was very sticky. It was like some streets, the energy was so dense, like I felt like I couldn't even walk down the sidewalk. It felt like a web. So, that was like a few years back, and like as of recently, the energy has lightened up a bit, definitely. Let's go ahead and run. But yeah, like obviously, I mean, DC is still, these vibes are very like, it's a creepy city. Yeah, it's super creepy, I'm not gonna lie. And honestly, like I was never really drawn to the city. It's not like, wow, I love this place, like, you know, it's not a happy vibe, personally. You know? So I feel like there are a lot of like spirits and ghosts that roam the city, and there's a lot of like metaphysical experiences, like phenomenon, like, you know, I've had a lot of that as well in LA, but it's clear. Who knows? I really like Boston. I really like I like Chicago. Something has been going on with Chicago, by the way, guys. We were talking about that in another chat. I wanted to tell you guys, actually. It was really, really weird because I was having like these epiphanies, and then all of a sudden like things would pop up about Chicago. Like it was like something like so-called random. Like I would be watching a tarot reading, and then I'm like, for some reason, I'm like, I really like the city this person lives in. Like, because sometimes I'll watch a video, and then I can feel the city that the person is living in. And so I was watching this one tarot reading, and I was like feeling their city. Like I could feel like, wow, I like the vibe where they're at. And I had to find out. Like I was like, I gotta know where this is. It's like something very specific. And I searched this lady up, and I see she lives in Chicago. And we were talking about this. And then I'm getting all these signs, like so many different like visions and signs of like moving to Chicago. So I don't know, like this has been coming up. We were talking about this, like, what do you guys think about Chicago? Like, something is definitely happening with that place. Like, I don't know if it's like a grid site. I loved, like, I was in Chicago for like a day, and I loved the vibe. The minute I landed, this was like a few years ago. You live in Chicago, P? Let's clear on the secret shower. Right. Because I was also like looking at Chicago, and then I was thinking like, but it's another big city. But then I keep getting signs from Spirit like about Chicago, and I'm starting to think like, what is going on? You know? But it was such a sign. It was like, for some reason, like as I'm watching this like person's reading, I'm literally seeing her in like what looks to be like some kind of, it almost looked like a Nova Scotia vibe, like some city with like this cathedrals, like medieval, maybe it's a past life energy, but it felt like Narnia. And I was like, what is that? And I was seeing like tall buildings and like snow. And then I go and I'm like, where does she freaking live? I see it's fucking Chicago. This is so interesting. So yeah, I mean, you never know, like. But then I'm like, I don't know anybody there, but maybe. Francesca, where? I have, Mystic Philosophy says, have you ever not lived in a city? So I pretty much have lived in a big city, like, forever. Except for, like, I've traveled, and I did some study abroad. Like, I was in Siena. I lived there for, like, 6 months. And it was getting very small. But, yeah, I was very happy to come back to the States because I really like the open-mindedness of the States. After being in Italy for some time, and I've mentioned this before as well, like I was in Hawaii for a bit. It was nice, but I've always lived in a big city, and I do like city life, but there is a side to it that's challenging, obviously. You know, I've lived in LA, grew up in LA, but yeah, isn't that an amazing sign? I felt like that to me was like so fucking clear. I've never really done that with another reader. Like one other person, I was like, wow, I really like her vibe, like where she lives. And then I searched it, and she was in like Bali or something. But no, this person, it was so specific. And I was thinking, oh my god, like I really wonder like what city that is. I would love to live there. And I was thinking it's probably a past life energy, or maybe it's like, I don't know. And then it was like, and it literally, if you were to think, that's what Chicago was like. Chicago is like tall buildings, a lot of snow. Maybe, yeah, Francesca, this is right. I'm starting to really think that Spirit may want me there. Let's clear. And I know that I had a really positive impression when I first arrived. You know? Let's clear. But I don't really know anyone there, but that's, you know, it's alright, I guess. Wait, really? Wait, P, that's so interesting. Okay, wait, can you tell me more? Because, okay, P lives in Chicago and says, I received major revelations about why I was in Chicago last summer. Because this summer, I had a week where I was like, I think I'm gonna move to Chicago. It was like a moment. I was like, okay, that's where I'm going. Like, aww. Michigan? This is 7 hours away? That's clear. For some reason, like, I just felt like it was my place. Like, I felt natural there. Whoa, 144 likes, 144 people in the room right there. Like, this was when I was, like, looking for colleges, and, like, we literally just spent a day in Chicago. We barely were there. And I remember we had, like, a deep dish pizza, but it was the vibe of the place, like, and we visited DC too, and I was like, nah. I was not feeling DC. Like, I was, like, so uninterested. We went on the college tour. Like, it feels like it's got, like, a heartbeat, you know? But I've never, like, been there really, like, for an extended period of time. So P says, it's a lot of info, but basically I delivered my most important messages after understanding why I was here. Oh, ... Been here since 2003. So, oh, let's clear it. So you've been there for a while? Like, what kind of experiences did you have there? Like, was it more like you felt confused? Like, I feel like I'm here for a reason kind of vibe, but, like, it's like you couldn't pin it. Yeah. Wow. You know, I'd be curious to see what the grid is running through Chicago. Like, I know they want me in DC for now, but I wonder, like... Wow. So a lot of you have had experiences in Chicago that have been, like, spiritual awakening. Languages of Light says, I had my awakening when I lived there. I'm assuming you mean Chicago. Let's clear it. Wow, Dance Walker Tarot says, now that you mention it, it was super random that I moved there and lived there for a year, lol. Never questioned it. Ooh, interesting. But it's like, what about Salem? Now I'm, like, thinking, like... Right, P, right. Yeah, right, exactly. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Like, I think Spirit they're having me here for a reason specifically, and P says, clear the portals and ley lines and soul fragments where you are now first, yeah. Like, I'm wondering how much longer this is gonna go, because I'm getting, like, barricaded in. Like... Oh, interesting, P. That's interesting. Says probably there's a big ley line to clear between DC and Chicago. That's what I'm feeling. Like, Spirit doesn't want me moving, and, like, because honestly, like, logically, I'm like, what am I doing in the city? I'm not into politics. I originally am here for my sister, and then she's gone. She's not here anymore. She graduated. She's gone out of here. done. And then I was like left here. I got no family here, and basically like, and then I was like meditating, and I did a tarot reading. This was right before like the whole lockdown, and I was like, spirit, like, should I move? I was about to move, and spirit guides came through. Hopi Indian tribe came through real strong, said don't move until April at least if you're thinking about moving. And that's exactly when lockdown hit, and then I was like, all right, I'm not moving. Let's clear it. So yeah, so yeah, there's something closing up, like, and but for some reason, like, there's something about Chicago, maybe. But maybe they just want me to be, like, aware of it. Yeah, please do, P. Are they on YouTube? YouTube videos? Oh, interesting. Wow. Okay, P says many of us, because this makes sense. Like, I can see how that would, yeah. Like, many of us had our most recent past life in the area we are now and need to clear that area in order for us to release us. Interesting. Let's clear it. Interesting. And when yeah, because I feel like this is a major past life spot. There's a major past life, yeah. All right. Well, you can email me the link. Wait, wow, wait, okay. Because, yeah, when I was asking, like, if I should move, it was specifically, and they don't always come through. Like, I actually rarely do readings on myself, but this was one time, like, I knew they wanted to talk to me. So I did this reading, and then they, like, made it very clear, like, don't move yet. You know? And they, like, acknowledged that they were the Hopi Indian tribe, so. But there is a whole history of that here. Like, yeah, it's correct. In DC. Tina, you're on the Earth's sacral chakra right now? Interesting, P. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I mean, if you have content. What about Florida? Because a psychic once told me about Florida. But I got like kind of like I have my Mars line running through Florida with my descendant. With my descendant. It's just kind of and it's exact. It's like, I don't know about that. I think I also though have Venus, my Venus line running through Florida. I remember. But like, I was never drawn to Florida. Like, I never had this feeling. But who knows? I mean, is it like Los Angeles? I think I'm gonna have to get a snack, guys. Let's snack it up. You know, like, cities have their own zodiac signs. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. I think DC is like a Libra Virgo or something like that. Hmm. People have told me about Seattle, too. Anybody here live in Salem? Massachusetts? Now that the Apple Store is creepy, we don't need an Apple Store. You guys remember when I was like really seriously thinking about Salem at one point? And then I was like, yeah, like, who knows? Like, maybe this will be it. And then I like searched for an Apple Store there, and like they didn't have an Apple Store. And I was like, I can't imagine being there. So surfing Maui, girl. 40 minutes from Salem, Boston. And how are you liking it? Right, Andre? Like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm still fantasizing about Salem. Like, I haven't forgotten. This is Persian food, guys. Rice with a stew. Fuzzies flying in the air. This is a stew. It's like a sour stew. It's pretty yummy. I'm just gonna get some of these herbs. So yeah, guys, I've been not having gluten, and I feel way better. I'm completely off of gluten again. Gluten, like, really impacts your vibration. I feel way better not having gluten. So, I need like a little. Wait, really? Surf Maui, girl? These people are screaming. You heard that? They're always like screaming. I don't know. Maybe because of the rain. I don't know. I know. People want attention.
Oh my god, really? Okay,
I'm serious. Like, I do still, like, that was a real vibe. The whole, like, Salem thing. It wasn't just, like,
what if, like... But I'm telling you, like, then I was
researching it, and, like, people were saying it's actually really haunted. And then I was, like, watching these videos about Salem. And it's, like, they were showing all of the landmarks. And it's, like... I don't know. It's, like, reminding of all of this, like, painful, treacherous experience. It's, like, I don't know. But what do you think? If you've been there. Clear around.
Clear around. Randy.
I literally imagine that. Just like, whoop, stop at each different cities.
Randy's trying to make
Making plans. Okay, someone needs to get the jet. Someone needs to fly it. So, go ahead, Randy. Go ahead, Randy. Set up the Excel doc.
Maybe I was just getting
freaked out, surfing out, girl.
Like, honestly, I
feel like it's such vibes.
It's probably such vibes. Oh no.
You guys feel like I would get bored of Salem? Because, like, honestly, for a period of time, I was, like, imagining myself, like, with a cat living in Salem. You know?
Like, living the life.
You know, as a Salemer.
And, like, I fully
imagined it. I was like, I could imagine that. Kelly.
Yeah. Literally. I even searched it. I was like, I wonder if they have bikes. But, like, honestly.
I even, like, no, I was looking at, like, pet adoption. Guys.
Oh my god.
No, really. I even emailed the lady. I was like, this is my first time, like, with a cat. You recommend, like, this kind of cat? Like...
But, like, yeah, no, I fully
imagined it. And I was, like, planning, like...
I was looking at
apartments, like... Let's clear it.
I was, like, thinking I'd
live in, like, a house or something. Get a few dogs for protection. Have a little, like, apothecary space. Get a cat. Ride my bike. Do live vlogs.
Cause like, listen, I mean, I love
Boston. I feel like, yeah. But you never know unless you visit.
But like, honestly, like, I have visited
a small town. Excuse me. I'm eating with my mouth open on the live chat. Okay. I visited a little town. I didn't change anything. Sorry, guys.
Let me do it again. Yeah, it's clear the energy
around. There was like less food in my mouth, but anyways, I've been to a small town called Worcester. Do you guys know Worcester? So yeah, it's like a little seaside town near Boston. It's actually like I think only 15 minutes away from Salem. My nose is running. Oh, give me a second. So this was like back like when I was in college. At the time, like I didn't know Salem was like right there. I was there with my sister. And yeah, we had like a blast. It was like a sleepy, like seaside town, but it was very interesting. We got this like little yogurt thing. Like it was an ice cream parlor. But they had all these like tea shops and like natural stuff. It was so cool. It was really, really cool. So I really liked that little spot. It had a vibe. I feel like I'd really like Salem. Who knows? But Salem is very different from like Chicago. So I don't know, like I just had a vision. Surfing Girl Maui says, you should check it out, Nat. Yeah. I really want to. I was actually going to. Like a few weeks ago. But then with all of these weird mandates and everything, I was like, oh my god. Like, can you imagine if I just, like, get stranded there? Like, freaking, like, if they start requiring, like, vaccinations to fly, it's like, what am I? I'm gonna walk barefoot back to DC. From Salem. You have to prepare for these such things. Because, like, I was even thinking of traveling to NYC for a little bit. And then I'm like, what the hell? They require vaccination to step inside of a restaurant. So what the hell am I going to do? Be in the hotel? Like, the whole ass time? It's, like, below freezing outside. Like, I'm supposed to be in a blizzard. Oh my god. Wait. Brandy? That's gold. Yo! Listen, because I don't drive. So, honestly, horseback it is, motherfucker. I'm taking the horseback to DC. Cheaper than an Uber. I swear. No, I'm like honestly trying to think, like, what if you go on vacation, like 1 week to Salem, and then you get like stuck? I'm serious, because like I don't drive, so
Maybe then like it would be meant to be
like I would have to stay like in
Salem and just be like
a straight up like witch in Salem. I'd have to like officially get a cat.
wow. So yeah, so Salem is
pretty liberal, right? Like, well, how do we say liberal? Because nowadays you never know. Okay, yeah. Like, are they like open-minded, you know, about these things? Like, Salem seems pretty like if you're into metaphysics, you're probably, yeah. I mean, the fact that most of the spiritual community, as I've seen it, is like not really too hot about the vaccine tells me something.
Wait, Kelly
and Andre, you guys are in New York?
Oh my god. Spilling. Well, DC just has the same thing going on now. So like I'm ready to part with the
notion of a restaurant, because
like this is true. You can't
even go into a restaurant. Like they're not gonna even let you in there.
Oh my god. I think the big cities are done,
guys. Like they're gonna start becoming manufactured places. Like, really? I mean, no, like, I mean, how can we live like that? No. As someone, no. And that's, I think, maybe, like, I think it's going to be obvious when it's time for me to move, like, given what I'm not willing to do, you know?
Like, what do I mean? Like,
right now, for example, like, if they ever require vaccination to go into a store, no way. They're not going to be doing that. That's crazy. Even now, I don't think they're really even enforcing this. But still, like, if it starts getting really, like, very, very, very label-y even in the big city, I think I'm going to just, like, be totally turned off. Because, like, I'm not going to New York like that. No.
Because at a certain point, I was
thinking of going to New York, get a broom, Bernadette. You guys are creative. Yeah.
So what
do you think, Andre?
What do you guys think? Kelly, you're thinking of moving,
right?
Like, is NYC becoming
creepy? Is Brooklyn the same?
Or is Brooklyn more like
lax with that? Like, is that where you like have you're more like chill?
Clear around. And I'm starting to think
that, like,
if this is how the big cities are thinking of rolling, then I'm gonna have to move at least to a city where, like,
people can be outdoors, you know?
interesting. Right, Florida. That leaves
Florida or the West Coast.
But who knows, you know?
Things are gonna start getting, like...
But like
I never was really drawn to Florida.
Let's go around. Or like a small city. Wait, so Surf and Malgrove, what about Salem? Like, is it, how is it with these such things, you know? Australia, wow. Wow. It's a mini Boston? Oh! Do you need, like, they're probably not that strict with all of these, like, requirements, right? You're right, like, I do light up when I think about Salem. I think I could really fit in there, you know? Like, I know that, but then the question is, like, should I go where I feel like, know that I could fit in? Or should I go somewhere where, because, like, every time I'm trying to leave DC, like, someone will pop up. Be it, like, an Uber driver, like, they'll just start talking about how DC is the best city, and, like, how, like, you know, everything blah blahs. Like, right while I'm talking about how I need to, like, leave the city, you know? And, like, or I'll start talking to someone else, like, right when I'm... Did I tell you guys this story? Ugh. Like, okay, I was watching Hocus Pocus with my sister. The Hocus Pocus reading. The Hocus Pocus reading. Hocus Pocus movie. And we were watching it, like, Halloween time. Then, all of a sudden, like, I was telling my sister, like, in the middle of the movie, like, hey, can you imagine, like, if I actually moved to Salem? Like, I can imagine that. And then a fire alarm goes off. A fire alarm goes off. The irony of that. And then I had to leave the building and go downstairs and pause the movie. And as I'm walking downstairs, it was like a Saturday night, like, everyone was, like, very drunk and, like, hazy and, like, and there was someone standing outside who owns a shop. This related to, like, something with DC. Anyways, all of a sudden, like, he starts, like, talking about how I need to stay in DC because DC doesn't have enough, like, of metaphysics stuff, and, like, how I need to, like, help DC with that and, like, help pioneer this in the city. And I'm like, what? This is right after, like, literally, my sister was, like, on the phone. Let's clear it. It was, like, right after. I was telling her, like, wow, what if I move to, like, Salem? Who knows? And he had that possessed look. Just like the other guy. Like, he was like, why are you thinking of leaving? And he was like trying to like lock eye contact, like, let's clear it. Like, I don't know. Really? Surfing? Okay. I'm just thinking about timing. What do you think about timing? You guys hear that out there? Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll just visit first, right? Surfing Valley Girl. Let's clear. Who knows? I'll like visit. I'll do like Uber horse on the way back. Yeah, right, BD? Like, it's like a possessed energy. Yeah, Andrea, right? Right. Like, I feel it's coming. I feel this move is like really coming very soon. But like you never know. I've been feeling like I'm moving out of DC for like a while now, but I feel it's really coming like very soon. Surfing, like, what do you think versus Chicago or Salem? Or anybody, if you have like a vibe on it. Yeah. Right now. There's some kind of connection with Salem and my sister. Hold on, let me text her. Let me tell her. She literally just called me right then. Like, I feel like I can honestly see myself fitting into like a place like that, you know? Yeah, she literally called me right then. Whoa, my nose going crazy right there. And I remember we were talking that night and the fire alarm was going off and everyone went out of the building. My sister was still on the phone because we were watching it, Hocus Pocus, via the computer. She was on the iPad and she was like, Nat, what's going on? What's going on? And this guy was like talking endlessly. Like blah 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 blah, like a possessed like weirdo. Let's clear love and light, but and it was let's clear it. He was like trying to hypnotize me to like stay in DC. Yeah, this is a vibe, in a way. You know, like of all times, you're trying to tell me that right while I'm talking to my sister about moving. It's like weird. So yeah, I mean, this is very interesting. Dawkins goals. Yeah. No, really. Oh God. And there was like another person there, and it was like the whole vibe was weird. It was weird. And let's clear it. Yeah. And then like we almost didn't get to finish the movie. So yeah, like honestly, maybe it's time to visit, you know? It doesn't harm. Logan says, I live in NYC. So how are you feeling with NYC, like, recently? I used to live there. But then it got, like, very, like, I don't know. Then, well, then I took a break, and then, yeah. I was researching, and, like, people were saying it's getting, like, kind of weird. So. But what is, like, your impression? I think, like, you'll never know until you visit, you know? Yeah. If you think New York is fake, then you probably wouldn't enjoy LA. Let's clear it, yeah. So, maybe this is, like... Miami? Right, search familiar. Oh, you left LA, Logan. LOL. So then where are you, like, are you thinking of moving? Or are you in the space of, like, I don't think I would move? Let's clear it. Sounds like you don't like the US, Logan. Have you considered moving out the US? Somewhere, like, really, like, exotic. Somewhere, like, really different. Interesting. But, you know, I was thinking, like, yeah, I was going to say Costa Rica, Francesca. Whoa. I was going to say that to Logan. Yeah, that might be a place for you. Whoa. That's weird. I was just going to say. True. Say, yeah. So, I've noticed, like, I want to be by the water. Not, like, necessarily beachy, but, like, near. I don't know if I want to be in the middle of the U.S. But, like, I mean, yeah, I guess you just never know, like, when you visit a place, like, how you vibe with it. Like, usually I'll feel it immediately if I arrive, like, certain cities, like, when I first arrived in Milan, oh no, the vibe was off. Rome, oh my god, vibe was off. Venice, Italy, vibe was off. Sicily, on. Amazing vibes. Yeah. It's like, I think you'll know, like, and it's different for everyone. So, I think I just have to, like, visit. I think it's a different world now, though, you know? So, like, if I were to imagine, like, my reasons for being in a big city today, it's different. Like, but it may be different for you, Callie. Like, it may be different for you, California. Says, that's disappointing. I've always wanted to visit Venice. That was me personally, you know? And also, I don't know. I felt like it was very, like, commercialized, like, manufactured Disneyland vibe. So, but honestly, it might be your place, you know? Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, like my reasons for being in the big city or a big city are different. I think like things have changed so much, you know. Especially like ever since I started getting more into bike riding, like that was, like I was like, why would I go to the gym? And why would I put myself through that and like be in the gym and like the creepy vibes and like all of that, you know? So I progressively like more and more wanted to be like in a more natural setting. But obviously there's winters, you know? I have to think about this, yeah, meditate on it. But a lot of like what you would want in a big city is like becoming obsolete. Like half of the things that I used to do, I'm not doing anymore. I feel like you have a lot of Sagittarius, Logan. I feel like, yeah. Have you ever considered maybe like starting some sort of even like show or like a talk show or like where you're talking and like, how do you say, like traveling kind of, or like giving your opinion, you know? But like interactive. Not like reading off what someone is telling you as a script, but like kind of impromptu or like, how do you say, you know what I mean? Yeah, kind of like, how do you say, you know what I'm talking about. Like, not stand up, what's the name? Improv, thank you. Yeah, improv, right. But like something where you're improvising, you know? Like the Logan experience. Yeah. Maybe even like with YouTube. Like a vlog, yeah. I feel like you have a lot of Sagittarius. Like Jupiter energy. 9th house energy. That's fair. But you guys, like, I can totally imagine doing, like, some sort of even, like, TV show or something in, like, Salem. Can you imagine? Because there was something about those vibes. You guys remember, like, October? There was something so magical about that. I gotta go back to those readings because I think something came through, like, about that vibe and about, like, that vision or even, like, the vibes at that time. I think Spirit said, like, this will manifest, but down the line. That rhymes. I think it was maybe even a Sag reading. Let's clear it. Can you guys imagine, like, literally, if it was like a show? Can you guys imagine falling in love in Salem? There's a little, like, love story that develops. I can imagine that, guys. This literally was a video. This was a reading. From DC to Salem. And it, like, tells my life about being in this, like, weird city. Do you guys remember, like, there was a whole vibe that came through in one of the readings about specifically something like this, where, like, two people were sitting on, like, a bench. Yeah, BD, right? Interesting. Right. And yeah, and I remember it was something like that. And I remember thinking, like, because the reading was like, you got a great idea, but it's like not yet. And I remember thinking, really? Like, I really want to do it now. So, yeah, who knows? But, like, I mean, I can't film a TV show on my own, you know? Like, I actually, like, offered my sister to, like, move to Salem together. I was like, you want to do it? Like, we can, like, live. I think she considered it. But she's, like, doing her, you know, she's doing her tour for her band. Yeah, maybe now is now. True. Right. Maybe now is now. I think it's coming up. It's coming up real soon. Like, I'm thinking, like, with episodes. Can you guys imagine? Well, okay, the interesting thing is, like, my birth chart with my birth chart alignment with Salem is, like, fucking crazy. Yeah, I feel that, Kelly. My birth chart synastry with Salem is crazy. It's like, you guys remember that? And I remember looking at the chart being like, damn, well, that sounds a lot more pleasant than my birth chart synastry with DC, with Washington, DC, where there's all this Chiron, Saturn, you know, situation. I think I had, like, the sun, Pluto with, like, something, my rising, Jupiter, like, beautiful energies. And I think it was even, like, Pluto at 29 was in the composite or something. Wow, interesting, BD. Wow. Like, I can imagine that, really. Like, I had a whole vision, like, but then I was like, but I never, like, yeah. How could I direct, like, some sort of, yeah, I don't know. But, like, I feel like that'd be so cool. Like, Lightworker, lost in the labyrinth of reptilian DC. Moves to Salem. Like, be kind of cool. Like, explaining all my weird ass quirky experiences in DC with all these reptilians, and then like fucking finally, you know, moving, like, I feel like, yeah, Kelly, it might be, definitely. Like, and it's weird. Because, you guys are, aw, you guys like the idea? Aw. Because I was, like, thinking, like, I mean, even that movie Hocus Pocus, like, it's so inspiring. Like, I wish there was a TV show like that, you know? But, like, real life, like, it would be kind of cool. But, like, where she, like, falls in love and, like, all this. But, like, because, I mean, it's for real. It's, like, I feel like I'm getting, like, pushed out of DC because everyone is, like, a zombie. And, like, I have no, like, friends and, like, no situation, you know? And then imagine, like, wow. Whoa. And then it's like, dun, 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 and then she goes to, like, Salem. Ooh. Wow. Yeah. Ooh, let's clear it. Seriously, guys. Wow. See, okay, Olavi, like, and that's something I was also thinking.
But then, yeah, I don't know. Because, okay, like, I've heard that, like, Salem, they literally put this on the TripAdvisor notice, like, please, like, don't approach the witches and the wizards. This is truly their lifestyle. Like, don't take pictures of them. Like, you will find, like, real, like, wizards and witches, like, walking around the city of Salem when you visit. And, like, it's a whole thing. You know? It's like, they live like this. They live with the moon cycle. Like, this sounds, like, amazing, you know? But I know, like, I think this is manifesting. Like, and it's gonna have to be, like, a perfect alignment. Because, yeah. It's gonna, yeah. But you guys remember that reading? It was, like, someone sitting next to somebody on a bench in Salem. And, like, someone was teaching them about something or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, like Halloween 24/7. Right. Yes. And, like, I feel like that's something that's just, it comes, like, naturally, that vibe. And I look, like, kind of, I feel like, listen, when I'm walking in DC, I feel people think I'm weird. You know? But I think that in Salem it would be more, like, I don't know. But I wonder, like, what the lifestyle is like, you know? In Salem, like, if they truly are, like, if it's a pagan village, you know? That's clear. Like, I love Halloween. There's some kind of vibe. Edison is, like, getting annoyed. Now I see why you, like, haven't moved yet. Maybe you need a compass. Yeah, it's yeah, partly my Mars and Gemini. But yeah, I think I'm gonna, like, take a weekend. I'll visit. Maybe I'll vlog it. What if, like, guys, like, yeah. What if it was, like, a whole vibe and then you were like, whoa. And then you all, like, wanted to move to Salem. Oh my god. Right, Bernadette? Yeah, that's a thing. Like, you know, it'd be interesting if there was something of, like, a TV show that mixes with, like, tarot or something. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to stop doing, like, that. I mean, when I was younger, like, my parents were thinking of, like, putting me, like, maybe in a movie or something. But they didn't want me to, like, from a young age, like, get involved with that industry. And so they didn't. And, like, for the longest time, like, I felt like, okay, listen, I mean, I'm a Pisces sun, you know, my my rising, my Jupiter is in Leo, Sun in the 5th/4th, Venus in the 5th, Mercury in the 5th/6th. Like, I mean, if I were to think of it, like, okay, but I'm not attracted to acting. I don't like acting. So, but I feel like, in a way, like, channeling, you take the energies and you are the messenger of them. Like, you know? It's like if let's say the spirit guide is telling you, like, this is what's going on, you have to relay the energy. So in a way, I mean, it's not acting, but it's it's the expression. So in a way, it's like I'm thinking like, what if there was some mix, you know, between like something real, not like programmed, like not programmed like some kind of like I cannot imagine being in a movie like that I did not write the script of, you know. I can't imagine that. I feel like, oh no, no. Like, can you imagine the politics of that? And like, you basically are someone's like bitch a little bit, love and light. Like, we want you to do this, like this. It's like, oh god. And then that's like recorded forever, and it's like under not your name. I mean, honestly, that can be someone's dream, but personally, that's not for me. So, but I love film. I love, yeah. Um, But like I'm just thinking, like, what if it was something like that, but still doing like even something educational, you know? And like honestly, like I mean, I love film, but I've stopped watching movies because there's a whole vibe. Like it's not even just like recently I've become so sensitive to energy, like when I'm watching a movie I can feel like how the whole dynamic is, even like with the director and like the actors, and like how they all feel on set. It's like you just feel the vibe. It's like, why am I watching someone else live their life? Like it feels passive now, which I mean is unfortunate because I used to love movies, you know. Most movies I feel is like stagnant, so I don't know, like, but I love movies. I'm a sun sign Pisces. Yeah. But I feel like, who knows? Like, maybe if I was there, maybe I'd, like, bump into someone. You never know. Yeah, classic movies. Oh, really? You too, Super Mario? Yeah, it's like, I just haven't been... I'm pretty, like... Yeah, careful with what I'm consuming these days. So... Like, sometimes I'll even just, like, start a movie and then I just don't finish it because it's just... It's like, what is this doing for you, you know? Unless it's inspiring you. I think a lot of people are feeling that way. Let's clear up. But, you know, sometimes it's really nice. Like, I really enjoyed Hocus Pocus. That was really fun. Documentary, interesting. Like, maybe something kind of like the live chats, you know? But, like, we'll see. But do you guys like any particular shows or movies? Oh, God. Holly Lex. I can imagine. Like, can you imagine that? Like, all the ego. Oh, let's clear it. Like, oh, God, no. I wouldn't be able to do it. I just know it. I wouldn't. No, no, man. Like... And then you have to, like, detach yourself from the drama and, like, somehow still present, and, like, that's gonna be recorded, and, like, I don't know. But basically, when you're watching a movie, it's kind of like you're consuming someone's vision in a way. It's kind of like that. Kind of. And so I've started to become more aware of, like, okay, what's happening here right now? You know? Maybe it's because I'm more into, like, tarot now as well. Like, tarot is like a real life movie. Like, we don't have time to, like, watch a fucking movie. You know? Yeah, BD, right. That's why I'm thinking, like, but then I still like that element of, like, film, you know? But, like, it's gotta be something inspiring. But then real. Like, I don't want to stop tarot. I don't want to stop energy work and astrology. But then I also want to do the tarot deck. Oh man, I got a lot of like, yeah. But we're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait. Mercury's still in retro, like Beatty mentioned. Really, Edison? Yeah, this is definitely like, I have to be careful with the guides. Like, I have to understand what they want me to do because like, you know what I mean? Like, there have been so many, like, ideas. Like, I can do that technically, I can do this, but, like, it's gotta be, like, right, and it's gotta be the right time, and, like, you know, like, I already channeled some of the deck, but then it's, like, there are different versions of it, so I have to, like, meditate on this, you know, a bit, and see, the deck I'm very excited about, and I feel that it's different, you know, and I think it's important because I love tarot, but I also feel that it can really be very, very like unhelpful sometimes. And so I want to bring it back to center focus, especially when it comes to astrology, like merging astrology with tarot. But I'm just thinking like if I should make an actual deck or if I should, I don't know. I don't know. And I think it's like when you don't know, it's just like, okay, it's not time, you know? Like, I got a major download related to that a few months ago, and I went really close. Like, I was talking to a few publishers, and then I felt guided to take a pause, and then the retrograde started. So, I know that Spirit wants me to do that. It was very, very obvious. But maybe I need to go through a few cycles myself, and then, you know. I have one deck that has illustrations that I already designed it. This was like a few years ago. It was right when I started first doing the tarot readings. I designed like a whole little deck with these channeled illustrations, but then I didn't really do much with that. I really, really like that deck. I don't know where even it is. Oh, I definitely have photos of it. I can do it again, but yeah, but like I never really did anything with it because I mean, I can like design it, but I need to know there's something more that Spirit wants me to do with that. And because there's a few things, yeah. Like there's a lot of different things, but I have to synthesize it and understand what is the best step, like given the collective as well, like where we're at as a collective, maybe like maybe the audience isn't ready so called yet. I don't know what that is about, but they definitely like gave me another download, which took me back to something that I was even kind of thinking of a few years ago. Actually, right around the time I first started, I was making like a pendulum board, but it was like a mix of different mediums, and I got really close to that, and then I again same thing, like Spirit Light, it was like a pause. So I feel like it's all gonna come together. Like there's something happening in stages. Let's clear. It's kind of like a channeling device, the board. But yeah, so we'll see. Like I have to kind of meditate and well, I'm just gonna go with the flow. But for myself, like that whole personally, And that's how I came back around to the idea. Was through my recent experiences, and then I really wanted to like have this new way to work with the energy. Let's clear it. So yeah, and then I did a little part of it, but then I didn't do it fully. So yeah, it's gonna happen when it needs to happen. We'll see. Wow, really? Wow. Right? Right. It's the Gemini. The Gemini has so many ideas. Interesting. Yeah. Like, yeah, I'm usually pretty, like, intense. Like, if I decide on it, I'm gonna do it. But then, like, when it's time to slow the wheels down with the project, then it just slows down. Like, and sometimes that's just what happens. So I just have to go with the flow. Like, I can't push it. I started to, like, really want to, like, do it and just, like, do it. And it's, like, then spirit just pulls the plug, you know, kind of. And you just have to, like, listen. You know, it's just not time yet, but it's all good. It's a reason for everything. Crystal ball readings? No, I've never considered that. Like scrying? Something like that? The journal. Oh, that's another thing I want, yes, to do. Oh my god. I'm very backlogged with these visions right now. But it's like all meant to be, like, spirit, I think, doesn't want me thinking about this until Mercury goes clear. So I'm just, like, gonna listen to that, you know? But that's, like, something extremely important. I really want to create the journal. And, but I'm wondering, like, when I was thinking of doing the tarot, I was thinking of doing, let's clear it, both at the same time, the journal and the tarot deck. But then I was like, oh man, like, how am I gonna do it all at once? And then I didn't want to, like, rush. And then it was like Mercury was going to retro. So but then I'm like, well, if I were to create this journal, am I contributing to, like, this consumerism, you know, where people are, like, using paper and, like, purchasing things and, like, shipping them, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. This is where I really have to think about it. Like, you know what I mean? Right, like it could be like a digital version. Yeah. I really want to I want to create an app. That's what I fucking want to do. But the goddamn issue is that it's, like, too complicated. And, like, I don't know how to code technically. So, but I really think an app is the way to go. Maybe it's about partnering up with someone who already has something similar. Because I just don't know about, like, shipping product and, like, you know what I mean? I really wanted to create something for the iWatch, but then I'm like, but not everybody has an iWatch. So what is, like, a simple way for everyone to be able to sort of partake in this, you know? not so much Gabriel, like more like commercial in the sense of like contributing to this environmental like hazardous situation we have going on where we're shipping a bunch of stuff, and like I don't know if that's what I want to promote, right? Like, and like honestly, like I have journals, like I have to keep up with journals, like physical journals, and then I forget about it. And like, what is going on out there? Hope everything's all right. So I'm sure it's all good. Living light. But yeah, like, and then you're like dependent on the production and like all of this. So I'm kind of thinking like, what is a simple way to do this that is also easier? Like, honestly, because again, like I have journals, and like I've bought journals and I've made my own journals, and it's like kind of sometimes a mess because I forget, and then I have a whole week that I forgot to check my journal, and like but we're always on technology. So personally, I would love to have an app or a website. I would love to have some kind of technology, but that takes resources. It takes, people knowing what they're doing. Let's clear it. Yeah, I totally agree. Conversions of light. Like, I like the physical journal because I've also had online calendars that I just forgot about. So I don't know if this is sounding more like a a Pisces Sun, Mars and Gemini, Moon and Sag issue, but maybe Thomas Edison here does not have such a such complications. But Spotify for tarot? Wait, wow, that sounds so cool. What do you mean? Like a podcast? Because then I'm thinking like, like what? Because that was my thinking with the members section, is that then I would be like a live interactive like calendar. But then it's like, whoa, I can't be doing that. It's every day, like it's a lot. Like a podcast, yeah. Alwyn. Apple Store in Lynn, Mass, near Salem. You're really rooting for Salem, right? I'm very like, it's not that far. It's like a train ride over, right? You just take like not the trolley, but the T. It's like 15-20 minutes to like Apple Store in Boston. Boylston. Oh my god, what memories. But yeah, like, see, like, something like that. Like, honestly, like, kind of like a weather show. You know? Yeah, I'm not sure what to think about that. Because, like, honestly, like, honestly, when I created my journals, that was, like, something that just, like, saved my ass. Well, back in the day, like 2 years ago was it, when we had all of those retrogrades, like, honestly, my journal was the thing getting me through the day. In a way. And I had a totally, like, organized journal, and it was really, really helpful. So, like, I just spent one period of time hashing the whole journal out, and then I was working with that. And it was a physical journal. So, part of me does feel like, darn it, maybe I should just do it and just like make it like a physical thing, and that way like it's a physical thing and you have it, because maybe in some ways like technology gets lost, it gets lost in the shuffle, maybe. But yeah, I don't know. Right now I'm going to create a physical journal for myself just so that I can get the transits in advance because I've been very behind with that and I need to do that. So, yeah. And then we'll see. And maybe I'll end up like, you know, maybe like making some copies. Right, conversions of light. Wait, why is everyone saying that? Okay, Almighty Guidance says on YouTube you're not able to listen. On Spotify I can listen to you and scroll. Interesting. Oh, I got you. Okay, that's why people are saying, can you do a podcast? Somebody said, can you do a podcast so that I can listen to you at work? And I was like, huh? I mean, you can listen to me at work while you're watching YouTube, no? Like, you just turn the screen off, you know? Or, like, what would be the difference? But I guess it's because you just, you know, maybe you just can't, like, it's the ads or something. Or you can't jump between apps. Right, like, maybe I'll have the journal, the physical journal, and then I'll have the abstract, like, maybe then I can supplement it, like, we can follow along in the journal, for example, when we're doing, like, the live podcast. Maybe something like that. Because originally, I was thinking of making a program for energetic balance and alignment with the elements. Can you believe I was thinking of starting a program where everyone would sign up and, like, we would be meeting and, like, having workshops online? Like, oh my god, that would be so much work. But maybe if we organize it and we have the structure of a journal, then we can organize it. Spotify is okay at work because you can have your phone off. But then I was, like, confused because what, like, how does the video affect whether or not you can watch it you can listen at work? Like, maybe, like, a morning podcast, but I don't know. Okay, this is absolute, like, for sure, I personally, for myself, I want, like, something drawn out. Something that tells me the macro. So, yeah, even if I'm doing, like, let's say, like how we're on the members. Like, we're on members doing, like, the videos here and there, you know? Like, even if I'm coming on, and I really like the idea of coming on, and that's why I started 48 hours in real time, because it's so cool. Like, I can come on and we can talk about it right in the moment. But I feel like we need a broader structure as, like, the base, and then we can build off of that with the specifics. Like, for example, if we have the macro idea of what's going on in astrology, rather than explaining it in every video, because also then there's overlap between 48 hours, real time, members, and it's like I'm just talking the whole way. So if there was, like, a document you guys had, and then I can build off of that by supplementing, maybe, I don't know, let's clear it. Maybe, like, kind of like a radio program, possibly. Right. Because, like, I know I want that for myself regardless. Like, that shit helped me so much. Like,
It's like, otherwise you don't know the homework. You don't know what's going on in class. You're just waking up on Earth school. Like, we don't know what's going on. Drool at the side of the mouth. Mercury what? Retrograde what? Ending when? Like, I don't like that personally for myself. I don't want to be feeling random like that. So the only thing that helps me with that is a journal that I have to create for myself. And I have a way of doing it where it's just very visual. So maybe I got to do that. Astrolotta? What about? Would you guys want, like, something physical? Like, maybe be kind of cool, you know? Maybe I could even make, I don't know, like a journal that's intentional with the cards. Yes. As like a program with the cards. Because that's the whole point, is that the cards should be a guide for you when it comes to what you're experiencing astrologically. So maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the key. Because that's the whole point anyways. Is that I don't want to just read randomly. I want to read with the structure of the astrology. So then that also holds you to it. Mm-hmm. What's going on out there? Let me check something. Oh, really? That's exactly right, Shelley. Because I realize, and I know this is related to my yod, I realize that I'm not, like, because that's the thing, like, I can make a tarot deck, but then I'm like, it's not just gonna be, it can't just be a tarot deck. There's something else, there's another purpose that spirit wants me to incorporate. And, like, I got the vision, but it's about the presentation, but then it's also, like, I have to refine it, because I'm not sure how... Yeah. So it's just on hold. Because I feel like I need to change the way that tarot is, like, kind of working right now. Because honestly, like, I have found tarot to be either extremely detrimental or very helpful. So, and it's through my own experience with tarot that I have wanted to have a different adoption of the system of tarot, you know, to work with it in a different way, because you can really end up, you know, losing what you're doing with that and not knowing really where you're going with those energies. So, and I want to work more with the energy rather than the archetypes, because I feel like sometimes it's not appropriate. Like, why are we talking about for example, the queen? Who is the queen? Why are we talking about pentacles? What are pentacles?
You know what I'm saying? We have to bring it back to us, and it's about your energy. So for me personally, it's about energy. And sometimes the whole like facade of the tarot and the illustrations, in a way at least, can get very distracting. And then we start to create images around people, which is not healthy as well, right? Like Queen of Wands. Like we start thinking of the Queen of Wands. Well, who the Queen of Wands is nobody. It's energy. So it's kind of like we have to look back into ourselves with that. And I feel like I want to create a system because I'm having trouble as well finding a tarot deck that really allows me to explore that with myself without a bias. And so, because I think part of what makes tarot, like, for some people scary or whatever, is that it's like associating with things or people that are not related to the self. It's like what's outside of you in a way. Can be. I mean, the major arcana obviously talks of other things, but it has to be stripped down to you. So, yeah. Yeah. And there should never be like a negative feeling from a tarot reading. There should never be like a moment where it's like you're hating someone or disliking someone, or you know what I'm saying? Like that's not healthy. And that's not a good energy for people to associate tarot as something where they're either like working with something outside of themselves. Like it should take you back into yourself. So this is something that I've been working with personally for myself. Yeah. And then it's like, because it's about like, it's always you in reflection. And I think that comes back to your astrology. Like even if you're dealing with the King of Pentacles, you're dealing with the reflection of that energy with yourself. So I think in some ways, like tarot can be detrimental to some people, and maybe if they don't feel comfortable, doing tarot, getting into tarot, there's a reason for that. And like, okay, like unless you're really going to be very like open-minded with how you're looking at the tarot reading, and I think that it must include astrology, it can have a detrimental impact. So personally, I want to kind of bring another side to that story when it comes to tarot. Like people should be able to look at it as something that is like self-reflective. But when we have these symbols and ideologies that are like relating to people as concrete people or concrete things, then we start to associate and like take the energy that's within us and then put it into someone else and like expect someone to do something or expect something to happen. And it's like, it's not about that. It's about your energy and your flow. And like, are you in the flow? Are you in the flow state? Are your energies aligned, or are they kind of not? And like part of it is like a perpetuation cycle. When you're putting your energy into expecting someone else to manifest something, then it's like it's not the cycle. So I think a lot of that is like the way that the energy is represented in the tarot as these like archaic symbols. Let's clear it. Like there's no reason why we should be associating like the magician as somebody who has like not a good interest in us. It may be, of course, that energy may be represented there, but it's really not about that. And like you can, strip it down obviously and say, okay, well that person is acting like that, but that's representing something with myself ultimately. So why not just strip it down and bring it to that exact conversation rather than going through all of this drama, which in the first place is not really even the point. So like this I think starts with obviously the tarot deck and your reason for reading tarot, and it should always bring you back to you. It should always remind you that it's about you, and it should never be you, feeling anger or upset at somebody else. Let's clear it. And yeah, so that's why I got into tarot, because I was really passionate about astrology. So there is an overlap between tarot and astrology. Let's clear it. And that's where the system is like, I mean, we cannot say that like it's the tarot's problem or the tarot's fault, but it's just something that needs to evolve. Like it's time for us to evolve out of this. Like we should not really be reading anymore about like the King of Pentacles and like, the Queen of Wands. Like this is not really the point anymore. Like it's time to ascend out of that like primordial thinking. It's like we're not in the ancient days.
We're not here to like lust after a King of Pentacles energy as well. I'm gonna be honest. You know? Even if that's somebody or something that is embodying a really wonderful frequency, like it should still come back to you, where you are in balance and flow with that energy, and then what manifests in 3D of that is whatever, and is wonderful. Let's clear it. Yes, exactly, BD. Like every card should represent you, right? Like, So this is something that like I was really, you know, but I want to kind of do it in a way where it can really be clearly representing the energy, and also in a way where then, you know, if you pull a certain card or whatnot, you wouldn't have like a negative association with yourself as well. So that's something that I was like kind of thinking about. But yeah, I feel like I'm getting closer to the idea. Exactly. It's the energy you're taking on, right? Yeah, right. Which is not like arbitrary. So right. Like it should always give you the tools, you know, to understand what's going on with you, because it is always with you. Because sometimes the tarot reading can leave you kind of feeling like, oh, okay, so this sucks, you know, which is not appropriate. Like, why should we feel like that? That's not the point of tarot. And like some readers, unfortunately, like, some readings can, you know, kind of, especially if it's not channeled. That's why I don't really believe in like, okay, Two of Pentacles means this or means that. It's like, then it's like saying like you're kind of dumb and you're not doing anything in your life. It's like to create your reality. So like it should be empowering. It should empower you as a creator, and it should remind you how you create and what is being created in your life right now by you. Not like, oh, you clapped your hands and then there was the echo. Why are we like focusing on like defining the point that there's an echo? Let's go back to like, you clapped your hands and like, yeah, and you clapped that hard and that loud, and you know, this is where you were standing. I think we need to just flip the perspective a little bit. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Right. Right, Mimi. Because it can get very like depressing and obsessive for people when they're looking at tarot as like a way to like move in a way like outside of themselves. That's the danger, you know? And it's like when you're using it for like a specific answer or for a specific like, you know, I mean, it should always be an active exercise with yourself. So this is something that I'm really thinking about, but I want to be careful about how I do it. And like, yeah, I was even thinking of like not even doing cards, but like something else that would be more like integrative, because also like, why are we picking only some cards? Like, why in a tarot reading would a reader ever pick just like one or two cards? All energies are completely relevant in the outcome of a situation. So in a way, it's like personally, like, it's, yeah, I have to think about how to do this maybe. But in terms of astrology, let's clear it. Let's clear it around. Yeah, like there's no perfect like outcome. You know, what's best for one is really not best for another. Maybe everybody has their own experience. So right. Like, yeah. So we'll see. But I'm like very picky because I want to make sure that it's all right, you know? Like the actual deck itself, if it's a deck, I don't know. I have to see, I have to meditate a bit more and
because if we were to create some sort of even like way of I mean, if we really wanted to measure energy, we would probably be using something like copper. Not like cards, but like conductors of energy. But that's something else. I was thinking maybe of creating some sort of, yeah, we'll see. This is what I'm saying, like, Spirit gave me the download of all these ideas, but then it's like, not yet. So I'm just here, like, waiting for Mercury to clear. And whatever else it's meant to be. Yes, that can really happen, Holly Lux. Like, it becomes, like, not about you, like, you're in some Matrix reality. It's like, it's not, it's always about you. And it's never about this person and what's going on with them, and, like, I'm gonna get a tarot reading on this person, and, like, you know, it's like, that's when it's, like, you can do that, but it's, like, not necessarily gonna empower you in moving in your flow state, especially if you're reading it as, like, a tarot reading. It really depends on your perspective. So, possibly. But yeah, like, it's gotta be something, like, conclusive. You know? Like, an honest moment with yourself. Right? Like, where you're checking in with yourself. That's kind of why, like, I did enjoy the Wild Unknown more, because it was more like of an abstract deck, and there were the animals, you know? So, but even still, I as a reader and as a person, I'm craving more of something else, like when it comes to being able to tap into my energies with a certain medium. So yeah, BD. Right. What's going on out there? 111. Yeah, I saw that as well. So let's clear. Yeah. I feel like there's something from a past life that, like, maybe I even, like, devised that I left unfinished. And, like, I'm supposed to pick up on that or something. I know that there's something like this. It's what I was working on a few years ago with the board. But I have to think, like, how... Yeah, you guys, I really feel like, I don't know. I think, yeah, Because the more and more I think about it, it's like, why are we using the cards? That's like saying, literally, like, if you go to the doctor and they're not even, like, checking your whole body. Like, let's say you have a symptom and let's say your eye is itching. How do we say? Let's say that... Let's say that... I don't know how to describe this, but it's like treating symptoms. It's like, yeah, because we have to look at the whole picture. We have to look at the whole being. We have to look at the whole conversation. And it really connects to astrology, because that's you, and that's your whole conversation. So I think it's ultimately relating to, when it comes down to it, flow of energy and knowing when something is encouraging you to move forward or when it is polarizing you. So, and recently I've been thinking about how that really comes down to the North Node and the South Node energies. So I'm thinking of creating some sort of polarity matrix space where we can test that and you can know, am I on the right path? Is this karmic? Because it's not like we don't want to identify what's not, you know what I'm saying? Like, is something South Node or is it North Node? And if what's this testing? Because it's not enough to say Herman is a bitch. Well, love and light. Okay? Like, what a bitchy boyfriend, love and light. Let's clear it. I don't know. I'm hearing that. It's not about that. And we have to take it a step further and say what's happening astrologically. Right now, I think most people are not doing that guessing work, and they're ending it at, yeah, what a jerk. He's such a jerk. But the question should be, like, why is he invited into our reality to begin with? And what's the lesson here for me so that I can really clear him out of my aura and clear the energy? So, you know what I mean? So, we have to look at the whole. We can't treat it as just the parts. And it's truly like kind of meaningless to read on one thing, which is why I always hated doing the personal readings. Like, if somebody comes and says, can you read on my boyfriend, Max? It's like, who the fuck is Max? This is about you and your life. You know what I mean? And like, ugh, that's why. I'm now realizing that's why I don't like doing the privates. Because it's taking it out of context. This is for them in general. And so it has to be something that holds a broader conversation. Otherwise, it's just like chipmunk energy. You know? Like, nom 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 nom. He loves you. Nom 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 nom. He hates you. Nom 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 nom. Third party. Nom nom nom. You know, like, you're gonna be lonely. Like, this is irrelevant. That's like Matrix. So I think it's got to go back to the basics of you. And everyone is unique. And that's why it's like, how can we create this like uniplanar system? Yeah. We're all having this moment of honesty. We're all in the sleepover vibes. Right? Like, I mean, you can read on the energy. You can sure as hell read on that. But like, honestly, it's time to look at the synastry between you two. And like, when you're doing a reading, all it's doing is basically on, let's say you and a person, it's reading like you and how do we say, their propensity and what they're choosing. But it's not really about that. It's about you and the synastry. Yeah. Well, how do we say this? Like it's kind of like, I think astrology is more important because it brings the conversation like forward in a more comprehensive way, and then you're like understanding like, okay, why is he banging my head against the wall? Like, God forbid, but like metaphorically. And then you can like understand better what the hell you need to do. You know, like if Max is fucking bringing his Neptune at 29 degrees to like your sun, shit's gonna get weird and you're gonna feel strange for probably the whole relationship unless you both are really in check with that energy. So, you know, tarot can be like helpful, but it should be very particular. Like, you don't want to be, you know, like anything, yeah, how do we say? Like, it's the content, it's the application, right? That's fair. Like, right. And honestly, for myself, like, so much of the lessons learned from relationships, it's not because, like, tarot told me that Marcus was a jerk and, like, Marcus wasn't worth my damn time. I mean, it's true. It can be true. But like the lesson is more understanding like, well, why is Marcus in my life to begin with, and what is he representing to me, like in terms of my birth chart? Because he's triggering something in my chart. It's like you want to know where the infection is coming from. Otherwise, it's like it may happen again. You know, it's like otherwise you're just treating the symptoms. So yeah, this is something I think really important, and like I've been looking at all these like tarot readings and like all these people who are like, I'm not into tarot anymore, I'm going crazy like because of this and that, and it's like it can happen, you know. Absolutely, that's what's up. Because for myself, like I never liked the readings that were like, okay, he's returning. It's like, what are you supposed to do? Get ready. All right, I'll get my shaver out. Oh, he is returning. He. Like, ha ha ha. Like, who is he? Okay, who are the King of Pentacles? Let me get my King of Pentacles jammies on and my King of Pentacles jammies off. Okay, sleeping in King of Pentacles jammies all day, waiting for King of Pentacles. Okay. And then let me get my King of Pentacles suit and tie tailored, so I'm like really like ready publicly for fucking King of Pentacles dude to show up. Let's go. I was like, it's not about that. And if it is, then it's like that's not life. We can't be like living like that, and that's not empowering. Because then okay, then he returns, and then it's like you're all like lusty over him because of what now? Because he returned? Oh, that's very impressive. Right? So it's more like you being in your flow state and then you're attracting what does resonate with you. But tarot can be really helpful in reflecting if it's used, like Austin's saying, in the right way of saying, well, there's an astrological context here, you know? And like you're responsible also for like what's going on. Even if Marcus is a jerk, I mean, by golly, he can be one. But does that really mean anything in the context of you and your life? Like it should never become like your source of frustration or your source of passion. That's why I don't like the outcome kind of readings, even though sometimes, you know, obviously messages come through and energies come through, but because the energy builds over time. So it's like, well, it's like this is the energy building, you know, but in the sense, sometimes it can be helpful, of course, but it's more helpful, and I feel like people could really make the most out of it if they could apply it with astrology. And like for some reason, like there is a very particular like type of conversation I think that needs to be had. So yeah, with actual energy, because people can be into tarot but they're not into energy, and this is what's amazing, right? Like, yeah. And it's related to the chakras. And it's related to the body, and it should be King of Pentacles should not be King of Pentacles. It should be, how do we even say, the King of Wands should not be the King of Wands. It should be you're related to your body. It should be related to your yang body, not some dude. I'm sorry, but like, oh, can we get clear on that? Love and light. Do you know what I'm saying, guys? Then it's like you're projecting someone or something within a certain space that is like not even you, right? Like, for example, why is someone arriving into your life? I mean, again, it can be true, but why are we looking at it as that? Why are we not looking at it as like you within your life? Who are you? How are you feeling? Right? Because let's think about it. Like the people we meet, right, that usually flow with us, we're usually meeting them when we're in the flow state. King of bodies. Oh my god. So, right? Because if we really were to like take it a step further, like there is such a thing as medical astrology. There is such a thing as like, you know, the physical body. And it's true that maybe somebody can embody a certain archetype. Like, usually I come through as the High Priestess, or let's say I come through as the Queen of Wands, or let's say I come through as the Empress, or let's say I come through as the Magician, or let's say I come through, like, you know, yeah. I mean, but I think it should be more associated, not as, like, who you are, you know? in like a societal context, but like as your energy. So let's say if you pull the king of what is considered the king of wands, that should be more reflective of like what's going on with you and your actual physical body, your fire energy, your chi. You see what I'm saying? Like, we should be talking about the chi before we're talking about, you know, some dude who is like not really, you know, who's like cheating, love and light. No, but yeah. See what I'm saying? Why put the spotlight on the reptilian frequency instead of you in the flow space with that energy? Because if you are attracting the shadow king of wands energy, that's something that within yourself and with your own story is not in balance. And so astrology can tell you where you have the propensity to hold imbalance with that, but yeah, tarot can tell you where you are at with that story. The issue is when you start applying it to like, okay, now I'm going to plaster the reading to like Martin's life situation, and like I want to see what it's like. That is going to be that's where you can get very, very wrapped up in the dark hole energy with the tarot, and you can get really not good with that. Let's clear it. Yes. So, and I know like a lot of readers, obviously they take this approach, but I think that there are a lot of people who look at tarot in a way, then it becomes kind of toxic, and then they start associating it, like it can skew them. Like all of these readings that are like about obsessing over like people that are not even like you. I know that, I mean, there are situations, I mean, we can all get to that point where we get very paranoid and like, but then to have a whole, I don't want to rag on any readers or situations here, but to dedicate a whole entire almost like channel to basically investigating like people's lives that are outside of you with yourself. Like if something's on manifesting, it's just on manifesting, like, right? That's very toxic. And then people start getting into this hater mode. Like, third party. Is the Queen of Wands going down? It's like, what the fuck? This is not light work. I don't know. I mean, I can't judge, like, because everybody is you know what I'm saying? But I think a lot of it is just awareness. Like, it's very easy to get sucked into that. Let's clear the entering round. Clear it. It can make you feel powerless because then you start associating, let's say, Queen of Wands as someone who's doing something to you. Right? Which is not the case. That's the illusion. The situation is that you are a creator. Your reality is what you create it to be. Nobody's making you do anything. You're not a victim, and that's the issue sometimes with the tarot reading, is that it can easily, and it's not to say anybody is at fault. I mean, again, it can happen because I think partly it's because of the way the cards are set up. Again, why are we calling it the Queen of, you know what I'm saying? So, like, honestly, it can really go down that rabbit hole, and then people start like, oh, the Queen of Wands stole my man. It's like, what the hell? Who? What is that? No. What is the energy? Right? So if we stop using these labels and these names and like, you know what I mean? Let's clear it. Otherwise it's like a hot Cheeto addiction. Oh my god. But like, yeah. It's a hot Cheeto addiction. Because like, think about it. True transcendence, I don't care what your path is. Like, let's say you have a really traumatizing experience with someone. A guy, a girl, you felt cheated by them, etc. You're never going to find true transcendence if you're gonna have hatred towards them, right? Acknowledging they did something wrong is one thing, but having, like, it's not about, like, payback, right? And I think sometimes it's like we're creating these little characterizations of energy. It's like, instead of remembering that we are the goal, we are the point, and we are to come back into ourselves. Okay, so some hoochie mama queen of wands wants to, like, do XYZ. That's their decision, that's their life. Why are we getting involved in their business? There are readings that are dedicated to snooping on other people's lives. And I just don't know. This message maybe Spirit wants out. I don't know. Okay. I think it really takes you off the path of, like, finding enlightenment within that storyline. You know? Because in a way, it's like there's always that representation of that energy in you, as above, so below. So if you're going to have hate towards another, you're going to have hate towards yourself ultimately. And that, you don't want to live with that. You know how they say to have forgiveness, right? It's like, it's for you. So, and for myself, honestly, like, I found that astrology was the thing that helped me most during the dark night of the soul. It was astrology, it was tarot, but not, like, within only that context, you know? I was watching tarot during the dark night of the soul. I was doing a lot of astrology. I was getting really into astrology, but I wasn't doing tarot to, like, understand, like, what was going on with the person I was dealing with. It was so much bigger than that. So much bigger than that. That's clear. But again, it can get skewed. Hot Cheeto. Yeah, I think it should be grounding. Because sometimes the tarot takes you in this, like, this world of, like, but wait, who's that then? And, like, but wait, like, does that mean, like, hold on, like, what? And, like, but then what are they gonna do? And then no, like, it's about you always. And what that manifests as in terms of another person in your life, that's part 2. But part 1 is you. So in other words, if you have an imbalance with, let's say, the energy of Aries in your birth chart, that may manifest as someone coming into your life that's going to challenge you with that frequency, to really honestly look at that part of your life. And so we're getting out of that lesson if we're not looking at it, I think, in that way. Yeah. Right. Yes, Francesca. So one of the decks I made, it was like, instead of the king, I made it like the yin of wands. That's what, right. Because it is about that. It is about the polarity. But then I was, like, thinking, should I make it, like, because there is, like, so-called negative energy and, like, so-called positive energy, but it's not really negative or positive. And I was playing around with that idea a little bit, but then I was thinking, well, I don't want to make it seem like, let's say you do a reading and then you pull, like, 5 negative cards, then you start having this, like, negative energy. It's not about that. You know? It's the wholeness. So it's not about negative. Maybe it's just more like the lesson. It's not defining what it is. It's about understanding what it is. So, like, more, let's say, the energy of pushing you away or pulling you back from where you're headed to in terms of your soul path, life path, calling. So I think it's more about the polarity matrix of, like, what your soul urge is. And I don't think you could pull just one card for that. I don't think it's just, like, a few cards for that. I think it's, like, a comprehensive conversation. It's complex. Which is where, then, we would have to have a representation of all the energies in one place at one time. Right, Kelly. Right. Right. Yes. Yes, Francesca. Masculine and feminine within the individual. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It's turning into like a potato chip muncher lifestyle. Like, you know? And it's like, what are we doing? You know? Like, and it can get very addictive. Like, not only like the tarot, but like also the thought process. Like, when you get into the thought process of like needing to understand someone else, that's not fun. It's not fun because then it's like you're dependent on like even that answer or that message. But like that answer, that message is not you, and it's not like the key to your life or your story, and like figuring something out about some person that is not you is not going to make your life or story any so-called better. It's going to honestly be about how it is that you're operating in your life right then and there. And so, yeah, it's about your lesson, and like, are you learning it like truly, honestly? Are you getting back to the answer that is already within yourself? Or are you like feeling randomly like addicting, I'm hearing as well. Addictive and addicting. I don't know, take it as you will. To like, you know, because it feeds a consciousness. Like, it's feeding this consciousness of like, yeah, it's like you need to know what's happening. It's like you need to know the answer. It's like, no. If it is not used in a proper context. But like, I think most people, especially when they're in situations where like they're going through a very challenging situation, let's clear the energy in the sacral chakra. It can get very challenging because it's easy. It's like, oh, okay, this is what's happening. Oh, okay. It's like, but then you gotta still like do your soul work and like really like, I don't know, maybe it's not so big of an issue, but I personally like, we stop using the muscle of like our own introspection sometimes, okay, especially when someone else is reading for us, okay, possibly. I'm not talking about like getting a reading from someone. I'm talking about like mass consuming readings where it's like like pelleting out like narcissist John's like latest thoughts about what he thinks about you. Who gives a fuck? You are you, and you're always you. And like, knowing now what John thinks is gonna make you feel disempowered, actually, because why is it so important? And then you start feeling like, now I need to always know like what John is like really up to and like what John really cares about. Let's clear it. I don't know. Spirit has a message. But astrology and tarot readings can have, that was what helped me through my dark night of my soul. But it was a very different sort of application of the medium of tarot and astrology. So, and it was like to the point where like I wasn't thinking about anyone else, and like, you know, it was truly introspective. So I feel like I want to create something where people can be more responsible, like we're from the get-go, you know, we're not throwing these random like ideologies around that are related to like even people and 3D manifest situations. We should be, I think, originating at the premise of energy and saying, this is energy and you're in charge of harnessing it and you're going to create something with that. So, you know, yeah, this is something that I'm working on. But should also be related to like the elements and like what each element means, and because I think a lot of people, they're not really thinking of like the esoteric meaning of each of the elements. And you know, what does fire really mean? What does fire energy actually really even mean? Do we know? Are we like aware? You know, water energy, what does that actually really mean? You know, these are, and I try to incorporate that in the videos. And Gabriel, you know, this is the thing. I do believe that the spirit guides have, you know, readers. I mean, I cannot speak for all readers, but like there's a moment. I mean, obviously we're working, right, to help people ascend. So like we have, I mean, that's kind of part of the conversation. I mean, if we even think about any experience that truly challenges us like at our core, it all starts with that addictive ego energy. So we cannot say it's like wrong, you know? And you should never feel bad. Like, we can all get into that, you know? But yeah, then there needs to be, I think, another conversation, another step, an adjunct. I'm really flattered, guys. Wow. Aw. Yeah. Right, Bernadette. The birth charts, yeah. This is like, yeah, and for a period of time, I just stopped doing personal readings, because a lot of people are really, like, there are very rare people who are, like, really in that space where they're completely opening themselves to you, and they're not letting, like, the money get in the way of their thoughts, and, like, oh, I'm expecting a reading for this long, and, like, you know, all of that, because that really interrupts the whole thing. It's not then a natural flow. So usually there's a lot of ego, and it's pretty hard, okay, to get a message across. And you'd be amazed how many times people even would come and be like, okay, well, this is not the message I wanted to hear. I kind of want a refund now. It's like, oh my god. I mean, it is what it is, but it's just, it's like, it's not holding the purpose that it needs to. So I mean, yeah. And so anyways, it's beyond that. Like, in general, I've wanted to focus more on astrology, but this is also like, I can't do this all like one-on-one. Like, it's not practical, you know? So like, that's why I want a way to be able to, my goal, I want to help people understand that astrology is important, and that it's actually really, really, like, almost even imperative. Like, before you do the reading, like, you need to know astrology and, like, what's going on with you and, like, your life. And, like, the energy dynamic. And, like, you know, are you someone who's really fucking Neptunian? Like, you can easily solve someone's problem in, like, 3 minutes without a single card. If you look at the birth chart and you look at what is being triggered in that person's, like, situation sinistratically. You know what I mean? Like, is this a Neptune streak? Like, is this person triggering your Neptune? Okay, let's learn about Neptune. Let's not learn about what John is doing with his new, like, boo thing in, like, Kansas. I don't know what the fuck. You know what I mean? Right? So, yeah, like, maybe I'm just musing, but, like... right? But then it got like it's a lot of work. Like, it's a lot of work to do, like, a one-on-one. So I need, like, a way to be able to, like, mass, like, inspire people to, like, think about astrology and, like, think about tarot differently and, like, you know, let's clear it. Like, if I were to so-called introduce somebody who, like, knows nothing about energy and nothing about, like, spirituality yet and nothing about any of this, and, like, if I really wanted to truly help them, like, I wouldn't feel comfortable giving them a tarot deck. Like, I want there to be something where people can just naturally pick this thing up and, like, be able to work with themselves on that. Not like, oh, I gotta learn who the King of Pentacles is, or, like, let me learn about, like, you know, Pentacles. What are pentacles? They have no meaning in my life, really, you know? I don't even know really the origin, like, how it came about. But it seems like there's some ancient, like, reference to that. I think even, like, if you really take it back, like, to ancient tarot, like, even, like, what is it, like, La Sabila? It's, like, these cards that are based on, like, dowry life. Like, we're not in that mindset at all, right? Like, we are not sitting here. I think it's even, like, yeah, like, cards that are, like, I don't know, like, the man, like, Il Signore. What is it? Lenormand. Like, I feel uncomfortable with, I don't know, right? So, like, yeah, I think we have to start preaching, like, what it is that we want people to start actually thinking about and seeing things in terms of, you know? Otherwise, you start objectifying people even. I mean, again, we can all do it. It's like, oh, my boyfriend is like a king of pentacles, or like, my boyfriend is like this or that, or like, I'm dating like a so-and-so, and like, he comes up as the magician, and like, but what? You know what I mean? Like, let's think like, maybe like, we have a North Node contract, and maybe we're working to create something with these energies, and maybe like, you know, we're meant to innovate here, and we have trouble sometimes in the domain of like working with Saturn, but you know, that's because like my Jupiter's here and his North, you know, like this should be the conversation because it's so much more it's so much more progressive and helpful. So yeah, like personally, you know, I just adopted tarot. Like, I did not necessarily like, you know, I don't have like a very clear personal understanding of like what pentacles mean. I mean, other than earth energy, right? Like, if we literally scale it down, so it's like very hard to relate to in an extremely personal way. The most personal thing is astrology. It's clear the energy around. So, you know, it's about like the reflection of the actual image. Like, where in your birth chart would you see King of Pentacles? That's, I think, what I'm trying to get at. So, this is like, yeah, I'm just musing here, guys, but this is really something that I'm thinking about, like, heavily, and I think it should be less abstract in that sense, but more abstract in the sense that it should be more, like, even realistic in terms of actual energy and even vibration, but then that would require some kind of, like, tool that would actually measure energy, which is more like a dowsing system with copper. Let's clear it around. Yes, right, Austin. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. Like, if people thought that, like, if like, a lot of people are like, they don't believe in energy, like, blah, blah, like, it's just a piece of paper, you know, that kind of bullshit, kind of thinking, let's clear it. If those people, there's a reason why they believe like that. If they actually knew the power of astrology and tarot, they would be the ones to fucking exploit it. Right? The cackling out there. It's not even a Friday night. Got a banshee of hyenas out there. Oh my god. So, like, was that a shooting star? You hear that? Anyways, so, like, yeah, and I feel like most people, I think, like, you guys are really right in that, like, you need to be very, like, what you're saying, Austin, as well. Like, you gotta be responsible, like, knowing really, like, what is this? And I feel like tarot falls into very particular hands because that is, yeah, I mean, you're trusted. It's like you're a doctor. But, like, when it gets into like the, you know, the hot Cheeto rapid wildfire, you know, application, then I don't know. So there's a reason like many people maybe like would take it in like not a good way, and they could maybe take it in kind of, and maybe they're even scared like, oh no, what does like this card mean? Is that bad? Is it good? Even kind of like what they say about astrology, which is why it maybe has a bad rap. You know, like we truly don't get down to the core and the fundamentalism of the energies. Some readers do for sure, but like I don't know, we can all get caught up in that like, okay, here he comes, he's coming back. Get compatible pajamas, like take them off and get ready. Let's go. So let's clear. Interesting. What is a bottle rocket? Yes. Yeah, I was in Italy, Alan. They said it's the origin of tarot. Right, the origin of tarot. I think it's like tarocchini or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's very interesting, Austin. That's an interesting way to look at it, yeah. Right. It's interesting. Yeah. I see people like getting on a rainbow, like toot 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 toot. Like transported. Which makes me think then, like, if you're using tarot and you're not like in, if like you're kind of in shadow or something. Hi, Mom. My parents have been calling me. Hello. We're talking about tarot and astrology. And I personally have found like astrology has been so rewarding, like telling people about their birth chart, and like that has been like beyond tarot has been really rewarding and like clarifying, and like it's like you give someone something that they can really work with and really take something away from, whereas tarot is more maybe, I don't want to say short term, but I'm not saying tarot's bad, but it's just, you know, like it has its place in time. I think it should just be more selective. So let me see, you guys. I know you guys have been trying to get a hold of me. My parents are like, "Where is she? We're gonna find her on the live chat." Give me a sec. Let me look. Did you guys text me or something? I just texted you guys. So yeah, like in astrology, like there's no way that you can ever put your astrology on somebody else, and that's also like the beauty, is that it takes you back to the source, back to the origin. It is grounding. It grounds you. It brings you back to the anchor point. Like this is where it begins. Okay, no matter what. No, nothing is ever going to tell you who you are or also what you do. You know? So tarot is more like transitory in the sense of saying what's going on right now. But that takes place within the spectrum of your astrology chart. So it's like zooming in and out like as an accordion. So I feel that's why like we really have to use them together. It's interesting. Anyways. Yeah. Okay, so astrology will tell you so much about your relationship with somebody as well. Oh my god. I think a great time, okay, a great way to use the tarot with astrology is like, let's say that you are in a relationship with somebody. Number one, look at your birth chart. Look at the person you're dealing with, their birth chart. Okay, then look at your birth charts together, synastry, and then look at it composite. Okay, that's the propensity. It will never tell you, the astrologer will never tell you how you're channeling the energy, because that's your free will. Then tarot can come in to tell kind of you where you're at in that conversation. But that's the conversation. So it's like, okay, for example, let's say that you're dating someone, and like, let's say you've got a lot of Pisces and they've got a lot of Saturn energy. Let's say you have a lot of Neptune and they got a lot of Saturn. Okay, let's say, for the simplicity's sake, okay, they are going to trigger your energies. Okay, let's say you have really strong Saturn and Neptune contacts, maybe even Pluto. You'll know, okay, then we've got a lot, maybe even of planets in Pisces or Capricorn or even Scorpio, maybe in your composite. For example, that's going to tell you that you have a lot of that energy at your disposal. The tarot reading can help tell you, but you can also filter it through and understand if you are channeling the energy in the shadow of those frequencies or if you're in the higher spectrum. And then you can decide what you want to do with that relationship. Let's clear up. That can tell you, you know, the application. What's that? So, like, for example, you've got a lot, let's say that you're dating someone again, and you have it's like what you come together with and you create, like, that's your recipe. Then it's like your responsibility. And the relationship is the energy, and you have to understand what you're doing with that. Otherwise, it's going to obviously turn into something really good or really not good, or it's just, going to be blah. But it's determined by the propensity, which is the composite chart energy. So let's say you do come together with someone, and then you have, like, yes, the houses are super important. Everything in the birth chart is so important. That's why it's hard, like, how can you create it as an easy way? Also, like, with doing the private services, it takes years to look into your birth chart. But you can easily see, like, am I channeling my Neptune in, like, shadow? Like, you'll know. You'll be able to tell, are we operating in the shadow of Neptune together? And, like, you can translate that in terms of further factors from the birth chart. Like, you can say, like, oh, is this hitting on the south node especially? Like, is this Neptune energy filtering through? Like, you can go really crazy with it, like, and see further. But you can also, you can tell, like, no, I'm not happy with that energy. The shadow of Neptune is complete illusion, feeling completely ungrounded in this connection, not knowing if, like, let's clear it. Let's clear it. No, feeling taken away, suddenly in love, rose-colored glasses, not sure who they really are, though. Feeling we need to get married, like, tomorrow, pronto. Not sure if he's really, like, actually there for me, but I'm in love. Gotta do it. Gotta go, bye. That Neptune, that's a shadow of Neptune, having no sense of, like, understanding of, like, your conversation with yourself within the spectrum of so-called love. That's a shadow of Neptune, like, unhinged. So you'll know, you can tell. Usually if you've got a heavy Neptune shadow, you're going to be in denial because it's that, like, very, like, sweet, sugary, attractive energy of Neptune, which does actually rule addictions in and of itself. You could be addicted to being addicted. Okay, addicted to the attraction, but it's not like, yeah, so you'll know, but then you'll be able to tell. Or are we in the higher spectrum of Neptune? Are we channeling that energy, that really strong energy? Is that going to be more like reaching towards the spiritual purpose that we hold? Are we feeling like we have a mission? That's two very different conversations with Neptune both. So, like, tarot can help illuminate, like, oh, that part of your synastry right now is not working well. That right there, like, and then maybe you can funnel it down and you can see, like, this is more like not really helpful, and this is related maybe to these factors in relation to you, or you know, that's I think where it needs to be at. But you know, that's another thing, like understanding like the elements and like what's in or out of balance. Because you can get very carried away with like even someone's birth chart. My God, you can really get very carried away. Like, oh, they're a Capricorn and they're this and they're got a Leo and this and that and like Sun and planet Pluto and like, but this is all reflecting your energies as well, and like you're both responsible, and you're both, let's clear it. You're both responsible. Yeah, let's clear it. You're reflecting. Let's clear the energy. You both have a mirroring, and so yeah, astrology is really helpful. So that's like partly why I'm thinking of how to structure as well. Like, I don't want to just do the random readings for like the members where it's like 48 hours and weekly. Like, I want to structure it around something specific. For example, I find the moon cycle very helpful because it also brings it to the transit of the moon, and you know, yeah. But everything's meaningful. Like, obviously we do learn from all kinds of you know, contexts. Like, sometimes certain readings that trigger us or like are not so helpful end up leading us down a path of like realizing what is important in our life. So don't feel bad if like you're interested in like tarot readings that are not incorporating astrology. I'm also feeling guided to say that. Also, like, I don't think that anyone should ever complete you astrologically. Like, sometimes we get fixed and fascinated with the birth chart as well, and it becomes this whole thing of like, oh, then okay, like, I lack this, and they're gonna be able to like compliment me with that. Sometimes forget the birth chart. I mean, the birth chart is a living example of our experience with that person, for example, but it can get to the point where then it's weird, like, then you start to kind of like become dependent on that person, and the energy of the chart becomes like the situation. How do we say this? You start losing, how do we say, it starts to dominate the situation. Yeah. Because in some situations, like, for example, like, you can get dependent on someone's energy. Like, maybe you have a very compatible birth chart. For example, let's say, it can be challenging because maybe, for example, you're somebody who has a lot of air in your chart, and then let's say you meet somebody who has a lot of, like, fire. Let's use maybe a different element. Let's say, well, no, or whatever. Let's say, yeah, fire. Let's say that you have like barely any energies like in your chart related to that element. It's gonna be very like almost like addictive to you. It can be. So part of it is like being proactive and realizing that it's not about them completing you, and like, because that can, sometimes you'll have a fascination with someone because they're kind of like so-called pointing out a certain, like, I don't want to say void in your own conversation with yourself in terms of astrology, but there's a certain, yeah, it's kind of like they're pointing to where you want to have a conversation, but with you. So let's clear it. Yeah, with like your story, like incorporating that more. So, and that's the karma of it. Like, let's say that you don't have a lot of a certain element, maybe even an intercepted house. Yeah. Like, the point, like, they're the messenger, but they're not the point. Like, yeah, never. They're not going to become, like, your story. There's no such thing. It's not yin or yang. It's yin and yang. So, like, for example, like, let's say that you are dating someone and, like, they have all the elements, like, that one could ever desire, like, where you have very, like, little of that frequency maybe going on. But doesn't mean that you don't have that element. Doesn't mean that you don't have that energy. No matter what, you always have every frequency in your birth chart, no matter what. I don't care if you have like 0 planets in that sign. You always have, even if it's intercepted, it's somewhere in your chart. So like, it's never an excuse to be like, oh, all right, I am not good at that. Like they'll do it, you know? Or like, but like in the back of your mind, like thinking like, you know, you complete yourself. So, and that's where it can get very disempowering. And I feel people can get caught up in these relationships or situations where they're completely codependent. And sometimes they don't even realize what's going on or why they feel like this person is like so meant to be. And like, I mean, if you're happy in that relationship, that's one thing. But like, if you're feeling not empowered and you're feeling addicted and you feel like you're their soulmate and like all of that, then that's something else. And like, that's probably like you, I gotta be super honest, like not accenting on the things that you really need to focus on in your life in an independent way. And that is what really, really helped me through my spiritual awakening, is bringing it back to me, even with astrology. Because sometimes, yet again, Spirit wants this message really clear, I guess. Sometimes we can get in the space of thinking like, okay, I'm a this, I need to be with like a Capricorn, or I need to be with an Aries, or like, you know, this is very attractive to me, or that's very attractive to me. But is attraction like addiction? Is it like absolutism? Is it like, that's like, because think about it, maybe you find someone and then we start like even fetishizing certain people, certain placements, certain energies. It's not about them or the other person, it's about you. Is this like very out there? I don't know. This is like just kind of a stream of, you know. But like, this is something that I'll have to watch this over. Like sometimes, you know what I mean? Sometimes we like start getting overly obsessed or focused on like what energy somebody else represents, which is again the mirroring of the tarot. Because like, let's say that someone is coming through, it's like we're really want like the King of Wands upright. Like, why won't the King of Wands upright show up in my life? Like, that's what I'm looking for. It's like, if we just scale it down and then we represent that with someone in the birth chart, that energy is very strong fire energy. But like, why do you need that energy to represent through somebody else? You see what I'm saying? That's clear. Why are you waiting for that energy to show up? Because any relationship where it's like, okay, they're giving me something and it's like making me happy in a way, is going to be codependent. And then that's where you're going to feel really uncomfortable about losing that person or losing that connection. You see what I'm saying? Rather than if you're fully embodying that energy and you're grounded and it's a higher frequency plane and you're feeling mature and grounded with let's say you have a lot of Neptune. Let's say you've mastered your Neptune energy in some way and you're in the higher spectrum of it and you're able to differentiate, you know, the shadow from the higher frequency of Neptune. Then you're going to attract someone who's able to just mirror you and reflect that for you. So, and they're not giving you anything and then you don't feel dependent on them. So, yeah, that's just something, like, I don't know if people are like, you're looking for someone with a very particular, like, astrological setup. Sometimes it can be to the detriment. Like, once you do find out someone's birth chart, then it's like, oh, they're like this, oh my god, they're like that, this and that. It's like, you'll never know even how to channel it. I'm like, it will never define like how you channel that energy for yourself. Spirit's like taking away the training wheels tonight. Getting just a little bit hungry, guys. Anyways. I'm super thirsty. Oh my gosh.
And I think astrology is one of the only things that really like puts us like to the grill and says you have to confront you. You have to confront yourself. Like with tarot, it's like, all right, I realize this is what's going on, but then you go home and then it's like, maybe I'll get another tarot reading done. You know, it's like you can't like do another birth chart reading. This is your birth chart for life. So there's a lot less like procrastination with astrology. For better or for worse. Right? Procrastinating with your gifts and with, you know, the things that are more challenging. Like, and that'll be different for everyone. What your so-called like weak spot is, right? What your weak spot is with the birth chart at times. So, Austin, you do tarot? You do astrology with, do you do like birth charts and these such things? Like, if so, like how far, or anybody else, do you guys do like birth charts? And if so, how far do you go? Because there's like so much to the birth chart. It's like you can go on and on and on and on. Like there are aspects. Like aside from just like, and then you got the asteroids. What time is that? Oh, it's not so late. Feels very late. But yeah, guys, like also because Aaron says, I understand astrology, ... tarot, but I don't like doing tarot much. It drains me, she says. So the thing is, like, at the end of the day, like, you should be careful. Like, if you don't feel grounded doing tarot, you shouldn't. Let's clear it. It's like, yeah. Just as you should be careful doing meditation, like, you know, you can definitely get, like, ungrounded. But the thing about tarot sometimes, I think, is that, you know, you can kind of, we're talking about energy, right? So it's sometimes, like, hard because you are presenting and projecting, and in a way you're manifesting what you're presenting. How do we say? You can control the tarot outcome. So it's sometimes hard to tell, like, am I projecting? It's sometimes and you have to be super grounded to, like, understand you as the reader, and that's why it's hard to read for yourself. So like, personally, I've started to get pretty turned off from watching tarot readings online. Like, I rarely watch tarot anymore, but let's clear it. Aside from a few readers, you know, but I'm not watching for, like, watching. I'm not, except for my own readings, but obviously, right? I'm connecting with the guides, but
I personally have like really stopped watching tarot readings, like unless I'm getting a personal reading, because first of all, you can really project a lot. It's like, how do you know, like, I mean, it's hard unless there are specifics, and there are some readers who can get very specific and if you feel comfortable, but sometimes it's like if you're not grounded, then you don't know where you're going in the reading, and then it's like you're listening to one reader say this and that, you know. Let's clear it. That's why, yeah, if you are someone who has trouble with that, maybe you don't, it's all good, but like maybe this is a message for someone who, if you're feeling like very random and ungrounded, yeah, I mean, maybe it's best to just stick to like a reader you really feel grounds you or you feel grounded with, and a private reading. Like, I wouldn't make a major decision on general readings on YouTube, because you can also really sway like what you're drawn to based on your frequency. And I definitely wouldn't do a reading on yourself if you're not feeling grounded. But I would look at your astrology chart, you know, because that's grounding. And it's going to be really personal, you know? Like, from one person to another. Like, it's a totally personal thing. Who do you feel connected to, you know? Really, yeah. And yes. But maybe this is more a message like for those who just are getting triggered and like wondering, like, you know, or you're feeling like however. But like I've even started to note like this strange like energy in the tarot community. I mean, I just have to be honest. Like, it's starting to turn into something that it's not really meant to. I don't know. Like, sometimes I'm thinking, like, where's the compassion, you know, of the reader in the reading? I don't know. I don't like to, like, talk about other readers, but this is coming to mind. I have to be honest here. You know, let's clear the energy. It's not all fair, and I feel like it's affecting people, actually. Because I think as readers, we're picking up on what, if someone is watching your video, you're picking up on them. And, like, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like they're feeding them something weird. Let's clear it. So, I don't know. Maybe it's just a message, like, I think you'll know who you resonate with, because there's like tarot entertainment, and then there's tarot where you're really feeling like you're put in a positive mind space. Right? That's clear. So, just beware, I guess. I don't know. This is maybe a message for somebody. Because, like, sometimes I'm, like, watching a reading, I'm like, this person is a light worker? Like, how can you be saying that, like that, to someone, and, like, and then it's becoming this, like, formula. I don't know, guys. I don't know why Spirit wants this, but yeah, I mean, yet again. I'm just, like, seeing what I'm seeing. I think the issue is, like, when the reader doesn't understand why they're reading. That's, I think, the intention is extremely important. And I think the issue is a lot of readers are starting to become readers because, I don't know, like, it's like a business. Like, I did not get into tarot because it was a business. Let's clear the energy. I got into tarot because I was seeing 444 on the clock every night. Waking up, all of a sudden, I saw a purple haze. And, like, I woke up and looked at the clock immediately, which I would never do, and it was 444. I've seen that all the way to the tarot shop. 444 followed me all the way, and I saw 444 on the tarot deck. The first tarot deck I saw in the store. So it's like, I mean, personally, I did not start tarot as a business at all. I actually felt really uncomfortable, like, getting paid whatsoever. Like, I never put ads on my videos. I don't live, like, with my parents or my family anymore, so I'm obviously, like, supporting myself, and I'm not, you know, I'm not working any other position, which I'm very grateful for. Spirit, you know, this is amazing. I'm really grateful. But I did not intend for it, like, to be a business. And I'm not saying, like, that I'm not grateful for it to be something that I'm doing full time, but it wasn't, like, my intention, you know what I'm saying? Like, I literally, like, felt I wanted to help people, you know, with their spirituality. And it was within, like, 30 minutes that I got my first deck, and then I started just, like, reading, and, like, I just, something told me I need to record this and start reading for people. So it's like, I think this is not what it is anymore, unfortunately, for a lot of people. Like, there are so many people popping up, like, on YouTube, like, and I'm part of it. I think, like, Spirit has brought my attention to a lot of videos lately. Part of it, I think, is, like, it's, like, affecting people, because they're, like, watching this stuff, and then they're feeling, like, very, like, confused even. I don't know, but I have to start to kind of say something about that. But, you know, everyone plays their part, like, you know. I mean, it's better than someone like trying to do something like pharmaceutical drugs, sales or whatever. But I'm not sure. Some people I can't watch. My hand smells like banana. Oh my god. Tarot after hours. Oh my god. Why the I was gonna say, like, some readers I can't it's like I can't even listen to it for like a half of a second. And I have to just like almost like fully Reiki after I even like listen to like 30 seconds of that video. Like, I mean, I'm starting to think like, are these like some reptilian ass people like undercover or something? Like, I should be feeling better after watching your video. Like, something is like not adding up. Possibly. So maybe it's just, hey, be aware. Like, also just because a tarot reader is popular doesn't mean that it's like the answer for you. I don't know. I don't know why Spirit is talking about that. Let's clear it. Like, something is something. And like, I kind of am like noticing that like there's some kind of weird energy signature with like a few channels, and like there is something so toxic. Like, it's like they're doing, I think they're doing some kind of weird energy bullshit, because I'll put like don't recommend this channel, and then it like won't work. But like only on a few people. Let's clear it. It's like I don't know. I don't want to like, I mean, because maybe some people enjoy certain, I don't know. But personally, like, it's like a smell. But then I'm wondering, like, if there are all of these people, and some of these people are very, 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 very well known and popular. I don't understand. Like, I'm starting to think, like, are these bots? Because, like, it's not adding up. It's something weird going on. Because personally, like, I consider myself, like, I mean, I don't want to brag, but, like, I am very sensitive to energy, and I can tell when something is, like, high vibe or not. And, I mean, this is not adding up, like... So I think, like, there were, like, some traps on there, but, like, I don't know. You guys are very, like, grounded, you know. Yeah. I don't know if this is a warning, like something on tarot industry or something. Yeah, Andrea, like, I would definitely watch tarot. with an investigate, like, and make sure it's compatible with you. Like, listen to your intuition. Like, if you don't want to watch a reading, like, even from the same reader, like, always use your intuition, you know, because maybe there's a message to someone in that is not for you, and it's like, and it's really not for you, you know what I'm saying? Because like these are like downloads and like dispatches, so just like really listen to your intuition. Like sometimes I'm like, I don't want to be, it's like I don't even want to look at like the video, and this thing keeps like popping up, and it's like something is off. So I don't know, but yeah, I mean, right, like let's clear it. Like it's better that they're, you know, I guess giving tarot a name, but just being careful, I guess, because like recently I've been just kind of like looking around and I'm like, wow. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, one of the main placements that pops out to me is the yod. For some reason, like if someone's got a yod, it's like, bro, is he is dedicated to his fucking world. Like yeah, I mean, you got like some kind of serious mission. Like if Earth goes down, like you feel it. You're here for ascension. Like you're not gonna be fucking around. Like this is what I have found personally. Like when I see a yod in someone's birth chart, I'm just like, okay, they're fucking not messing around. Okay. So, have you guys found that? Feel free to share, like. But yeah, the yacht is like ultimate fucking like, yeah. You're here for like a very specific mission, and whoa, they almost crashed Love and Light. And so like you are, you know, you're guided here, and like you're not random here, and you know, you're usually gonna be like, you're here for ascension, and like you're pretty much, not that and you know, if you don't want to be yod, okay, but like let's clear it. You're gonna feel dedicated to like your life's mission when it comes to ascension, and like let's clear the energy. If Earth is not gonna ascend, like you're gonna feel that, and that's why people, usually people who have a yod like don't feel comfortable just doing, you know, regular 9 to 5, which is not necessarily easier in society, you know, not necessarily easier. Like fucking having a yod, they say, like if you research yods, oh my god, like bro, like that's scary. Like I don't recommend to read about yods. Also because like, I mean, your yod is very unique to you. So, but yeah, personally, whenever I see the yod in the birth chart, like I just kind of feel like, okay, it's an extra like, I don't know, vibe. Like I don't know how to describe exactly. Yeah. It doesn't mean like anybody is like so called. I don't know how to describe. It's just, it's like a particular placement. Yeah, that. Like, I think it's going to be very hard for someone. Like, let's just give an example. If somebody is like, let's say, some people have a lot of odds. Let's say someone comes along, like, they got like 3 odds in their birth chart, and like, I mean, I don't want to say I would trust them more, but like, they're probably not going to be doing something that like makes them feel very like bad about what they're doing. I don't know how to describe it. A yod is like, a yod is something that is it's a very challenging placement. It's like a 2 in conjunctions that connect with an easy simultaneous how do we say, like positive energy flow, kind of like, is it a trine or a sextile? I don't remember which one, but basically it creates an isosceles triangle, It's an awkward placement in the chart. It's not quite like a trine, okay? It's like a semi like positive harmonious transit placement, but with like two really like awkward placements that connect up to one point. And it's like kind of the situation where it's all in your hands and you have to create something very unique with that. Usually it's some area of life that like at first is going to be very challenging and like, but then you find your way. But like it's something that, yeah, like you're here to do and you're on a mission with that. And usually like people will be like feeling you're very weird with that, but like you can feel outcast and whatnot. Right. It's known as the finger of God, right? Yeah. Wait, do we have the same generational yod, Austin? There are some. There are some people who scribe, but I think like not so many. Even like grand trines, like, but this is, I mean, generalization, you know? I don't know, like, the origin. There are so many other factors in the birth chart as well, like, you know, star seed placements, which I'm not as familiar with. You know. I forget where my yods are at. I think I have it with my Pluto, my Mars, something. I think I have, it's like 2. Something like this. But connecting to like my north node, it's interesting because like if you look at my birth chart, I have the north node in Capricorn in the 3rd house, and I have a stellium in Capricorn in that house, with like Neptune and like Uranus. Yeah. But then it all boomerangs up to my Jupiter, and I think it moves out to my Mars as well. So the heaviest part of my chart is in my 3rd house, actually. Yeah. That's technically my stellium. Which makes sense because it's all about like communication and like a platform of some kind, with the North Node as well. Oops. So yeah. And then I have few grand water trines. But you know, trines can sometimes, they say, be like unhelpful if you're relying too much on them. You have a stellium in your 3rd as well, Mimi? It's clear room. Oh, interesting. Let's clear it. Which one, Kelly? Jupiter. Interesting. Like what, Austin? Kelly says, I know Leo's in my 12th house of his enemies. Wait, whose enemies? Oh, you got a Libra moon. Is that hard? Is the Libra moon, like, hard? Like, because I can imagine, like, the moon is a very gentle, like, sensitive space, and then Libra is, like, wanting this, like, perfection and, like, harmony with, like, society. And, like, even yourself. And, like, do you sometimes get, like, very critical? I mean, you don't have to answer in the public chat, but, like... but, like, I feel like... Like, you're always kind of measuring yourself, maybe, you know? But, like, when it comes to emotions, it's interesting. Let's clear it. Maybe you could do something with, like, design. How many of you, like, really like your moon sign? Scorpio moon, oh my god, don't even start with me. That, like, oh my god. Listen, I can't... just being a fucking, like... freaking rising Pluto, rising Scorpio is, like, already, like, what? Crazy for me. Like, how are you guys, like, not, like, 1-800, like, emos forever? Oh, that sounds horrible. But no, but, like, how? You must have, like, you must have a really, yeah, great outlet. Like, I hate to stereotype, but, like, as a Sag moon... Like, you guys must be, like, amazing artists, you know? You must have these, like, really strong, incredible moments of, like, cathartic, like, artistic expression. Oh, Leo moon, interesting. Interesting. Wow. Wow. Do you work with animals, Tina? Lucy says, Leo moon here. Dad jokes for days. That's funny. Let's clear it. Wow. Ooh, wow. Mimi. Whoa. How did you handle this? How did you handle this? Did you feel like you were being put through the, like, ringer? Very passionate. You feel impatient, Kelly? It's clear. That's the key, I think, yeah. The ability to transmute the dark emotions into light, because Scorpio can just get, like... I mean, yeah, the Phoenix Rising, like... Is it pre-Phoenix? That can get so intense, like, god damn. I mean, like, whoa. Like, I have seen that with myself. I mean, the anger that can accompany even, like, a strong Mars. I mean, Mars is, like, the second discipline of Pluto. But, like, oh, nah. Like, that takes some real like work, some self-introspection, some whew. Is my mom still in the chat? She remembers me when I was younger. It's like very hard to not get vindictive with a strong Scorpio energy. Like you can like when you are pissed, oh my god. Let's clear. I was gonna say Mimi. Like, did you feel like you were always like, oh wow. Like when you are pissed as a Scorpio, I mean, I feel like you need like a special manual license to operate Scorpio energy. Like, are you qualified for this shit, bro? Or like, are you gonna be taking everyone around like for the time of their life, like, and like, it's clear. Like Scorpio can get really like that because it's also like smart, you know? It's like a smart energy natural, like it's very instinctive. Like that's the type of energy where like they just naturally know like where people's pulses are at, you know? It's like I would imagine like young like Scorpio children would be like extremely intuitive and like not really know it. It's like they can like cause like harm without knowing it kind of vibe. Like in terms of like manipulation, like they can say the things that just like hurt like because they know what's in your head. It's like I know exactly what to say, like very manipulative. Oh my god. Wait, Kelly, are you a Pisces? Are you a Scorpio sun sign? What? Oh my god, Logan. What the hell? Hold up. Logan says my dad. What? My dad is a Scorpio. He's the nicest guy ever, except when he's mad or hungry. He's punched through my door before. I feel like you want to put in like a good Yelp review for him in case he's watching that. He's nice, a real nice guy, but you know, he just punched through my door. It's not a big deal though, guys. Chill. Okay? You ever want to like stay over? Okay, he's a nice guy. When you don't get him hungry. Oh my god. When the psychic blood sugar drops with a Scorpio, I feel like listen, I mean, I consider myself relatively fucking evolved, and I have had moments where it got scary. I was about to just like rip someone's like Akashic record, you know, out of the hind of their ass. I don't know, living light. I don't know, it's just getting late for these jokes, but let's clear it. No, like it's not a good look. It can get very, very, very disturbing. Like the energy you see within yourself coming out. It's like, oh god. Let's clear it. But this especially like if you are around people who are in the shallow Scorpio energy and they're projecting their energy, then it's like you guys like lock ramble horns like with the Scorpio Pluto unevolved energy, and then it's like this whole like drama. This is what I found. So that's why it's really important. Like if you're someone who has a lot of Scorpio, you really want to make sure you're interacting with people, if they do have a lot of Scorpio, that they're evolved Scorpio energies. Otherwise, that's just gonna get like very ugly. It can. Oh my god, Mimi. I can imagine. Mimi says he made me crazy. Let's clear it. Like, oh, Gemini Cancer, okay. I feel like, let's clear, no, like, for me, it was like, I would get very upset, and I would like, oh god, yeah. I would, yeah. Oh my god. No, I had moments, like, my mom had to, like, tone me down. I think I, like, oh god. I would have moments, no. You don't want to fuck with a Scorpio. Anyone who's got, like, heavy Scorpio placements, like, I don't know who that message is for. I don't know if maybe, like, how do we say, what could really piss off a Scorpio? I think honestly what could really piss off a Scorpio is another Scorpio. I think someone would have to have a lot, because Scorpio has trouble really like finding like things worthwhile, which is the irony. It's like, how do we really, like, do we care about this? Like, I don't know. But when they really care, and it's like, who would care more than a Scorpio? So like I can imagine like the hardest, like scariest fight would be between two Scorpios. Like my mom had to tone me, like I would get so angry. The anger was like palpable. Whoa, shit. Fist fight. You know, like some people can send you into a rage. But like it's honestly like usually their like unhinged energy. Like if you're evolved and then you start realizing you're like expressing certain shadow elements and you're like, I've never felt this way before, like, oh my god, why do I feel like I want to, like, you know, chop his boner? I don't know what your context is for the anger, but like whatever it is. Like, no, like there was a whole entire vibe. Like I would go into like yeah, I would go into a rage. Like not a rage, but like into a mode. And like my mom had to like, you know, like calm me down, like calm down now, like, you know, just like spread nice words, like you don't have to like get angry. No, but like I would like scribe. I would like, no, like if I went to school and someone like pissed me off, like if they were mean to me, which a lot of people were very, very mean to me, okay? Oh, hell no. I would take like my book and I would like take a huge marker and I would I would let it rip. But I would like be very like hostile, like writing like furiously all these things, and my mom had to calm me down. But yeah, I would like write people letters. I think I still have those books. I'm telling you. Yeah, I would write them like a whole entire little novel. Okay, taking them down. Like, this is your demise. It's like all this. Oh god, let's clear it. Let's clear it. My mom was like horrified. Virgo rising, sun in Cancer. Oh my god! No, oh my god, this is like, what are you saying? Like, why are you like writing bad words? Like, oh my god. It's like, I was so angry. People were very mean to me, yeah. The weirdest thing, like, there was this whole weird witchy clique in like 3rd grade, guys, of all times, okay, of life. Like 3rd grade, and they were all like, one of them was like a psychic apparently. She like thought, you know, she was psychic or whatever. She was telling everyone like what their fate is all, anyways, what the fate is all gonna be and whatever. And like, and then they like were totally like, they totally backstabbed me. Let's clear it. This is before the times of like the hairy arm days. Those of you who heard my crying video. But yeah, like, and like, oh no. Let's backtrack, clearing ground. I had like the worst experience in school. Like I had to like switch schools. Like they were really mean. But it was like a weird cliquey energy. It was very like voodoo vibes even. Very weird. And they were young kids. Let's clear it. So yeah. And very clingy, weird reptilian. Yeah, very much so. And like and then they followed me. They would change schools, and it was like this weird, like, addictive energy. Not that they were addicted to me, but it was like the energy was like weird. Like, I changed schools because there were like bullies, and they were being very not well, they were being weird, and the energy, it was, yeah, and like, I don't know what. And then I switched schools, and then I see like, huh, like they switched schools too. Let's clear it. Like, what are the odds of that? But like, it was like a Corella DeVille energy. Like, yeah, and the vibe was not good. Like, one of the kids was like trying to convert me to something. I don't know what. And like, I was like, okay, I'm not feeling comfortable with this. And they were like stealing my stuff. Oh my god. It's like karmic. Sounds karmic. But anyways, so then I switched schools, and it's, I don't know. So, but anyways, I would get very angry. And like, yeah, and sometimes I would just like cry in the car, and like I would just like scream. And then my mom was like, "Oh my gosh, calm down." But like, it was a whole like, yeah, theatrical moment. What did Logan say? Oh boy, well, we're letting it out now. Maybe this is why, like, you know. It was like, no, but I'm telling you, it was like it was a weird, like, clicky, like, witchy third grade vibe. Oh dear. Someone stole my NSYNC, like, CD from my backpack. Like, someone gave it to me as a gift. I don't know if it was the same person who stole it. I don't know. Times were weird. Logan hasn't seen the best of it. The video where I'm crying about my arm hair. So. People were horrifying. Yeah. They were, but I also, I don't know, like, I grew up originally, they were mean all over though. I think it was not, it was really bad, like, growing up, relatively in my first school. You know, because, like, there were a lot of, like, really, like, wealthy kids, and, like, they were just, they're not happy, and, like, their parents are just, like, spoiling them, but they're not really there for them, and so there were all these, like, issues, like, oozing out, like, in the context of, like, friendship, and, like, people had, like, a lot of weird, like, dynamics with each other. I don't know. And then when I moved, it was, like, better, but, like, it was still, I don't know, it was still mean and weird. Yeah. So, like, I remember, like, first they, like, yeah, it was a switcheroo. And, like, then you realize, though, like, you know what, that's not for me. Like, I don't want to be, like, the popular kid. It's like, what is that? So, it's a blessing in disguise. Where did you guys grow up? Some people like their early years, I think. Like, they really enjoy, like, high school and, like, these things. Or, like, middle school, or, you know. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, I really did not ever like school. Yeah. Like, it had this, like, depressing, like, cage-like energy to it. But, like, so many times, like, in the movies, like, fucking, like, Lizzie McGuire. You know, it's like, it seems so fun and cool. Like, you go to your locker and, like, you know. But it ended up being so, like, I don't know. It was not a good vibe. Alchemy and Salem show. Yo, I'm down. I am so down. I'm telling you, like, I had this whole vision one time on the bike. It was, like, back in October. Let's see. Thanks for your support, guys. Let's clear it. Nah, I've never been to a bar, Gabriel. Let's clear it. Like, I've been to not a bar. Like, it wasn't a bar, no. No. I've never, like, been to a bar kind of vibe. Like, I've sat at the bar, but I haven't been to a bar, if that makes sense. Aww. You guys are so sweet. Aww. Live music, yeah, but not like cowboys in the saloon, like at the bar. I don't know if that's what you meant, Gabriel, but like I'm not a fan of the drinking spaces. Like, when I watch people, like, drinking and stuff, it makes me, like, sad for some reason. Like, I don't feel, like, really good about that, personally. But it is what it is, you know? But, it's clear. I'm not really, like, a fan of, like, clubs and, like, dance clubs and, like, these kinds of things, like, you know? But I like dancing. I just don't like dancing on people, like strangers and like people just coming up and like sweating and dancing on you like that. Yeah. Wow. Clear. Interesting. Oh my god, Alwyn, like, I just read your comment. You say, you can still make it there. I literally thought of that Frank Sinatra song. New York, New York. I really like oldies, like, yeah. I like the whole, like, I really like Frank Sinatra music, but is he, like, controversial? Recently I was, like, reading about that. Controversial with the whole... People say there's, like, a whole thing. Yeah, like, I feel weird dancing at parties, like, especially family parties, like, but this is a Persian thing, like, growing up, you know, this is a Persian thing, like, Iranians love parties and dancing and all this, like, weddings and things like this. It's clear. It's clear. So, but I don't know, I don't like that, like, dancing for everyone, like, who am I, Shakira? Like, Love and Lights, Shakira. I mean, I love dancing, but I just feel weird, like, and everyone's, like, staring at you. And... This is just me, though, personally. Maybe it's because I have, like, so much Scorpio in my chart or water. Like, oh. Oh. Andrea says he's not controversial, he's Italian. Right. Synonym, right? I mean, they basically say, like, I mean, I don't want to make that stereotype because, alright, that's a stereotype, but, like, by way of, like, I mean, they say more or less, like, all businesses in Italy are kind of, like, mafioso. like not by way of choice, but because they report to that. Like it's the control space. It's kind of sad. Yeah. But it was so cool because, like, when I was in Sicily, I took this class, and, like, we were literally, like, learning about the mafia and the history of the mafia and all of this, and we were, like, in the heart of that place. Like, on the way to school, we would, like, literally see, like, it going on. Yeah. It was a very interesting experience. Very, very interesting experience. Like, there's definitely a vibe. But then, like, when I went back to school, like my original school, not in Italy, we were like in this seminar and we were learning about the mafia, but like through the account of people who like their family was in the mafia and they were learning about such things. Well, they were telling us about such things, but they learned about it firsthand, and like it's pretty like sad, you know. These stories you hear of people just like, it's like in their family, and like, man. So, but even like in New York, I think there is a lot of that. I guess. Anyways. Yeah, Mimi. Yeah. Oh my god. Like, I like dancing, but like more one-on-one, you know? Like, yeah. Or like myself. But like, oh hell no, like not in front of other people. That's like, to me, that's like having sex in front of people. Maybe because it's, I don't know. Like, I'm selective, like. But some people, like, they don't care. Like, I know people, they love dancing in front of people. They love the whole crowd. They love it at the big parties, you know? I'm talking more like Middle Eastern parties, like, Mimi was saying. Wow. Oh, Mimi, that's funny. Let's clear it. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, I like dancing. Like, I don't know. I don't know why, like, people think it's like a big thing, like a weird thing. Like, even like my parents, they're like, Nat never dances for anyone. And then they like, if they walk into like this, like the room and like I'm dancing, they make a big deal out of it. Like, oh my god, she's dancing. It's like, oh my god. It's like, oh my god. Like, it's what... But I really like dancing. Yeah, like shoot, like music video, like choreography, but just not like in front of all the relatives. Like, Mimi, you understand? Yeah. Yeah. And it's when you see them coming over you, it's like, oh no. Oh no. It's like, and you know they're gonna like force you. And then you feel like bad, like you feel awkward, like I don't wanna like make it seem like they're like an older woman even. It's like they're asking you to come dance. Let's clear it. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Let's clear But like salsa and tango, like, oh. I think I would really enjoy like choreography dance, like in a movie set or like music video, like in a controlled ass setting. Yeah. Yeah. But like sadly these days I don't dance so much. Yeah. I used to dance a lot more. I want to dance more. Maybe it's because my windows are all exposed and the whole entire city of DC is just passing right by with all these stalkers. Let's clear. I'm pretty sure they're stalking through the. You know, there's like something exactly directly across here. It's like a WeWork space. I'm pretty sure they have something little set up there or whatever. Creepy, creepy. I'm telling you. Like I don't feel comfortable. But yeah, I mean it is what it is. Like I just don't feel. I don't know. Let's clear it. Like in this space. Let's clear it. It's like, what are we dancing about? What are we dancing about in like Pilgrim World? Jokes are going sideways, guys. I feel like maybe like I don't know. I can see myself maybe in Spain. Like, you know, what's the thing they do? Yeah. I think the time is coming. Yeah, we're gonna be getting out of this place pretty soon. But yeah, I was like thinking. Of course, next stops. Flamingo, thank you. Yeah, wow, like I love that. That's fun. Yeah, I love dancing. Dancing is so fun, Aaron. Like, let's clear it. That is so fun. Interesting, Tina. Like this building has more like apartments like facing other locations that would not be like monitorable. But I'm just like I don't want to sign another lease and like be in the city if I don't know if I'm really gonna be here. But like I've been saying that and I've been here for longer than like 1 year already. You know what I mean? But then also it's like why am I like if I were to face like a body of water, it's like I don't know. It's like, what am I retired? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I think I just maybe it's the city I need to move. Like, you know, possibly. Right. A view that's inspiring. Right. Well, I told you guys I was having visions of like getting married in Spain. Like, do you remember Halloween? Like, I came home and I had that whole vision. Like, oh my god. Like, then I even like downloaded like this wallpaper. No, I'm seeing 333 on the clock right there. I downloaded this whole wallpaper with like it was like it's like a Spanish wedding. It's a whole moment. Yeah, it was a vision, right? Meet a guy in Salem and get married in Spain. Wow. Interesting. Wow. That's kind of what came through in the reading, though. A few months back. Spaniard in Salem. Like, that whole thing came through. It was someone who was like... It was someone who was like... Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, imagine if I moved and then there was like a whole story. Oh my god. But what if we like filmed it? Do you guys remember the whole vision with like the dude with the skinny jeans and like he was sitting on the bench in the park and the squirrel was like connecting them? Like, it was strange because I feel like there was something in that like related to Salem, but then there was also something related to Spain. It was someone talking Spanish. But like, so what if that's like, oh my god, what if that's like a whole thing? And then what if we make like a show off of that? Whoa. Like, showing like my life going from DC with the freaking like decrepit like reptilians. Because listen, I got some creepy experiences here. I feel like half the city is like waiting to roofie people. I'm serious. Creeps. Oh my god. The shy guarded witch finally leaves the clutches of the nation's capital. What the fuck? But like, oh my god, really? You guys, if you knew the strange karmic bullshit that has been, like, it's like a movie. It's like a goddamn movie. No, like, it's like creepy like a movie. Like, even the visuals. Sometimes certain experiences I'm having here, I'm like, is this like happening? Like, I'm telling you, like, even homeless people that and I know the homeless people here. Not that I know them, but like, I've seen them, and it's like, you know, when you recognize the homeless people. Like, I've had experiences where I've had like, it's like homeless walk-ins. I'm serious. Like, they literally like appear and they're like talking to me, talking to another person who's related to another person. It's like this whole weird web. Let's clear it. And like, you guys remember the guy who was like holding the like cross and like talking to me behind the other dude? Oh my gosh, it was the weirdest. So like, imagine going from that to like escaping and like going to Salem. Let's clear it. Yeah, this is honestly in Austin. This is what I'm starting to realize. Like, I feel like I am getting funneled into like my space, but like I haven't left the house for like 2 weeks. And so now I'm like, where am I gonna go? I can't be like isolated like this forever, you know? So that's why I'm thinking like maybe like it is about breakaway. The Great Escape on the bike. On the horse, the bike. Wow. I really was thinking about that. Because, like, imagine then I, like, go to Salem and I'm, like, not thinking. It's like then I have this, like, really bad experience from DC. Like, let's clear it and ground a third eye. Like, you know? Just, like, running away. Like, trying to have, like, protection. I don't know. And then it's like, imagine. No, I'm like, for some reason I'm seeing it. I'm seeing that vision again in that same reading. Like the tall guy with the skinny jeans. At the park. And it's like, I'm like, no. That being said, then you can get a cat. Yeah. I was already, like, getting very serious about that. Getting ready to, like, prepare away. I even went to, like, cat adoption websites. You know? Like, nobody got back to me, though. So, just wasn't the time. Yeah, and then I was thinking, like, maybe I could have a few dogs, a cat, a little house, a witchy house. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys! No, I'm having the vision. And then imagine, like, for some reason, I don't know what the Spanish energy is coming through. It's like someone Spanish. Like, in Salem. You guys, we gotta do a vlog. We gotta do a vlog. Like, even if I'm not, like, officially moving yet, like, we should at least just do a vlog. In Salem. Oh my god. Wow. Tapas. What the heck? There's, like, something. Wait, what is the history in Salem? Because, like, okay, is there something related to Spain? It's from Spain to Salem. Puss in Boots, right. Wow! Ash Angel, you're in Salem? Wow, I wonder. Like, everybody online, like, on YouTube who when they post videos about Salem, they're all of them, they say, I had a really, like, intense spiritual awakening here, like, it was really intense. Wow. Interesting. Wow. Wait, what? Oh my gosh, Vivian. Wait, what? Wait, do you think that this is the message? Salem, Valencia in Spain. So, like, yeah. Oh my god. I'm, like, imagining, like, someone, like leaving, like, like, straight up, like, same vibe, like, super done with the city, done with these, like, cult, like, masters in this weird town, cultish, strange energies. Let's clear it. Could have plenty of scenes for that one. Okay. Yeah. And then it's like she's off. And then in Salem, it's like sitting on, like, the park bench. And, like, I see it, like, clearly as, like, someone who's, like, I see, like, this skater dude. I don't know. This is the reading that came through. A skater dude who's, like, tall, is wearing skinny jeans. And, like, he's, like, there's a squirrel in the park. And, like, yeah. Oh my god. You guys, what if we made this and, like, it posted and, like, whoa, we would imagine this moment. So, like, no, I'm imagining this. And then it's like, but I see this person. Now, but then it's like, imagine, like, the main character. I'll say it as the main character. Like, they're not interested in this anymore. Like, they're kind of, like, jaded because of, like, the city of DC. Like, everything that DC did to them. No, I've never read about Melchizedek. Interesting. Okay, I'll look into that. But then it's like, I don't know. But then he starts like, but I see them both as kind of shy and like on the same like plane. I don't know what his history would be. Like, I don't know what he would be doing in Salem if he's like Spanish. What? But Spirit wants that. Spirit is making this person Spanish in the vision. Yeah, I don't know, it must be like a past life energy, maybe. I'm gonna have to look into this. Like, are there like Spanish settlers? No. So like, yeah, no. But then I imagine like they have these like wild like escapades, and they like run through the hills. Like they have these adventures. Like they're wearing plaid. I don't know why that's all relevant, but I see it so clearly. I don't know. Like they're all free together, you know? Wow. So like how did they name Salem Salem to begin with? Guys, oh my god, it's gonna be like the most romantic like thing ever. And like, but she's a witch, maybe he's also a witch, but like maybe he doesn't want to tell his family that he's a wizard, but he knows he's a wizard, and then he discovers that when he meets her. So they're both a little maybe jaded. Like he has like certain wizardly capabilities that he never wanted to like talk about with other people. And then they have a whole moment, but like it's just between them. But then the question is like, will they come out together? Oh my god. What? I don't know, guys. This is Midnight Tarot. Wow. Wow. And like they go on these adventures and like he saves her life. No, I'm seeing it so clearly. Like they're walking through, but it's like but it's with like with metaphysical supernatural things, not like rawr. Because I see the character as being someone who is like not like a very like macho machismo character, but like someone who's more of like, I see someone with like, I don't know how to describe. Okay, yeah, you know what I mean. I think you guys see the vision. Those of you who definitely were in let's clear it. If you were watching the reading from a few months back, it's exactly that vibe. The weird thing, yeah. So let's clear. So no, but now I'm seeing it like, and like they're very. Oh my god, like he is so sweet to her, and he's very sensitive, but like he's also like he holds his ground. Yeah, like kind of Shrekish, but I see him not as guarded. I see if I had to describe this person, he'd have like a lot of Aquarius, Virgo. Um he'd be like tall, kind of like, I feel they're both very different but like similar. Like they both handle the same in society, but then privately they're the same. What? Yeah, yeah. Privately they're very similar, but they're different, from who they are in society. They have like their private connection or whatever, or they have like the private like coincidences. I don't know. Yeah, I don't see this as like a very lusty thing, but there's a lot of passion. Let's clear it. 50 Shades of Salem. Oh my god. Oh god. Okay, here we go. Wow, I can see it. If I can see it. Where are they, in the cemetery? I don't know. Anyways, like, but I see this guy is Spanish, and he like hit something about his family. Like, if his family knew that he was like very wizardly, but I think that this is something that he like had in his childhood, but he didn't want to make a big deal out of it for whatever reason. But like I don't see him as like pushing it away as a talent of his, but it's more just like it's not like people would even guess. Like nobody could guess. Maybe he's even kind of like a popular type. Storytime tarot. Oh boy. Yeah, Shelly. Cause like one time I was on the bike and I was seeing the whole story unfolding. I was like riding my bike on the highway. And yeah, this was back in October, and when I was really thinking of going to Salem. Oh wow. So then, yes, it's his nature, right, Mimi? Like it's something natural, and like she brings out his instincts with that. Something about metaphysics. Damn. All right. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. But there's got to be something here related to a past life because for some reason it's like it feels very real as if it's like already happened. And right. And so but yeah, can you guys imagine like as a TV show like and then the different episodes? Oh my god. Oh wow. So Salem is also in Valencia. It's clear to remember. Yeah, and like when I was having this vision, I was thinking this is gonna happen. Like I know it. Like this is something, you know, those moments when you're like, this is gonna fucking happen. Like this is gonna fucking manifest. Like it was so obvious, but like I knew, it, like you don't know how it's gonna work. It's just gonna happen. Like something like that. Interesting. But I wonder who this character is. Because something in the reading came through about a hotel. Anyways, I don't know. Maybe it's a past life. It's clear. I'm hearing satire. Cause like I want there to be some kind of meaning. You know, cause like I haven't yet seen like a romantic show where it's about metaphysics. You guys remember that reading? He worked at the hotel, and then they bumped into each other like again. He had tape on his finger or something like that. So yeah. And then they met in the park, and there was a squirrel that was in between them trying to get them to talk. But like I get this witchy energy, like if it does take place in Salem, like there'd be this like energy or air of like mystery, mystique, like they would go through these different like, you know, trials and tribulations, but like they were always like kind of together. This is what I'm seeing. I've never seen that. His right hand, wow, maybe you remember. Right? But then the weird thing is, like, a week later, that exact encounter took place. I literally met, like, a skater guy, like, outside of, like, a cafe, like, parkish area, and I was sitting on, like, a little bench, and he was sitting, like, kind of not on the same bench, but, like, one right over, like, on another bench, and, like, the squirrel was his dog. The dog looked just like a squirrel, and he was, like, in between me and him, and, like, it was weird. But yeah, I mean, that might have just been, like, you know, some kind of, like, temporary. It was around the time of Neptune retrograde. Let's go around. So yeah, but that, and he was Spanish. He was talking so loud in Spanish. So that was the exact vision that came through in the reading, like, a week before. So it's maybe, like, something personified. It would be interesting to think the macro cycle of when we did that reading. That would probably manifest, like, in a more macro sense about 6 to 8 months down the line. Right. What do you guys think? And then I asked my sister, like, a few weeks after, I was like, hey, like, you want to, like, move to Salem? Like, maybe we'll, like, who knows, like, start something, like. She wasn't opposed to it. She was the one who first told me to watch Hocus Pocus. She was all into the Halloween vibes. She usually gets me, like, back on track with certain things. It's interesting. But yeah. And, so, but yeah, she's, like, doing her thing, so I don't know, like, if I would just move there alone. But again, I feel like it's gonna be obvious, like, it's gonna be clear, like, bada boom, bada bam. Maybe I'll just visit, just see how the vibe goes, and then if it's meant to be, like, it'll be. It's clear, room. Yeah, like, doing her thing. Cause, like, yeah, I think it's gonna. We'll see. Like, if it is a thing like that, like a real show or whatever. I mean, that would it would have to be, like, professional, you know. Maybe. Unless it's, like, something indie or something. I don't know. Or maybe it's just a talk show. Who knows? And then Bandit. Can you imagine Bandit has his, like, love story unfold with his new life in Salem, living in the house with a cat? Interesting. Because, you know, Bandit used to live in DC too. Bandit. Aww. Aww. Imagine he, like, runs out with the fall leaves. Oh, and he's, like, running around. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. Bandit is sweet. Yeah, Bandit is a shapeshifter for sure. So. Bandit is so sweet, guys. But how is he going to make it across the states, like, on horseback? Boxer. Yeah. Can you imagine him, like, in the backdrop of, like, a scene? Like, where it's, like, fall and he's, like, running outside in the backyard. with like all the fall leaves everywhere. Like, oh my god, what a vibe. There's something so like picturesque. No, I haven't seen Bingo. It's a movie. You guys, I'm just like thinking what people think like when they see that I'm on live like for so long. Jesus. My gosh. Yeah, Mimi, right? Oh my god. Isn't it sketchy? World famous tarot? I lived in Venice. It's clear. I lived in like the Venice area. I'm not like a huge fan, but it's not like bad. I mean, everybody, you know. Again, like some people fucking love Venice. Some people love that area. So you do you. But yeah, guys, imagine like Bandit. Like he wears a little like, what is it, like a raglan coat, sweater? Like, you know, what is it? You know, the little knit sweater for like fall. And he's running out in like the little backyard with all the leaves. And his paws are like flying up. Oh my god. Let's clear the energy. Oh my god. He's a sweetie. My sister's taking care of him. Virgo rising. Taking good care of baby boy Bandit. She's, I think, enjoying it. He enjoys spending time with her. It's really sweet. Oh my god. Oh, wow. You're Virgo rising. Interesting, Mimi. Yeah, my sister Virgo rising, my mom Virgo rising. There's like this like pacifying energy I feel about Virgo risings. They're usually pretty good with animals and very like sensitive and gentle, like animals, very drawn to you, feel safe with you, usually. And then imagine like there's this little like apothecary, like let's say like in the movie, like then I create like a little like shop, and it's like a local shop, and then I just start small with like this little corner, and then it starts growing, and like there's this whole little like area. That's clear. And then like I imagine like there's this whole like cowboy in the saloon moment with like some kind of like weird spiritual entity. Oh my god, who like shows up at the shop, and then like the Spanish dude, I don't know what. Guys, I'm not saying like Spanish dudes are like the it. This is just the vision I'm getting. It's just a vision. And then it's like they show up, and like he has to like kind of be present as well. I don't know. It's like a whole moment. But it's like some kind of historical conquest, like because we're like working on the grid, and like it's a very particular time of the year, and then like the clock strikes 9, and it's like a whole thing. Like, what's clear? You guys feel me? I wonder who's gonna play this part. Knight of Swords, Queen of Wands, 7 of Cups, 9 of Pence fell. Is this me like fantasizing? What is that? I'm gonna play the skinny dude. Kelly's like, you not. He was gonna play the part as like, I'm hearing Colombian? I don't know what that. We're already casting? What's going on? His beard is like on demand, yo. What? Colombian? I'm hearing Jumbo. I don't know what that means, guys. Let's clear it. Oh. Bro, we can easily cast for that here. We're gonna have to adopt a few we'll bring the reptilians, yeah, from, yeah. Right this way! You want your roll, right? Let's clear it. Like, imagine then a reptilian, like, makes his way from DC, like, sniffing us out. I can't. Like, he shows up in Salem. Like, I'm fucking imagining some creepy shit. Oh, God. No, yeah, it's like, he's, like, creepy. Like, someone freaking creepy. Like, he, like, shows up. It's, like, to the shop. Like, it's all superstitious. Like, there's, like, a cat that never jumps to, like, that part of, like, the room when, I don't know, my God. Let's clear it. Let's clear it. Ooh. Oh, my God. It's clear. Yeah. Wow. Wow. It's, like, the whole, yeah, and then it's, like, it defeats, like, the whole, like the whole spell is broken. Like, once he comes to the turf of Salem. Wow. This is getting interesting. The movie is already here. We're enjoy it, guys. I see someone with, like, looking like a schmuck. Like a schmucky reptilian. Like a schmucky ass reptilian with a mustache. Okay? Showing up to, like, the Apothecary Lounge in Salem. What? He's pretending to, like, order, like, a cup of, like, hocus pocus tea. It's like, oh my God. Shit. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's got, like, a greaser, like, hairstyle, like, rolling it back, like, got a little comb. Oh my God. It's like he doesn't realize he's so out of place. Like, he's wearing, like, his little suit and tie. Okay. Shoot. Like, let's clear it. He's obviously, yeah. No, I get this creepy energy, like sniffing someone out. Let's clear it. Sniffing someone out. And then I see, like, the Spanish dude, like, when he sees what's going on, he's like, hold on. And he, like, disappears into the back of the shop, and he's, like, working some kind of, like, I don't know, some kind of, like, wizardly, like, yeah, he's, like, transporting into another dimension. He has his hand on, like, some kind of table. I don't know. This is some vision. Maybe this is a past life energy. Let's clear it. I see it so clearly, this vision. He's, like, pacing back and forth, and everyone's like, Sergio, come back. Like, don't you see who's here? But he's trying to concentrate because he has to move into another dimension in order to, like, be able to defeat this dude. It's not a matter of pure physical capacity to supersede. He has to go back, way far back into the Akashic records to hold space. A heart space of unconditional love. Oh my God. What? What? I see it so clearly. He's pacing back and forth in the back of the, yeah, it's like little things hanging everywhere. He has, like, a tank top on. He's in a moment. It's like his moment, though, too. For some reason, he faces this dude. Wow, interesting. But there's something about the locations, yeah. It's like something about the locations. Like, it's a grand test for him, too. Wow, let's clear it. Let's clear it. Maybe his family has a history of, like, dark practices. I'm talking about the Spanish dude. but he realizes like that he could have taken on that role. He could have gotten triggered to follow the same path. But that was the downfall of his family. So he couldn't. He knew that if he did that, it would be the same cycle again, and we were all depending on him holding the higher light. Maybe he was feeling very triggered because I see he retreats, and it might be maybe it's like symbolic, like he retreats into his own subconscious, his own psyche. So he could have shown up like physically to physically show up with this person, but instead he decided to take a different approach. Wow, let's clear it. I would watch it. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Surf a Girl Maui. I'm always saying the opposite. Surf and Maui Girl. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Like, I'm seeing it so fucking clearly. Like, this is something for him. Like, he had the moment to decide, like, am I going to go into this, like, because I feel that this is a trigger, like, this person showing up, like coming all the way from DC is, like, a trigger. Like, are you going to try and, like, Rambo me out, bro? It's, like he had to be strong with himself and tell himself, no, like, I'm not gonna try and just like fight you like physically. It's not the feat of the fit. Yeah. He had to hold the power so strongly with his higher self. So he had to take it upon himself. Interesting, to hold the light. So, but that required of him to be honest with himself though as well about some of his light working capabilities. Yeah. So maybe that was just something that he never had the chance to really confront until this moment. So it all comes together. And so they all play a role. But maybe actually it's really about the Spanish dude. Maybe it's not really about any of the other characters. It's very interesting. We'll see. Interesting. Because I think maybe at a certain point he was ashamed. Like, it was in his generational karma to think that he wanted to repress that ability of his. We say Hills? His. But then he resurrected and he gathered the strength to literally, like, flip the situation. And maybe there could have been a situation where, I don't know what the whole Spanish thing is about, but maybe something, again, in his history. Like, this yeah, it's something kind of trigger. Like, he could have, like, but then he remembers, like, where that took his history. His father, something like this. So he joined forces with the light, also the divine energies of the feminine. Something. Like, I see him walking into a back of a room and holding, like, a pen and paper with, like, some kind of goblet of, like, a pink liquid potion. Maybe it's a metaphor, but there's something. Like, he had to hold the feminine to be truly masculine. He couldn't just, like, fight the dude, you know what I mean? It's clear. Yeah, he's ascending. It was a true feat of mastery of self. Like, I'm really curious, like, the history of Spain or something related to Spain. Even, like, between DC and, like, Salem. I mean, is there any history between DC and Salem? I would imagine. Oh, Ebbing. Oh, wow. It says, when you said Columbia, is DC stands for District of Columbia. That's very interesting. That's very interesting right there. We have to look into this. Maybe he had a history in DC. Maybe originally this Spanish guy was also from DC, or his family was, and maybe he has some sort of, like, fear, like something he doesn't want to discuss, or something that's, like, shadow related to that place. But then I'm seeing, like, this witchy girl. She, like, travels from the city and like shows up there, and then they converge, and she represents some kind of dark shadow space for him because it's his memory. He doesn't want to think about this. It's maybe something repressed. This is like some kind of... It's clear. So... It's... Right, Mimi. Mirroring. Exactly. Let's backtrack around. Let's clear it down the back. Exactly. And it will all like sort of come together like in this really ironic sort of way. Like, wait, what? Like, you also had history there? Like, maybe he didn't even tell her. I don't know. It's clear. Alright, guys. We'll meditate on this. It's clear in the sacral chakra. Interesting, Tina. Tina says, since squirrel means shadow, maybe it's the Spanish guy's familiar. Interesting. It's almost like they both were reluctant. The vision I had in that one reading was like they were both hesitant. Like they didn't trust even the squirrel. They didn't even trust like divine destiny, divine timing, divine, yeah, the natural order to connect them. Maybe because they were so skeptical. But I see this as something representing maybe even like a, yeah, like some kind of historical energy. And I think even in the reading, it was something like the squirrel is a spirit guide. Spirit. Yeah, and then they have like children who are like McWizards. Oh. Aww. And like they go to like wizard school and they start a whole program, like a wizard, like Hogwarts, like, and yeah, wow. But then there's like a sequel, and like, oh my god. Then they have to take them to their family in Spain, but like they've never been there since, and like they've always had their life in Salem. Oh my god. And then they all do a family trip, and they take like their dog as well, and Bandit comes along in the plane. Oh my god. Guys. It's clear. That's so interesting, Tina. Tina says, so maybe the cat and squirrel communicate first to bring the two people together. Like there's something in the air, you know? Like when animals migrate, they're like, and they're like talking to each other. It's something like in just a snip of a moment, like the wind blows like something in the air, and then the bird flies, and like you know, it's like all sort of, but in the last few moments. But it's like right maybe when like this person arrives to Salem, like I'm seeing it as like a witchy woman, and then there's like right then it's like some kind of some, you know, when like time begins, it's like something like that, like maybe like there could be filming like of the actual same place, like right before, you know, in the movies when they do that, it's like right before someone arrives, and then right after it's like everything's sort of changing. You guys see the vibe? It's like now the new journey begins. The vibe switches. The time shifts, you know? Almost a little bit like Cinderella-ish, like but like empowering with like supernatural like abilities and like, you know, something like that. Something like that. It's clear. Related to like where she's also masculine, where she's not like wanting this to be, because she's had maybe her like so-called Cinderella like fake life, you know, back in like where she came from, and she wanted to just come to Salem to just live a peaceful life, and maybe even she's like, that's it, like fuck guys, you know, something like that. I feel like he's gentle and like he wants to like kind of make her feel like he's safe, but like he also is not going to push that with her, you know? Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. And like maybe he brings like people from different cities, like, yeah, and then like they have their whole like peaceful little space in Salem, like they have like an apothecary tribe, and then like this like hound sniffer reptilian like also like whistles over, like I got like a weird dragon lord vibe, like whistles over to like someone else in another city, and like I don't know what that is about. Star Trek Claro. For some reason I see he's like Spanish, yeah. For some reason that's like significant, the fact that he's Spanish or something like that. I have no idea. Oh my god. Okay, I got it. Like, so imagine the witch. Logan, I was reading what you're writing. Imagine the witch has like some kind of like she left. She was like, fuck this, and she just wanted to escape. Like, that's it. Like, I'm over it. And then she just leaves. But like she doesn't cut the cord. So this dude can still snip her out. You see? Like she's not like, she didn't take anything of theirs with her, technically, but she never just cut the cord. See? So like it's like the lock. It's like I see her with a lock or something, but like she's not like, let's clear it. It's not because she wanted. It's interesting. Right. Like she's kind of going like risky, like, you know? Like she's going out with like a bang. Like that's it. Like this is the end. Like don't want to be in this place anymore. This is like interesting, bro. What else? But then maybe like he knew that she didn't do that. And so then he kind of in a way he's like he subconsciously, okay, like knew that he could always track her without making her fully release the contract. But then she kind of like was maybe a little bit naive in that she just kind of left without closing the door fully. Let's clear it. So now he could always kind of find her. Right. But I feel like she also doesn't really know, like, what she's stumbling upon when she does arrive to this new city. You know? So it's kind of like surprises, like, for all, like, also lessons, like, maybe in needing to, like, really clear chords and, like, really end conversations that are started. So maybe it's like a serious, like, confrontation of, yeah. But then there's also the question of, like, did she allow, in a way, like, because I mean, does she allow, like, the energy to continue in a way? Like, why would she subconsciously take the lock with her? I don't know. Let's clear it. Wow, that's interesting. Wow, Maudie, that's fucking interesting. Says maybe she can use the cord to go back for getting info from back there. Like, maybe, yeah, she didn't fully end it, but she thought it wasn't a big deal. She could still kind of go back and forth. Something like that. Yeah, yeah. Like, there was still something residual, you know? But then she didn't know the meaning of that, and, like, she brought it along with her into this new world, and then it kind of, like, sparked this whole karmic cycle, even with that Spanish dude. It's clear. What if the reptile... Okay, Ebbing says, what if the reptile man was her old karmic... So there is... Yeah, okay, and that's how he find her from not cord cutting. It's clear. You mean, like, not from cord cutting, but because they're karmic? But why is he... Yeah, wait, we gotta think about it. Let's clear. Yeah, yo, Danger Cat. Right, the cord is like a rope. Right. This is what I'm imagining. Like she can tight walk it. Like, what is it? Tight line. She can, like, parkour it back to DC because she maybe was like, well, I can come back, like, if I need to get something. Let's clear it. But then little does she know, like, you keep that line open, like, the energy can still go back and forth possibly. Let's clear it. What do you guys think? Then it's like some kind of but then the question is, like, where do they really resolve this? Where do they resolve this? Maybe then they need to... I'm, like, looking at the pyramid. I got here, the Oregon pyramid. It's, like, time for Egypt. Oh, God. Well... Oh, Mimi. Like, okay, so it's like, so maybe, And then she realizes, like, it's like I see someone's, like, munching on the other end of the line. Like, it's too late. But then that's good because then this frequency gets suspended. Maybe for some reason, like, let's clear it. Very interesting. Very interesting. Zahi. Oh, Mimi. Oh my god. Ah, shit. It's like this reptilian dude in DC's like, wait, I feel like she's not in DC anymore. It's like, no, bros, I'm serious. I feel it. It's like, maybe that dude, okay, he has some kind of, like, occult abilities. It's like, he's, like, not using it for light, though. That's for certain. And he's, like, telling his friends, like, he's at the bar. He's like, no, guys. Like, I'm telling you, I'm really feeling like she's gone. She's left. I'm just feeling it. It's like, no, God, aren't you dating someone else these days? It's like, no, I'm serious. It's like, yeah, I am. But anyways, I feel she's gone. Let's go. He's like a real schmuck. He's a real schmuckaroo. And, yeah. But then he also knew he shouldn't cross the line. He knew that. So he was also in a moment. How do we say? Like maybe it was his pride, the line of his pride. He told himself, I'm never gonna show up. I'm never gonna like prove, you know? Who knows? Maybe he was doing like fucking black magic, trying. Maybe that is the cord. Let's clear it. Then there comes the moment where he realizes locator spell. Whoa. Then he realizes, let's clear it. He realizes that something is amiss. Like the spell is breaking. Like she's leaving. Let's clear it. So I'm getting this like thirsty energy. Like, because why would someone smell someone out? That's creepy, right? So, and that tells me something about desperation, you know? Like the senses, like, let's clear it. Something about the Oval Office. Anyways, so now, oh my god. Then she. No, then he feels it. But technically it's like he's just collecting like Pokemon cards kind of vibe. But for some reason, her snapping the spell was something very significant. And he started to and he told himself, I'm never going. He like maybe he tried to control people by not showing up, but just casting spells. So then this started to deteriorate him. Then he started to get out of his vibe, you know? Oh my god. Let's clear it. So then he starts breaking down, and his whole mask starts coming down and coming off. And then he starts, like, actually physically moving towards this person, which was, like, against his, how do we say, but, like, I feel like Salem is maybe a protective space, and it's dangerous for him to be there, and he knows that, but he kind of, like, it's like one of those moments where, like, you guys know Dawn of the Dead? Where, like, there's literally, like, that character, he's, like, a creep. How do we say? Not a creep, but, like, when you're bitten, like, then you're turned into a zombie and you're acting crazy. Yeah, it's, like, something, like, maybe, like, a little bit like that. But, like, where he's... But it's, like, ironic because he's kind of melting. It's the illusion that he's trying to like come after her, but like the more he moves away from whatever this like spiral and vortex of like darkness is, which I'm seeing is like the personification of DC, and like the farther he leaves that place, the less like position he has with that whatever he was using to hold on to her. So it's this whole irony. Let's clear it and ground. And then as he is leaving, there's a moment of also kind of vulnerability as well for him to realize the foil of what he's done. Let's clear it. Let's clear. She meets her mentor in Salem. Interesting. Yeah. Like, and then she like maybe she knows part of her capabilities, but then like once she goes to Salem, it's like she gets like this advancement. It's like, aha, now I know why I'm here. Like maybe she's even thinking like I'm gonna be here just like because I want to get out of town, even, or you know, something like that. Like I'm just out of that place. All she knew is she wanted to just leave, but that wasn't enough. She had a broader mission with that. So Let's clear it. Let's backtrack around. Then what happens? The squirrel. Maybe the squirrel is also someone who recently passed. And the squirrel could only reincarnate in that moment after someone very particular passed. Let's clear it. The squirrel could have been maybe even someone who was like looking in on what the reptilian frequencies were doing in DC, and he was like, you know what, I'm gonna reincarnate, and he sacrifices. I see him as actually as like a wizard, but he was observing what was being done in the darkness, and he couldn't handle it. So he like left, brought her the acorn. Ah, shit. Interesting. And it's all significant because maybe there's something like very particular about that. Like they would both like observe maybe the acorn as something symbolic like that, and it taps, it like triggers some sort of like maybe memory or something of that sort, and it's a place maybe they both shared. Maybe the Spanish dude and her, they were in the same place. They were in the same place, but they didn't recognize each other at that point. Whoa, you see what I'm saying? Wow. Wait, hold on. Let me see really quickly here. I have a message. My mom just texted me. She said that they were watching the live with Bandit. Let's clear it. Yeah, you guys, the vibe is on with Bandit. So, wow. All right. So there's something about that. He's like, the only way I could give them this message is if I would to reincarnate as a squirrel. The least likely, okay, suspect, so called. Because he wants to commission for light. He realized that what they're doing back there is inappropriate. Oh, it's zooming? It's zooming? Hey guys, is it still zooming? Let's clear around. Like, he knew that he was walking the squirrel also was walking a fine line by showing up in that moment. But he did it, and it was all because he took that one moment of sacrifice. It was like a split second. You know, like, even like when you need to escape something, but like it's just like a split of a second, like if someone sees you or not. Something like that. Is it still zooming? But maybe the squirrel was also a bit indebted, as he felt it, to make the storyline come full circle. Maybe he unknowingly, I don't know, he was involved in casting some spell. So no, he felt it, like he got the call that he needs to assist in this. Is it all like zooming still? What about now? Oh my god. You guys are deep in the pores. Okay, give me a sec. Guys? What's good? What about now? What about now? What about now? You guys, oh my god, is this zooming? This happens every so often. Oh my god. Really? Where are you guys at? Oh my god. What part of the pore? The hair, the eye, the nostril, the mouth. It's still zooming over and over. I don't know where I am, bro. I think I'm like in Salem. It's like Dorothy, but like Salem version. Toto, Bandit. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. I don't think we're in DC anymore, Bandit. And it's like, well, I sure as hell am not. I'm in LA these days, Matt. What are you still doing in DC? Guys, hello. Hello. Are we still zooming? Teleporting to Salem. It's cleared and ground. Are we still zooming? Spirit's like, wait right quick while we manifest this, please. Your patience is appreciated. Oh my god, we're just checking y'all into TSA. One by one. Let's clear it. One by one. Single file line. Check, 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 check. Now it's my eyebrow. Let's clear it. What? Whoa. Let's clear it on ground. Wait, wow. Okay, tell me more. Acorn symbolism is totally relevant here. Okay, continue, Maudie. Maudie J. Let's talk about the acorn and the vortex now. Let's clear it around. Oh my god. Gypsy says, we were on a magic school bus ride into your anatomy. Oh my god. Woo. Yikes. Let's clear it. It's coming back to you literally. Okay, continue. Wait, what? You guys see triangles? Tripping out. Xenon girl of the 20th century. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Oh my god. What is Zumbinis? Oh my goodness. Whoa. Let's... Oh my god. I can only imagine. Okay, give me a sec. Guys? Woo! This is still magic Zoom bus. What about now? Whoa. Are you guys enjoying the movie? Oh my god. Right on the third eye. It's going faster? Oh my god. How the hell? How in the world? What? Oh, Mimi says, Sephora Foundation color match. Oh my god. Let's clear it. Wow. Spirit was like, oh, hell nah. Oh my god. Spirit's like, we're cutting that scene. Oh my god. That's the Spirit's way of saying cut. Oh my goodness. This is interesting. I mean, I see myself, like, I don't see myself zoomed, you know? I don't see myself zoomed. Spirit guys right now are, like, screenplay writing. Mahati says, if you want to give them immortality, potential, and growth, give them an acorn. The acorn is a symbol as old as the oak, going back to the very first stories people shared. Wow. Really? Where did you find this? Is this like is this known? Where is this from? Very interesting. Wow. So you think this is like related? So here's the creepy ass thing. The dude who's stalking, at least on an energetic level, I know for certain, who has this weird triangulation energy, getting me to bump into all these people who he knows, inviting me to his house and all this weird bullshit. Let's clear it. In DC. All this weird crap. In DC. He originally said something about an acorn. So it's very strange. Like, that was our first conversation. Something about an acorn. Someone threw an acorn at his neck, he said. It was the most random thing. I don't know if, like, yeah, I don't know what, but let's clear it. Let's clear it. So, is the squirrel, like, enlightened? Maybe he feels guilty. So it's kind of like he messed with the algorithm a little bit, because I feel like the squirrel's a wizard a little. Like, he was a wizard in DC. And then he was like, shoot, did I fuck this up? And then he felt kind of guilty. So he, like, kind of like jumped timelines. And so he showed up. He maybe forecasted. He saw the future, like, I need to jump into their timeline. He's a messenger. Interesting. So then he transports. But he wasn't maybe really supposed to do that. Maybe that was his way so that he didn't have to, like, show up one-on-one, face-to-face, to confront openly in DC and publicly call out the wrongdoings. So he's kind of, like, maybe, like, he wants to do good, but he's, like, kind of, he's novice. You know, it's kind of like, oops, like, he kind of, like, yeah, whirled the wand a little too quickly with something. Let's clear it. Let's clear. Oh, really? Interesting. So now, but, like, in a way, then he opens up this whole vortex. And, like, maybe he even, like, messes with, like, I don't know, whatever it is. Then she's, like, heading off to Salem. But then what happens? Because, like, he kind of brings her together. So maybe it needed to happen in a way. Like, I feel this, yeah. Am I still zoomed, by the way? Interesting. Maybe, yeah, huh? Like, I feel like he's definitely the guide, but maybe he sacrificed himself to be the squirrel. He could have stayed as the wizard in DC, but he said, nah, you know what? I'm going to take the sacrifice, and I'm going to just be the squirrel, and I'm going to just have to connect these two. Even though it's a little bit like, yeah, but maybe he didn't know the full extent of the sacrifice he was making. Like, there's some higher body that is overlooking this all and realizing that actually, like, it's a much bigger mission. And then maybe in the end, the squirrel realizes, damn, there's a lot more that I even realized. Like, he was thinking he was feeling guilty about something very small, negligible even. But then it ended up, yeah, he dedicated himself to a much bigger cause. And then he also learned from that, possibly. So he followed his intuition. He faced his fears. He let his ego go as well. It's clear. Channel Past Life Podcast. Oh my fuck. Oh my god. This is funny. Yeah, interesting. It's all Mercury retrograde. Interesting. Right. Like, none of them do. Let's clear it. But I feel like there's someone, like, overlooking all of this. I feel like the wizard, like, had a dying wish, and, like, he could decide on anything because he had this, like, power, because he was a wizard. He could, like, choose his next life, like, in that current lifetime. To be like, all right, I want to show up here. So he, like, low-key, like, kind of manifested something, like, silly even, but it's not just silly. That's clear. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is very interesting. So who is the one on astral orchestrating it all? Or is there someone? Because so for some reason I see this, like, conversation happening, like I see the leaves blowing, like there's something that everyone is in tune with. It's some kind of energy, you know? Like, is there some kind of context? Maybe some I don't know, like something in the air. How do you describe it? Interesting. Mimi. Yeah, kind of like taking the potion, but like it goes sideways, but like it was meant to be. So he was also set up. It's like the squirrel also was kind of set up. That's where I'm wondering, like, where in the book is this? Because I see the wizard with, like, a book. I feel like they were creating something and, like, Yeah, in DC, but he was part of like a group of that was not good. But there was some kind of wisdom there. Yeah, something. It's like something from up above. Let's clear it. You know what I mean? Something that was present in the early childhood of maybe both them, too. Something sacred. He just transported it. Let's clear him. Yeah. Interesting. Right. Yeah. You know who I kind of get the character of? You know in the movie Inside Out? The character who like, you know who? Who was the purple dinosaur or something? The purple wall rhinoceros or something like this. He like, yeah, you remember that one scene? And then I feel like they all meet in like this astral space where they're interacting in like on the Akashic record plane, and they're like running through the halls, and they're like, yeah, and it's like they're having a higher dimensional conversation. Like it's almost a little bit even like Inception maybe at that point. Or even like Interstellar. It's like now we can only meet here. Finally you're able to meet me. Let's clear it. And they all realize it. They look back. They see it in the books. It's like, oh, wow. You wrote that and then you said that for that? It's like all of the spell will be broken then. I see it like this. Like they're all looking at each other like, oh, now I see it. That's what you said. That's what you said. The spell was really like, you know, yeah, called out at that point in like then, you know? Something like that. It's clear. Wow. Like it was actually between you two or something like that, you know? Like all the misunderstandings. Let's clear it around. Like, you actually told the spell in this way. Maybe it was, like, finagled by someone else. You know, those moments in the movies. So, cut cords except one. Which one? I've never seen The Matrix, but I'm hearing that here. And then there's forgiveness. Screen still black? Give me a sec. Hey, guys. Let's clear around. What about now? Wow. Interesting. Right, Mahdi. Very interesting. It says, always forgiveness, not always just not always reconnection. Right. Like, exactly. Like, they could all meet. Like, I see them meeting in this one shot, but, like, to truly, like, they have to, like, they all have to move through their personal test, and once they do, then they're able to see things from a higher plane. But I see it as, like, on astral. And once they're on astral, then they can really observe everything from this higher vantage point as well. So they have to shift dimensions. TV show? Interesting. Wow. Very interesting, guys. This is truly a very interesting timeline, yeah. Spirit wants this out, so we'll see what's what. Wow. And then imagine like the ending scene circles back to this chat and it like shows everyone typing in the chat. Oh my god. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Let's clear it. Interesting. She has to keep tools. What do you mean? What do you mean? Let's clear room. Is it still zooming? Oh, interesting. Like everything she gathers. And maybe she thought like at certain points certain things were random. But then it's all meaningful, truly. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, like she thought it was like, yeah, because I feel like at a certain point she was also moving forward with a bit of hatred, you know? Like wanting to just kind of like stomp off and like end the cycle. But then maybe she was also indirectly tapping into the projected energy of the squirrel, who was like seeing kind of what he was doing, feeling really guilty for that. And then but then it was all kind of, yeah, they're all in somehow, yeah, interesting. And then, right. But then she ended up feeling like I think I should just like save all these things that I've gathered, you know, from this experience, like a random like choker necklace. I don't know what, like collecting random like objects and like having a little necklace or something. I don't know what this will lead to, but yeah, something like this, or even like a little belt or like something, charms in her bag, objects in like her her purse. But she like was seeing it as random, but like they're all so meaningful. Whoa, 414 minutes 44 seconds. Yeah. And at the end, it's like it all kind of comes together in sort of a streamlined way, like all beaded in a very particular fashion, maybe even on the cord. Oh my god, we're making cord jewelry. What the fuck? Cord jewelry, bro. And then she starts a cord jewelry business in her Salem shop, teaching people how to jewel and bedazzle their cords. Not cut them, but just, yeah, to embrace the experiences. And then maybe even they have little beads with like letters and it spells something out very particular. And maybe one time she tried to just throw out the jewels and throw them like the ruby pendant over the edge of the Titanic. You know, but then it was like every letter was so meaningful. And then she looks back and it all comes back from that moment when she sees what the jewelry spells out with all the little letters. Whoa! And then she thinks back to that one time she tried to throw out that one letter. And she was so happy and grateful she never threw it out. Oh my god, let's clear it. Guys. Wow. Very interesting. Like there was one letter she really wanted to like throw out. I'm seeing that. Maybe these are all like related to the people, the experiences she like came across, and like sometimes she wants to just remain with hate in her heart, but then she realizes she has to have forgiveness to truly thread the bead onto the cord. Let's clear it. Oh my god. And then she realizes they all have to come together. Yeah, and they all have to come into harmony. All of the experiences. Let's clear it around. Like a reunion of moments. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Maudie, it's like interstellar. It's like she's so grateful because then she has that last minute she can like go and like open like the scribe. And like she was like, yeah, yes, like because all those lessons were so meaningful. And they were beads. They were all like beads on her yeah. On her cord. It sounds weird. But like I'm seeing it. You guys know the jewelry with the letters. Let's clear it. Maybe she felt even like ashamed of some of like the experiences, but then she like never officially threw them away, and she was always trying to be strong with herself to say like, I should never feel like bad. I'll never try and erase my experiences. You know? Like she knew that they all made her who she is. So should she eliminate one of the experiences and not fully embrace it and accept it and have forgiveness and empower her, even herself with it, she wouldn't be real. She wouldn't be true. And maybe even at a certain point, somebody confronted her when she was trying to even, like, discard one of her experiences. Like, I even see someone's, like, turning, well, like looking at her. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're not going to throw that out, are you? It's like, but she was having a moment. Whoa. Let's clear it. Right? Whoa, whoa. Are we still zoomed, by the way? Exactly, Mimi. And yeah, and maybe there were moments where like even like yeah, she felt like these experiences were embarrassing and she wanted to take letters off and she wanted to take letters away. Past zoomed. But then yeah, she was ashamed. But then she realized that it's actually her power and that that is what helps her also bring the conversation truly to light. It's like, you know, like when you're locking like the mummy's tomb with the letters. I don't know, I'm thinking of like something like Tomb Raider, like it's like shh, shh, shh. It's like you have to have all the letters. Like she knew in her heart space that that was the truth. That she needed to have honesty with each and every one of those people, experiences possibly even. But even just like with herself, you know, on the higher plane. So, but she couldn't place as a human in that moment where she would have those experiences. So it was a matter of the faith. So maybe you don't know, like, also where somebody may hold love for you, but, you know, exactly, the forgiveness. Remembering that it's all the same source, it's all the same place. No matter what the experiences are, they all shed light on something that ultimately brings you back to your own love and your own love of self. Let's clear it. Wow. Wow. It's very interesting. Mm-hmm. Yes, because in the context of the end of, let's say, this conversation, all those letters were actually beautiful and powerful, but as isolated experiences, they seemed maybe even draining and heavy. And at times she's wondering, what is all this like heavy jewelry I'm carrying around? Like, what is this burden? But actually, they were gifts that she would one day remember that she would give to herself. The gem to make the jewelry with. Exactly. Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. And maybe some jewels she had, but she would only keep in her pocket. She was like thinking, well, I don't know what the benefit is of wearing this like proudly. I don't know what this is alluding to for everyone. Whoa, whoa. This is very interesting. Maybe it's even something historical. Maybe she doesn't realize like why she doesn't feel empowered by certain experiences. Maybe sometimes she wishes she had more of like another letter, like why can I have double zeros? Why do I have to have a T? I don't know. Take it as you will. It's clear to ground, but yeah. And then people trying to, you know, she would have to have the faith with knowing that every letter, it's not random, it's meaningful, and it's nothing is bad or negative. Interesting. I feel like the Spanish dude will help her confront why she associates like her subconscious, like certain things. Maybe she doesn't even realize that she discards certain letters. I don't know what this is about. It was very interesting. It's clear to ground. Maybe even he even helps her release certain letters that she was holding on to maybe a little too strongly. Very interesting. And he has to like point it out, like, do you realize like you only sleep with that one letter under your pillow, and the others you like, oh my gosh. Wow. Telenovela. Telenovela. Let's clear it. Sometimes he sees like that she doesn't consciously string his letter onto her cord. I don't know, guys. It's like, why aren't you wearing like that one ring? You know, something like that. Let's clear it. Let's clear it and ground. Oh my gosh. Maybe he feels like subconsciously she doesn't accept him. But like he never dares bring that up. Like he doesn't want to bring this up because it's awkward, you know, because they were on a good note. Like they're friends. Like they're good for one another. He doesn't want to bring his ego into the conversation, but for her own good, he has to bring it up. It's for her own good to point it out and say, hey, do you realize like you're still stuck? I'm hearing on Mateo. I'm hearing Matthew. Let's clear around. I don't know what this is about. Yeah, no, but it's like he's pointing the subconscious things out for her. So, yeah, interesting. Yeah, sure, like on the finger. Like there are certain maybe jewels she would like to wear like more publicly or openly. And he maybe like would go along with it, but then it started to get weird for him. Like, why do you only wear like those rings? Why do you only wear like those experiences on your sleeve? I'm hearing that as well. Let's clear it. He's not without his frustrations. But I think he realizes at a certain point the macro space, and he does want to protect her, and he realizes that she's had a hard journey. He doesn't want to come in between her and her progress that's made. So he wonders if it's appropriate for him to mention these things. And sometimes maybe he freaks out and he wonders, like, is he projecting? Is his ego coming into check? I feel this is a very strong character for some reason. Like this Aquarius Virgo dude. If anything, he's more aloof. He's more aloof. If anything, he wonders how actively he should participate in the situation. Sometimes I feel he does maybe get a little jealous, like, you know, he thinks back, like, he sees, like, her treasure chest with jewels. I don't know, guys. He does think, you know, like, wow, like, he's looking on, you know, but he just turns his head. He tries not to, like, look. It's very interesting. I'll have to watch this over. This seems pretty symbolic. He also, I feel, is very empowering. Like, he doesn't want to tell her which jewels to wear. Or maybe, like, a mentor. Like, whoever said. So. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. I'll go back and watch. Mimi says, but he's cheap too. Oh my god. Like, maybe sometimes he's tempted to run away. But I feel like sometimes it's his own ego, like he feels he's not good enough. Like, please, bro. But I think overall, like, he's like he tries to stay grounded. He's got like a sharp energy and wit about him. I don't know why my parents keep calling me during this very particular video. It's like, give me a sec. It's clear. Wow. Let's clear it. Wow. Yeah, like he's more bashful. Sometimes maybe he feels that she does take him for granted, but maybe that's just his own like self-talk racket, you know? But he knows that this is not where it ends. And he tells himself, I know that this is not the point. You know? Let's clear it. I get almost like a big brother vibe. Maybe for some of you, he wants to remain even celibate. Like, he doesn't want to be physical. Maybe because he actually knows that it may even destroy his own ability to remain as a true wizard. Oh my god, guys. It's very interesting, this, but take it as you will. Maybe long ago. Like, he never... It's clear. Maybe long ago, like, he had an experience and he never wanted it to take him over in the same way. So he's shy and quiet, but he never explains, like... He never wants to impose, but he also never explains, like, why he is the way he is, so-called. So it's like... So, like, he's observing her, but slowly, like, he sees himself through his experience by watching her. But he tries not to compare himself and get triggered. Sometimes he does, though, find himself falling into the deeper nuances of their relationship. But, yeah... Interesting. Wow, guys. Let's clear it. There are also things that maybe he would want to confront, okay? Yeah, like he feels like maybe it would be like a geyser. He's afraid of what would be brought out should he express these little things. So he likes to keep it more surface level. But it's like he feels like that's not also happiness, because he knows that there's this deeper part of him and also her, but also them. He's actually quite wise. I feel this person is actually quite wise, whoever this is, the Spanish guy. It's clear. Like, he knows he can get deeper, you know? Maybe he kind of silently does have awareness even of what's going on in some way with the squirrel, but he doesn't want to believe it. Maybe he even had a dream of it, but he's trying to push that thought out of his mind. Hence how he worked at the hotel. He was just there to help her. Interesting. And he thought it was like just going to be like that. That's it. I'm just going to be like temporary. Anyways, wow. I think they both have this like language, but they don't speak it. They're afraid to speak it, both of them. I see like a sailor here. I think he's a really nice guy. Like, he's very kind, you know? He cannot not give of himself, but then there is the trouble with his own distinction, of his own remembrance of who she used to be. Oh, I don't know what that's about. Oh my god, let's clear it. So wait, bro, what? Does he have a memory of her? Yeah, because, well, he's also a wizard, so he knows. Wait, we said he's a wizard? Yeah, we said he's a wizard. Maybe he is, like, actually silently related to the squirrel. He doesn't want to acknowledge that, though, because he knows that's maybe controversial. Maybe he was going to, and then he stopped himself because he saw that she was, like, traumatized by that or something like this. Oh my god. But maybe she actually does know secretly, but then she's wondering when to tell him, or maybe she just never has the chance, because some energy force keeps interrupting the connection, so it never fully gets aired out. But there's always this running dialogue that they share, and that is something that is the thread that continues them to connect, because it's not just what they share. I feel like they're kind of, at times, like, they have a shallow connection, and maybe, let's clear, well, not shallow, but, like, you know, it's much more that's unspoken. And maybe sometimes they both surprise themselves, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe, like, I'm letting this happen. Like, we're getting so close, you know, something like that. Oh my god. Whoa. Maybe every now and then they both go into this, like, state where they go back into the memory space and they allow themselves that experience to remember. But for whatever reason, it's like consciously it hurts them to remember that in the present space. Maybe due to some circumstantial factor, some kind of karmic blockage. It's like, let's clear it. They, like, purposely step into a state of amnesia because they don't want to consciously remember that place. But then they are eventually forced to come back together. So it's almost like they unite in the dream state, consciously, and they acknowledge each other in that dream state. But then they snap out of that and they come back into the present reality, so called, and they continue on as if they don't know each other really on that level. Wow, let's clear it. Clear it. Let's clear it. It's a little Shrek. It's got a little bit of a Shrek to it. Let's clear the energy around. Oh my god. Like, I think he knows he can also be a Casanova. Like, a lot of people get him wrong. I think he actually doesn't like that. He doesn't like feeling like a, like, maybe even a little pimpish love and light. Oh my god. Like, maybe because of his family, like maybe all his brothers and sisters, like, they all used to gloat on him, but it actually never allowed him to truly excel in his life and feel like the true born wizard, okay? That's really what he wanted, to feel like a true born wizard. But then he felt like this Casanova, and maybe that's why he left, like, his home country. Wow. Like, it's a mystery how he got to Salem. It's clearing around in the third eye. So, guys, we'll see. We'll see what. Oh man. It's been really real. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Like, maybe he also didn't want to just, like, inherit, like, the jewels. Maybe his family was in the business of, like, buying and selling jewels instead of earning them from your experiences. Mirroring the experience of the squirrel in DC. It's like the squirrel seems maybe to be, like, almost like a how do we say, like a godfather energy, but like their oversoul guide. But I wonder if, like, yeah, even like this, yeah, interesting. So very interesting. Like, he was ashamed, but he didn't want... I feel like he doesn't like to trash people. Like the Casanova dude. I think he doesn't like to trash people, so he just silently, like, disappeared. He's more maybe, like, avoidant. He likes the peace and the harmony. Maybe that's also his downfall. At times. That's clear. He must have a lot of Libra. Aquarius, Libra, Virgo. Maybe sometimes she gets frustrated with him like that because he's not being adamant enough. Like, let's clear the energy. She gets more, like, feisty, you know? Interesting. Alright, guys, wow. Well, I'll keep the chat open. I'll keep the comments on this one. Definitely, we can, like, come back and, like, comment, like, over time. Seriously, like, this kind of, like, this general, like, vision came through back in October, and I was like, I think this is gonna be something, like, some kind of show or, like, something like this. So, guys, like, we just, like, expanded that out. That must be some kind of serious message that Spirit wants out. So, whoa. No, can you imagine if, like, we actually vlogged in Salem? Whoa. And, like, some kind of, like, interesting experiences. Whoa. Wow. Mufasa. Guys. Wow. Thanks for connecting. The bike. I'm telling you. Wow. Whoa. Cause, like, yeah, when I was on the bike on October, that's when I had the vision, and I was, like, flying in the bike. And my hair was down, I was having a whole vibe, like, I was having that vibe right there. And then I was, like, searching, like, do they have, like, bike stations in Salem? Yeah, because they were saying it's a walkable city and, like, it's very bike friendly. Guys, thanks so much for tuning in. We'll remember this chat. This will be, like, the last scene in the movie. Imagine, like, and then that's the twist. Like, everyone's like, huh? Like, what does this have to do with, like, huh? What? Alchemy, what? Let's clear it. Interesting. All right. All right, guys. Have a great night. We'll see you in another video. Right, to be continued, right.